Ciekawe dlaczego i mikrofon. O kurwa, co jest? Dobra, zobaczmy.
You can use these stamps to kind of invite people to battle, trade, or even try and get other players to join you in a max raid battle. He's playing Gloria right now.
ワイルドエリアは、いろいろなプレイヤーが違う目的を持って遊んでたりするんですけども、そういった、プレイヤーが、出会う場所でもあります。
So there's a lot of different reasons that players will come back to the wild area, but you can kind of encounter them, other players connected.
ローカル通信であれば、近くで遊んでいるプレイヤーがそのままアクセスされますし、インターネット通信すれば、世界中のプレイヤーがこのワイルドエリアで一緒に遊ぶことができます。
O, i gitara, o, jego nie wiem. Fajnie.
Background, these red pillars of lights. Could you guys explain what these are?
特に赤い光の柱みたいなものがあるんですけど、それって何でしょうか？そうですね。あれはですね、ポケモンの巣でして、で中に非常に強力なダイマックスポケモンが
Czemu nie idzie?
パワーエネルギーが赤い光で出ていますね。
So those are actually what are called Pokemon bins.
Ty, co jest, kurwa?
Dynamax Pokemon inside. So the red light kind of represents the energy of the Dynamax phenomenon.
光のところに行くとマックスレイドバトルをチャレンジすることができます。
And what that means for the player is that you can go there and encounter that Dynamax Pokemon in a max raid battle. Well, for example, Mega Evolution and Z moves.
そうですね。ダイマックスレイドバトルなんですけれども、好きなポケモンを1匹選んで戦うことができます。で、今回はボックスからも1匹選べるので、そこから1匹選んでルカリオンと選んで戦ってみようと思います。
And each player participating in the battle can choose one Pokemon from either their party or from the box. So it's important to choose one of your, stronger Pokemon since before you go into the max raid battle.
A, in.
交換はできないので、この1匹大切に戦ってください。
And you only get to choose one, and you can't change during the battle, so you've got to make sure it's a good choice.
登場技とか、回復技で味方をサポートするっていうのが大事だと思います。
So yeah, once you get into the battle, identifying maybe which of the 4 Pokemon will have the best type advantage to be the main attacker, and also like who can be the best kind of supporter or the Pokemon that will use healing moves to support the team.
Yes, I'm playing as Togekiss, so
For my
No, idzie czy nie? Halo, halo, halo. Wow, wow, wow. No. O, 1 mega, 1 mega. Okej. Zajebiście.
まあ、ダイマックスをしている、まあ、ポケモンは、状況に合わせてやっぱ人気してきたりとかですね、しますので、まあ、油断しないように戦ってほしいなと思います。
Ej, glans. Stawki zmienić, mikrofon nikt. Ciekawe.
ダイマックスなんですけども、各ターン
I 3 mega?
は1回しか、まあできないんです
Kurwa, żeby to było... A czy nie, ja przez Ethernet mogę podpiąć.
まあでバトル中にどのプレイヤーが、
9, 4,5, 4,7.
このダイマックスタイミングも非常に重要となっています。
The ability to use Dynamax that actually rotates between sides each turn, but your team can only use Dynamax once throughout the entire battle, so it's important to kind of identify what the exact right timing is to be able to, exploit its power.
So yeah, obviously a lot of strategy goes into these Dynamax raid battles.
結構じゃあ戦略性
戦略性はそうですね。でダイマックス技を使うと、その効果によって例えば今、炎の技を出したんで日照りになりましたね。
Yeah, and you can see that there are, once you
Dobra, minus
Dynamax,
14
the
decybeli,
Pokemon
minus
moves
1,1.
all turn into
Minus
max
1.
moves, which are much more powerful, and they also have these added effects, like you saw a drought was just triggered based off Arcanine's attack.
Yeah, and they look really cool too.
はい
あと見た目もすごいかっこいいですね。
ああ、
Okej,
そう
dobra.
迫力がすごいありますね。
Yeah.
Dziesiątka będzie
I think
do
there's-
Xboxa, do
it's very
streamowania konsol, a
And
ten
as we can
będzie
see,
kurwa do
Steelix
streamowania
just put
tego
up a
obrazu
barrier
stąd.
around him.
今ちょっとなんかバリアを張ったみたいな
そ
感じにな
うですね
ってるんですけど。。
今日照りになったのでソーラービームが一旦で出せましたね。でこれもま
I
た、
teraz tak,
連携のすごいいい
oglądałem
連携だと思い
wcześniej
ます。
バ
konferencję.
リアの方は
そうですね。で
それだと
バリアなんですけども、今不思議なバリアというものがダイマックスに貼られてまして、で今一ポイントがこう
Konferencję
減ってくる。
Xboxa, potem Bethesdy. Na Xboxa się trochę spóźniłem, na EA się spóźniłem, bo ja nawet nie wiedziałem, że jest
HP is
roboty.
reduced, it'll put up this kind of barrier
Było-
that you have
konfy
to
było w
take down before
niedzielę.
it'll actually start taking
Na
lots of damage.
Xboxa
でこの
zawłapałem
ゲ
się
ージが
trochę.
5つあるんですけど、ダメージを与えるごとに
Bethesdę całą
ゲ
oglądałem.
ージが減ってきます。で、
Dzisiaj Square Enix oglądałem i teraz Nintendo obejrzałem, bo tam trochę fragmentów rzuciłem, no i jeszcze. No i co, no i jeszcze mi oczywiście
But you can
coś
see
się w
that there's
telefonie
a couple
popierdzieliło.
different, like, parts to the gauge, and each time you hit it with a damaging attack, at least one of those will be reduced. So even if your Pokemon isn't particularly powerful in the attack department, it can still reduce the gauge by just using a damaging attack.
ダイマックス技だと 2ゲージ減らすことができますね。
Kurwa, no
Yes,
to ja
as you
muszę
can
się
see,
teraz robić. Serio?
my Togekiss used Dazzling Gleam, which is not particularly effective, but was still good enough to break that barrier down.
そうですね。
Tu,
今
a,
そんなに威力の高い技を使わなかったんですけど、
はい
まあそれではそう
a,
です。
nie mogę streamować z komputera, na telefonie nie mogę, także fajnie tu się zrobiło. Mikrofon inny, znaczy mikrofon wewnętrzny na kopie, a drugi chyba w kopiane jakoś.
And Dynamax moves, if you
Sławki
use it
muszę
against
tutaj,
it, it'll have to
wiesz,
take down
sławki
2
mają
gates.
tylko pół metra kabelek,
まあ、
nie?
ゲージを壊したんで、あとはもう本当に倒すだけですね。
So yeah, you guys have broken down the barrier, so now you just need to defeat the Pokemon.
Halo, halo, halo.
We're very close, but one thing that we haven't talked about is that storm that's kind of lurking around Steelix.
Kurwa, wygląda. Teraz tak. Gdzie jest? Nie, oglądając tylko ja.
Could you talk a little bit
上
about
の
that?
なんかちょっと怪しい雲っていうか、その荒い天候っていうのは何でしょう
Nie, może tego kurwa wyłączymy FreeRama, bo on będzie tylko denerwowy. To tak wstępnie E3, no to Bethesda to trochę spieprzyła, no bo to same prawie na telefon pokazywała, chociaż tam było Doom, nie czekaj, Wolfenstein VR pokazywali? Wolfenstein VR, Wolfenstein tą z turkami, nie pamiętam to. New Generation chyba, coś takiego. A, wszystko jest okej. Dobra. Więc tak, no teraz streamkowany. Ten dać. To trochę oglądałem, ale Xboxa, Bethesdy. No to... A jeszcze te przy okazji. Tak, tak, wiem. Chyba wszystko. Na razie te główne obejrzałem. Nie, no 4 GB to za mało, za mało. Za mało. Na 10, kurde, śmieszne jest to, że na 10 to lepiej działa, na 7 chyba coś słabo. Kurwa, no i skasował mi dane, kurwa, frajer. Jakie nie uruchamiałem chyba 2 tygodnie. Dobra, no więcej dodatków, okej, no fajnie, super, nie? Tylko dlaczego, kurde, to 144, no dobra. Ale ja mam 2 internety, także ja mogę streamować z telefonu, a mogę z sieci mogę ciągnąć. Kabel mogę ciągnąć. A, to coś wywaliło i... A czemu tak? Co się dzieje? O, czekaj.
皆さんこう頑張って集めてほしいなと思います。
And it will be no small feat to complete the Galar region Pokedex, but I do hope that players will give their best to try and catch them all in the region.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how the story unfolds and to explore both the region and the wild area. But is there anything else that you want to add before we say goodbye and move on?
僕も非常に今回のゲームのストーリーとかワイルドエリアでの探索っていうのを楽しみにしてるんですけれども、ちょっと最後にお二人から視聴者に向けての何かお言葉ありますでしょうか。
そうですね、先ほどマックスレードバトルを4人でやりましたけども、やっぱりやっていてなんか楽しいんですよね。ちょっとなんですかね、
Referencje
今まで
przez
のポケ
Direct
モン
co
の
widziałem
中
to
で
Smash
は
był,
なかった新しいシステムになってますので、やっぱりこう4人でワイワイ楽しく
czekaj,
友達と
Panzer
一緒に
Dragoon,
遊べるっていう
Pulse
仕組
of
みが
Mana,
すごい
と
皆さんにぜひ
kolekcja
体
z
験してもらいたい
NES-a.
なと思ってます。
Yeah, for me, it definitely is the max raid battles we just showed off. Playing together with your friends in this kind of cooperative battle feature that we've never had in the Pokemon series before is really just a lot of fun. I hope fans of the series will look forward to being able to try that for the first time.
そうですね、ワイルドエリアでいろんなプレイヤーと一緒にこう冒険したりするのってすごいやっぱり楽しくてですね、ローカル通信で友達と一緒に遊んだり、インターネット通信を使って世界中のプレイヤーと出会って、そこで対戦や交換を楽しんでもらえたらなと思います。
And even other than the max raid battles,
Co? A, nie, Wiedźmin trójka.
trade and battle with other players.
Wiedźmin trójka, to tak jak oni tam z tych lików, przecieków
From around the world
i faktycznie zapowiedzieli.
via the internet.
A dzisiaj są konferencje.
Joining us today. Thank you all for watching. What we're going to do is as we get ready for our next segment here on Nintendo Treehouse Live, we are going to go down to our Luigi's Mansion booth and
A, Luigi Mansion, no, trójka.
people are going to experience here on the show floor. It's a very, very special booth. So take a quick look at that, and then we will come back in just a few minutes for our very next segment, which I think a lot of people will be looking forward to very much. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, I'm Morgan here with Audrey, and we are.
We're in a haunted hotel.
Yeah.
Everyone stay calm.
Kurde, wszystko zwiedzi.
Luigi's Mansion booth, but this is not.
O ja pierdzielę. O cholera.
A
O,
full built-out
fuck yeah.
haunted mansion, which is sort of where the game
O kurwa.
takes place.
Yeah, I think it might actually be haunted, but let's find out and take a look.
Wszystko
at it.
jest.
I just wanted you guys to look at this. This is
Kurwa.
where we've got some players in here now, but this is when the booth opens soon. Where fans are going to get in here to play the game, but also be surrounded by this really cool
Yep,
ambiance.
we've got a spooky fish cauldron, skulls, jack-o'-lanterns, the whole...
Yeah, standard issue cauldron full of green goo and fish.
Absolutely, there are ghosts showing up all over the walls, so be careful, watch your step.
And we can
Dobra,
see,
oglądam jednocześnie E3, słucham, no i w tym samym czasie robię Dela, który miał być na Games United przygotowany już w zeszłym roku zrobiony, znaczy w zeszłym, w 2018, teraz przyszłym 2019.
weird, I don't even know. The kind of sounds you hear in
Miał być w 2019, a coś tak niestety no się trochę nie wyrobiłem. IGN. No co, trailer tego? No nie, po co? Ale tu mam. Gains to the max? Co? What the fuck? A ludzie to są pojebani.
説明していきたいと思います。
So I'll talk more about the details and future opportunities such as media interviews, but I wanted to let you know today.
ただポケモンバンクをご利用してくださってるファンの皆さんには少しでも早くお伝えしたいなと本
Kurde,
日
to
はお伝えさせていただきました。
And I know the Pokemon base service who are looking forward to Pokemon Home, so I wanted to let them know what the change would be well in advance.
But of course, as somebody who's been hunting for a lot of shiny Pokemon and Pokemon Let's Go, any of those Pokemon that do appear in Pokemon Sword and Shield, I'll still be able to transfer from Pokemon Let's Go into Pokemon Sword and Shield through Pokemon Home. Correct?
レッツゴーピカチュウ、レッツゴーイービーでたくさん色違いのポケモンを明か
Ja pewnie będę taki ten oglądał.
ポケモンがガラル図鑑に登場する
Dobra.
転送するっていうのができるんですね。
ホーム
Już to dawno nie siedziałem, ja pierwszy.
ことができます。
That's right, yeah, as long as they're in the Galar region Pokedex, you can transfer them from home.
That's great. Well,
そうです。もちろんですね、今作のソードシールドから地方でもまだ見る新ポケモンを含めてかなりのポケモンが出てきますし、ゲームのボリュームとしてもかなりの満足いただけるようになっています。
Yeah, in the Galar region, you're going to find a lot of Pokemon, including a bunch of Pokemon that haven't set up yet. So the games are definitely chock full of content.
ガラル図鑑を完成させるのも非常に大変だと思うんですけども、皆さん頑張って集めてほしいなと思います。
And it will be no small feat to complete the Galar region Pokedex, but I do hope that people will give their best to try and catch them all in the region.
Okay.
I'm excited to see how the story
Kurwa, synu.
unfolds and to explore both the region and the wild area. But is there anything else that you want to add before we say goodbye and move on?
僕も非常に今回のゲームのストーリーとかワイルドエリアでの探索っていうのを楽しみにしてるんですけれども、ちょっと最後にお二人から視聴者に向けての何かお言葉ありますでしょうか。
そうですね、先ほどマックスレードバトルを4人で
Co to jest? A, dobra, wywalił.
やっていて、なんか楽しいんですよね。ちょっとなんですかね、今までのポケモンの中ではなかった新しいシステムになってますんで、やっぱりこう4人でワイワイ楽しく友達と一緒に遊べるっていう仕組みはすごい皆さんにぜひ体験してもらいたいなと思ってます。
Yeah, for me, it definitely is the max raid battles we just showed off. Playing together with your friends in this kind of cooperative battle feature that we've never had in the Pokemon series before is really just a lot of fun. I hope fans of the series will look forward to being able to try that for the first time.
そうですね、ワイルドエリアでいろんなプレイヤーと一緒にこう冒険したりするのってすごいやっぱり楽しくてですね、ローカル通信で友達と一緒に遊んだり、インターネット通信を使って世界中のプレイヤーと出会って対戦や交換を楽しんでもらえたらなと思います。
And even other than the max raid battles, we of course have all the traditional, multiplayer features where you can trade and battle with other players, either nearby with the local wireless or to connect with other trainers from around the world using the connecting via the internet.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you all for watching. What we're going to do is, as we get ready for our next segment here on Nintendo Treehouse Live, we are going to go down to our Luigi's Mansion booth and give you all a sneak peek at what people are going to experience here on the show floor. It's a very, very special booth. So take a quick look at that, and then we will come back in just a few minutes for our very next segment, which I think a lot of people will be looking forward to very much. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, I'm Morgan here with Audrey, and we are.
We're in a haunted hotel.
Yeah.
Everyone stay calm.
Bill said Luigi's Mansion booth, but this is not. I mean, we're in the booth, but this is like a fully built-out haunted mansion, which is sort of where the game Luigi's Mansion 3 takes place.
Yeah, I think it might actually be.
Tego ludzi smaczy to nie, chyba w obie części się działo.
Look at this. This is where we've got some players in here now. This is when the booth opens soon. Fans are going to get in here to play the game, but also be surrounded by this really cool
Yep,
ambiance.
we've got a spooky fish cauldron, skulls, jack-o'-lanterns, the whole...
Yeah, standard issue cauldron full of green goo and fish.
Absolutely, there are ghosts showing up all over the walls, so be careful, watch your step.
Yeah. And we can see up above, we've got a lot of atmospheric stuff happening.
All of our Mario friends have been X'd out. That's just not nice. It's a little foreboding.
Not sure if you guys are be able to hear the music at home, but there's a lot of sort of just sound effects happening. Weird, I don't even know. The kind of sounds you hear in a horror movie,
It's
basically.
intensely ooky, it's true. And
I
every
saw
now
a crow fly through the air.
yes! And there, every now and then you'll hear Luigi go, Mario! And a step back here. And of course, you wouldn't have a haunted hotel without a bellman.
Yep. And there's a little there's a shape back up here. Something hanging from the wall.
We better investigate, because that's what you do in horror theater. It's fine! Maury, why did you get scared like that?
I don't know how that
That's
happened.
just creepy.
There's just things in here that
Yeah.
things just happen.
It's fine.
So,
It's
of
a little
course-
reception desk, because we're at a hotel again. So, but nobody's here, Morgan. That's kind of strange.
Get a little closer.
Well, it's an abandoned lobby here in this haunted hotel. Nobody needs to worry about any of that.
Spider come down the wall over there.
Yeah, I've got more bellmen. We've got tons of creepy fog and ghosts all over the place.
You can see over here we've got all the gameplay happening. We've
Yeah.
got just flew
There's
by.
a ghost. Keep your eye out. They're all over the place. Yeah, this really captures the atmosphere of Luigi's Mansion 3.
Yeah.
Only maybe it's a little scarier because you're actually inside of it.
Yeah, I think so. I'm excited to see this place once people get in, because again, we're inside the convention center. It is so, there's so many like blackout curtains or whatever that I do not feel like I'm inside. I feel like I'm in somewhere else completely.
Absolutely.
It's
If
really,
you're
really
here,
cool.
we encourage you to come and check this out. If not, we're gonna brave this haunted hotel for you.
I just saw 2 more ghosts run by.
Of course you did.
They're above us.
That's right. People are gonna be able to check out the game here, and
Okay,
of
check
course
it.
later on Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3, we're gonna
Go
get
here.
some live gameplay footage
Yeah.
of this game as well. So please look forward to that.
Let's head back over here toward these, some of these.
A, na GameStop. A, to GameStop.
I love those sound effects that you hear piping in all over the place.
Aha.
Got coins,
I przerzucą
got
pewnie.
ghoulish laughs.
Yeah, we've got some fog. There's some fog coming in too from like.
Dwie
I don't
sztuki.
know where it's
We
coming
don't
from.
know where it's coming from, guys.
So let's go back over to these shapes over here. We didn't quite get a good look at all of them. There's
Okay.
a standard issue skull on a, I don't know what, a platter.
Teraz tak.
It looks like a stein of green,
Why don't you
green
have a
goo.
sip, Morgan? I'm
Yeah.
sure it's delicious.
Your legs are also glowing.
I
There's
know.
some sort of lighting
This is
effect.
completely
Wallbox,
normal.
tak?
Oh, and there are more ghosts everywhere you look.
Tak jak
different
w
ghosts
realu.
popping up. It's really cool.
I think like this is one of those booth experience. People that come to the Nintendo booth, if they come in here, they're not gonna forget it. It's
Oh no,
really, really
it
cool.
really is immersive. You just
A,
lose
a to
yourself
trzeba powybrać.
in the game. You're in the game world right now.
Ignore.
We've got some cool chandelier action over there.
I haven't seen Luigi yet. I feel like
Not
he could just
yet.
slide through the wall at
I
any
know.
moment, but
That would actually be pretty terrifying.
I know.
Puści czy nie puści.
Oh, that song, that music.
Yeah, it's
You've gotta love that music.
Ooh, all right, well, we're gonna see gameplay of this.
Dobra,
game, but
dobra.
right now, we want to take it back to the stage for the first live gameplay of something else completely, something much happier than this.
Ooh.
Animal Crossing: New Horizons. Don't go anywhere.
See ya.
Bye.
すいません。
Yeah.
はい、治りました。
Right?
Welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2019. And what we've got coming up here is something that I think a lot of folks are highly anticipating.
Yes.
This is the world premiere of live gameplay for the newest title in the Animal Crossing series, Animal Crossing New Horizons. We're going to be going into further depth in some of the stuff that we saw in the Nintendo Direct, but also showing off some brand new stuff. So before we get too much further,
Kurwa, gdzie to jest?
I'm Sam. I'm here with Sam from Treehouse also. But we also have Kyogoku-san and Nogami-san from the development team to give us some development insight. Thank you so much for being here. And Noriko also will be translating.
So just to kick us off here, I think fans of the Animal Crossing series who watch the Direct right off the bat notice that this time you're sending them to a deserted island, which is quite different from the games that we've previously had in the Animal Crossing series. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose a deserted island as the setting this time?
そうですね、今回無人島という舞台にしようと思ったのは大きくは2つあります。1つは今まで動物の森シリーズっていうのはどこかの村に、
dobra.
一人暮らしをして、その村の中で暮らしを楽しむっていう遊びだったんですけど、今回スイッチで新しい動物の森を体験していただくにあたって何かその流れで全く新しい体験ができないかと思いました。
So, one of the reasons that we thought about having the player live on a deserted island, there's actually two main reasons. And one of the reasons being that previously in the legacy titles, we had the player come to a pre-existing village and then have them start a life there and from scratch. But we thought maybe we can give the players
Wolałbym na oryginalny.
もう一つは、そうやって無人島という何もないところを一から作り上げていくっていうところで今までだったらもう最初から村として存在していたために選択肢としてなかったその新しい選択の自由っていうところでも新しい体験をしていただけるんじゃないかと思いました。
And then another thing that we thought was by giving the players a choice, a freedom to build something there, something that may that they may have not been able to in previous titles, that we were able to give them that opportunity to build everything from scratch. We thought that would be a great experience.
Awesome, and I know folks have been waiting a long time to get a chance to look at this title, so why don't we hop right into
Kurde, ale co tam tutaj przerabia?
じゃあちょっと今日は見ていただきたいと思います。
So I'm gonna start off.
Windows CD.
So I think
Aha.
one of the things that to continue on what Kyogoku-san was talking about expanding the freedom, Animal Crossing has always been a series about freedom. You could choose to spend your time however you want. Fishing, collecting bugs, pulling weeds, but I think we're going to see here is how much that has been expanded.
And I love everything about their outfits. They're ready for island life. Timmy and Tommy look so ready to go.
And they're talking about E3, the line between the real life and Animal Crossing life is blurring even further.
They know we're watching.
今回たぬきちたちはたぬき開発という新しい事業をしていまして、でその無人島パッケージプランに参加している形になります。でママ吉つぶ吉もそのたぬきちを手伝って一緒に働いています。
So Tom Nook and Co. This time around, they have a development company called Nook Inc. And then the player is set to be relocated to the island through Nook Inc.'s Deserted Island Getaway Package. And then Timmy and Tommy also have a store in there too.
It's definitely a bold new business plan. I like it. Even when they're in a beautiful tropical setting, they're thinking about the business. And
Czekaj, Windows CD. Nie, no to dajmy odbytina chyba.
最初この島に移住してまだテントを張って、ここをベースに暮らしを始めたばかりの状態になります。ちょっと中も入ってみたいと思います。
So this is where your island life starts. This is the tent that we get, and then we decided to pitch it on the beach.
このようにちょっとまだ始めたばかりなので、讃岐に最初に支給してもらった簡単な家具しかない状態です。
So this is how it looks inside the tent, and then we only have bare minimums that Tom Nook gave us at the moment.
I think that's key. He really did only provide you with the bare minimum here.
ちなみに今回このようにハッピーホームデザイナーでもそうだったんですけど、家具を今までの半分の単位で動かせるようになっています。
And this time around, just like Happy Home Designer was, you're able to move the furniture in half units.
Jak ja tego nienawidzę, jak to
Buildings.
で今までより自由な部屋作りを楽しんでいただけると思います。
wrzucę i nie wiem co się
more versatility in home decoration.
And worth mentioning here, so we're not at the very beginning of the game. It's early, but when you start, there's not even a tent there.
ちなみに家具なんですけど、動画で見ていただいた方お気づきだとは思うんですけど、今回このように全ての家具をフィールドに置くこともできます。
And as for the furniture, I think many of you have noticed in the video, but you can also place them outside.
でフィールドで草原もなんですけど、テントも含めてそのビーチ、今ニューリーフの時は浜辺には公共事業をしたり家を建てたりできなかったんですけど、今回浜辺も使ってより自由に活動できるようになっています。
And then not just the furniture, but also the tent itself. You're able to place them on the beach. This was something that you couldn't do in New Leaf, but we're able to do that.
で今回動画でお見せしたDIY の要素と、今お見せしたそのフィールドに家具を入れるという要素ですね。2つをメインにご紹介して、このフィールドまだ無人島で何もないんですけど、ちょっとした家具を作っておいて、で今回ツリーハウスライブの記念に写真撮影をするということをやってみたいと思います。
So there are two main elements that I want to show you. One, both of them are something that you saw in the video. One of them is the DIY recipes, and then the other one is being able to put furniture outside. So since we're here at E3 at Treehouse Live, I think I want to make that as a goal, and then
No nie wiem, kurde, jak dwa pójdą. A nie wiadomo, a może puści, kurde, i Windowsa, ale zobaczymy.
から最初に支給されたスマホなんですけど、その中に
Pójdzie to i to, będę się śmiał.
自分が作れるレシピのアプリがあります。 とこの中から作るものをちょっと決めたいと思います。
So this is a smartphone called Nook Phone that I got from Tom Nook. And then there's a DIY recipes app. So I'm going to browse around and look for something that I want to make.
DIY はこの道具ですとか家具ですとか、島で取れるいろんな材料を使っていろんなバリエーションのものが作ることができます。
And then these DIY recipes include everything from tools to furnitures, and you can use a lot of the materials that you can find around the
Nie, no
island.
faktycznie, no mam system. Ale tak.
今無人島の草だらけなんですけど、雑草を使った
To będzie trzeba to najwyżej wyrzucić.
So since we came to a deserted island, there's a lot of weeds growing around on the
Nice.
island, but those things can also become a
Co?
material.
Aha, bo jest to... O, LPT nawet. O, kurde,
ベン
zajebiście.
チを飾って座れるようにしたいなと思うんで、このログベンチを作ろうと思うんですけど、木材を取る必要があるので、まずは木材を取るためのこの斧を作っていきたいと思います。
So I want to make this log bench, but in order to make the log bench, I need some hardwood. So I am going to first make this axe.
So I wonder if, as we're looking
Oh,
around,
she does.
can we just take a look at up in the sky, because it really is a beautiful day.
そういえば動物の森ってファンの皆さんご存知だと思うんですけど、現実の時間に連動していて、その時間や
To trzeba, to będzie na ten.
So I think a lot of
Nie,
people
tamty pendrive do EZcap i ten będzie do ratowania, do klonowania, klonowania dysków, do kopiowania.
So the seasons and the time of the day, it changes according to the clocks that you live in.
で今まで北半球の季節にしか対応していなかったんですけども、今回南半球の季節も選択できるようになりました。
And until the previous titles, we only had the game set in northern hemisphere, but from New Horizons, we have a southern hemisphere as well, so the users can play in the southern hemisphere atmosphere as well.
これ北半球の6月
Paragon może
ですけど、南半球で6月に設定すると今度冬になったりします。
So right now, since it is June and it's set to June in northern hemisphere, but if you have it set to southern hemisphere, then it'll be in winter.
It's really cool, I think, being able to give players that flexibility. So if you live in the southern hemisphere and you want the seasons and things, the weather to kind of match more like what you're experiencing in real life, you can have that choice. And we got lucky here, I think, that the weather is so good for the stream, because you never know what's going to happen in Animal Crossing weather-wise, but this looks gorgeous.
斧の材料が揃ったんで、では次 DIY をしてみたいと思います。ただ私は作業台を今持ってないので、作業台を貸してもらえる場所にご案内します。
So now that I have all the materials for Flimsy Axe, I'm going
to
to
wgrać na tego.
where they're going to let me do this for free.
Co jest?
これ友達たちの案内所になっています。住民の生活をサポートしてくれる
Ja chcę, dobra, chcę normalny konto.
便利な場所になっています。
So this is the residence.
Material info, check this kanał, file ma 7 zip, file info nawet.
Residents on the island with their lives.
O,
I love how proud they are of your accomplishment. I feel like Tom Nook's always proud of you.
ちなみに他にも、この案内所には豆吉だったら何かいらないものを買い取ってくれたりですとか。
o
So
JPL.
other functions of the resident service, Timmy would buy something that you don't need in the inventory.
雑草も買い取ってもらえるので、草を
Ciekawe, czy puszczę dwa systemy, Linux i Windows, ten, czy
そのままに
choć
してい
to,
ただい
to
てもいいですし、
stał.
綺麗にしたい方は草をむしってここで買い取ってもらうといいと思います。
So we've mentioned weeds on the island earlier, but if you want to clean it up, then you can clean them up and then sell it to Timmy.
It's been rescued, Windows memory Mantis. Okay.
I mean, why not, right?
I kind
Oh,
of like
plus
the
there's-
rustic setting. You're on a deserted island, having it look a little wild is kind of cool.
In contrast, I picked
Oh,
every
yes.
my island.
でもちろんちょっとした買い物もすることができます。で道具もこのように売ってたりもするんですけど、お金が余っていたり、もちろん買って済ませてもいいですし、自分で拾って材料を作ってもどちらでも自由に楽しんでいただければと思います。
So as you can see, you can do a little shopping here too, and then you have the option to buy the tools, purchase the tools here as well. But I mean, you can basically you'll have that freedom of whether if you want to buy them or if you want to collect the materials on the island and then make it yourself.
でちなみにこのたぬき市のこの案内所でもう一つ特徴的な新しい機能があります。でそれがこのヌークマイレージになります。
So one of the new functions here is Nook mileage, Nook miles.
でこのヌークマイルというのは、実際のマイルのように
Kurczę, tam go XP uratować.
お出かけ飛行機に乗ってお出かけするんですけど、その飛行機に乗ったりですか、そのショッピングをしたりとか、今この斧を実際作ってこのように DIY ツールを作ったことに応じてとか、島で過ごしていろんな体験に対してマイルをもらうことができます。
So Nook Mile kind of works like the actual airline mileage programs. So when we moved out here on
Kurde, ale jak oni będą chcieli za bloki, to się wkurzy. Dobra, i żyję na razie.
You also accumulate miles for that. We just made the flimsy axe, so we got miles credit for that as well. And then
jest, to faktycznie.
So many ways to acquire these miles and then also use them as well.
ちなみに日本語ではたぬきマイレージですね。
It's called tanuki mileage in Japanese.
でこのマイレージを貯めるとなんかいろんなサービスとかまたオリジナルアイテムと交換できるので、マイレージによってまた新しい楽しみと遊びが広がるようになっています。
And then these miles, you'll be able to exchange them for items and other activities. So it's a new way of enjoying the game.
It is really nice that it feels like you can progress doing any kind of activity that you enjoy in Animal Crossing, on top of it just being a fun way for you to relax.
Wiecie co, nie, no bo dysk klonowałem z aty na saty i ciekawe czy pójdzie, nie?
And you can earn those rewards for doing things that you didn't always earn rewards for before, like even just picking weeds. Sure, it made your area more beautiful, but it didn't really give you anything else. But now you can earn miles for that and use them for something.
じゃあ斧も
Sony nie będzie, bez kitu. Zapomniałem. Zapomniałem, że Sony nie było.
And here we can see just the variety.
Nawet nie wiedziałem, że w sobotę jest EA. W niedzielę oglądałem. Xbox oglądałem. Bethesda. O, Devolver jeszcze.
でもこうやって斧を使って木から木材を切り出すことができるんですけど、
Ubisoft oglądałem.
今回時間も
Square Enix oglądałem. Mimo, że są Final Fantasy.
なんで今からちょっと野上さんに手伝ってもらおうと思います。
Tuesday, Nintendo. Kurde, ale jakie słabe E3. Ale słabe E3. O kurwa. A bo Sony nie będzie. Mało ich. Mało ich, kurwa. Xbox, Bethesda, Lenovo. Mimo, że pierwszy dzień dopiero dzisiaj tak oficjalny.
So this is how I'm gonna do this. On the Nook phone,
O!
application called
O kurwa, jeszcze Vita działa.
when you call an item, you'll be able to call another resident on the island and then play together.
So since Nagami-san has a house on this island as well, he can come out and help
A PC Gaming Show kiedy to będzie?
That's awesome.
A już był, kurwa.
はい、僕なんでこんな格好してるんですよ。
VR to nawet.
I'm wearing this outfit.
To jest porozrzucane właśnie.
このようにそのジョイコンをお裾分けして同じ住民同士で遊べるっていうのが実は動物の森シリーズでは初めての体験になります。
So actually, to be able to play with your friend or family by sharing Joy-Cons,
Możesz są Bethesda, PC Gaming Show.
very new to Animal
PC Gaming nie było. A, to było przed. Aha.
こうやって一緒にやることでもう木材集めなどの図る
12. A, jeszcze nie wiadomo.
今までだったらこう一人ずつ別々に遊んで、見ているしかできなかった時間を
Pogadajmy będzie.
いただくこともできるんですけど
O, to rano, tak?
So in the previous
A, Amerykę
of
chyba.
course, you were able to watch each other play and then have fun that way. But with New Horizons, you're able to play together and then cooperate in sense. And then so it's basically a whole new way of playing together.
And just as you're collecting this material here, looking at the wind blowing through the trees, the graphics, it's really just beautiful little picture. I'm also really drawn to the sound effects here. Nogami-san, can you talk to us a little bit about the sound design for this game?
そうですね、今回のニューホライズンズではよりこうユーザーお客さんにこの没入体験を楽しんでいただくためにいろいろな工夫をしています。
So there's a lot of things that we've experimented and we've tried out for the users to have that immersive feeling when they're playing this game.
でそのためにはフォーリーサウンドという手法を取り入れていまして、例えば砂の上を実際に歩いたり、あるいはちょっとスタジオの近くの草を買ってきて踏みつけたりして足音の音を録音してよりナチュラルな音を再現しています。
And in order to achieve that from the sound perspective, we adapted this technique called Foley recording. And then what it essentially does is record a natural sound and then use it as a sound effect in the game. So we sometimes walked on sand to get that sound, or got some grass from around the office and then walked on it to get that sound.
あと今木や草がちょっと揺れてるのが見えると思うんですけど、この際風を表現していまして、風が強くなると木が揺れたり、なんていうか現実の空気も
Czerwony to jest kurwa do klonowania. Klonowania, czerwony. Też mógłbym jakiś mniejszy pendrive. 256 albo 128 MB dorwać pendrive'a, czy kartę pamięci do zgrywania tych, do klonowania tych partycji. EZcapi zainstalować tutaj. Słuchaj, więc same gigusy.
So now I have a bench, but just having a single furniture is a little bit sad, so I think I'm gonna make something else too.
何か野上さん。
そうですね、僕がキャンプファイヤーを持っているので、それのちょっと大きい版のボンファイヤーを作ってみましょう。
So since I already have
Nie włączony. A to będzie czyszczenie, kurde.
a campfire, why don't we make a bonfire? Looks a little bit bigger and more fun.
ボンファイヤーは、キャンプファイヤーと
14minut.
ことができます。で、このように何か DIY で作った家具を使ってさらに作るというような DIY もあります。
So bonfire, you'll be able to make that with some wood and a campfire, which is an item. There are items where you
will też leci.
But so there's a lot of variety in work a little bit longer.
じゃあちょっと野上さんに交代します。
So I'm going to change the leader to Mr. Nogami.
Well, I can certainly say, based on the experiences I've had having a great time with this game in the office, it's very much worth the wait. So I know, folks, if you're fans of the game, it's hard to be patient, but
kamery nie ma. Ale
the
beka.
hardest thing for me right now is working on the game.
Pokaż.
Island, but it'll be soon. And Kyogo-san, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with our viewers as well as we wrap up?
はい、
Oni Stark.
新しい無人島という舞台で、長く
Będzie tego dorwać.
森を楽しんでいただけるようにともう少しお時間いただくんですけども、楽しんでいただけるのを作るに引き続き頑張っていきますので、もう少しお待ちいただ
To
け
ciekawe, jak masz tego Acronisa do Seagate'a, musisz mieć oryginalny dysk albo Seagate, albo Maxtora. Ja mam Seagate i Maxtora, nie? Ale jak masz VirtualBoxa, to nie działa. Ale śmiech. Nie jest. To na części co ten 3 level. Ej, 5 nie chcę.
You could check out Animal Crossing Pocket Camp on smart devices. It's free to download, and there's a lot of stuff that's been added to that game since we released it. So please check that out. But that's all the time we have for today for Animal Crossing New Horizons. Thank you so much, Sam, Kyogoku-san, Nogami-san, and Noriko. And coming up next on Nintendo Treehouse Live, we got The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. Stay tuned.
Bye.
RAM. O, Toshiba z tyłu. O, konsola. O kur... A, rozwalony.
Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we saw Nintendo's brand new, jam-packed, ridiculously awesome E3 Direct presentation. Holy crap! Can I curse? I won't. I will not curse. I promise you.
Definitely did during the direct.
Ale kompatybilność wsteczną od Switcha.
Per Schneider, Casey DeFreitas, and Janet Garcia. So, what do you think? That was awesome.
What a great finale. Right? A lot of remakes where it's like, all right, enough. I've played all these games, some of them 20 plus years ago.
Yep.
And then they drop Banjo-Kazooie, and then they drop the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
My favorite game of all time.
Let's get into that right off the bat. That was obviously the biggest news of the Direct, which is saying a lot. There was a lot in there. We got a reveal.
Kurwa, telefon mi się grzeje, ja pierdzielę.
Breath of the Wild is in development, and we actually got to see a ton of whatever this is.
Yeah, we were going headfirst into this trailer afterwards because there is so much to dissect.
Yeah, so for me, this feels like this is going into a more sort of like dungeon-based direction. Am I crazy?
We don't know. It could just be the intro, right? They find someone who's sealed there. To me, this looks like it connects to Twilight Princess. It has that like lettering, like Tweely style, kind of like what Midnight and our human all hands on our legs and stuff. Like it looks like some Gerudo mummy is sealed here by
I think it's Ganon.
Tweely magic. I want to know more. I hope it's not Ganon. I hope it's somebody else. I want to see what happens here. This looks so cool.
This is insane because we don't really we don't really get direct sequels to Zelda games, right, Janet?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to like hopefully play as Zelda or have Zelda have a more pivotal role here. I like that she's included in such like an active way even in this trailer, and I think that's going to speak towards what we can expect from the sequel.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice they're doing a little Ocarina of Time thing with the castle being elevated?
Yeah.
Like the castle separates and it gets lifted up. It's like in Ocarina of Time.
It looks like it just flies away. Like what is happening there?
I think you got to build some bridges to get in there now.
Oh.
Yeah, this is again, this is a family-friendly show, and we respect our audience. We were cursing like crazy back there, like in a good way.
Yeah.
Like every word you've ever heard.
Positive curse words.
Yes, positive curse words. Family-friendly curse words.
But there are no hints at kind of gameplay, whether there'll be tools or dungeons in this future game. But you see the architecture in the back really resembles some of the classic games. There's a scene of Link's hand being taken over by that green glow. Did you see that? So there was a concept of Link having like appendages
Ja dobrze było szukanie, okej.
that they threw away for Breath of the Wild. Maybe they're going back to that.
I wonder if they're going more into like a subterranean sequel here. I mean, like I don't. What does an overworld look like when it's completely underground? I have no idea. There's no release date. This is very un-Nintendo to just go. Oh, by the way, we're doing this.
Be a waste if
come
there
out
was an
with this
underworld game. Look.
Amazing trailer.
Yeah, and then also to get this news so quickly after having Breath of the Wild come out, like I wasn't expecting to hear anything about the next Zelda for a while.
This is also within the same directive. We got a release date for Link's Awakening. We got a release date for Cadence of Hyrule. So this was a good day for Zelda fans.
Good
basically.
day for Zelda fans. But we don't know when this comes out. It could be 4 years.
I mean, it's kind
That's
of
okay.
It's kind of the Majora's Mask treatment, right? We got that a year after Ocarina of Time. If it's in the same engine, it should take less time to come out,
We
right?
should be.
Oh, that would be
That
crazy.
would be wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just floored that that's even the thing that we got to unpack today. I was not expecting that at all.
No, not at all.
Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say this is probably one of the biggest surprises of E3, hands down.
Yeah,
And they
for
did
sure.
more. Remember when they revealed the Metroid Prime 4 sequel as a logo?
We got more. That was actual game engine. It had a style and a tone to it. The characters are redesigned. So there's much more here already in development.
Now, obviously, no release date there for the Breath of the Wild sequel, but Link's Awakening is coming September 20th for people who need more Zelda this year, like all of us here. This game, every time I see it, I almost cry, and it looks better and better. It is so adorable. Parrot, did I hear you say there's an amiibo coming?
There's an amiibo. Little Link. You're gonna be poor, man.
I mean, you assume there'd be an amiibo, right?
I assume I will buy any merchandise they pull out for this game. So yeah, September 20th. It's a little while away. This is the opening scene of the game where Link wakes up after being shipwrecked. I don't want to spoil anything after that, but obviously it takes place on an island, showing off really some of the eccentric characters and locations on Koholint Island, including this funny Tanuki man over here.
And then I love the tilt shift perspective. It looks really cool with the blurred foreground. But I mean, I was expecting this to be the one-for-one stuff with something added, and we did get the something added too.
Little note right there, in the original Link's Awakening, again, not too much of a spoiler, you could steal things by sneaking behind the shopkeeper, and that's actually something they detailed right there. They showed Link specifically walking behind the shopkeeper, which means Nintendo is encouraging theft.
Well, they know there's punishment for it. Come on, don't.
There was also a montage of some bosses there. We saw the giant spider, we saw the eagle. They actually showed off a lot of the bosses in the game. What they didn't really show a lot of is the dungeons, which are some of my favorite in the franchise.
Well, we got to see some of what looked like a dungeon builder.
Yeah, so Zelda Maker kind of built in maybe, sort of.
Yeah, and so the way they sort of explain that is it seems like by doing tasks within the game, you will unlock basically blocks that will be kind of modular that you'll get to drop into the Dungeon Maker. And they show this big heart-shaped grid where you'll be able to align, there we go, where you can line up different sections you found throughout the overworld main campaign and essentially create your own dungeons, which then gets kicked over to this thing where you can play them. And there's a timer in the corner, and is this...
You get rewards.
Yeah, time challenges, maybe for your friends.
Did I get an endless Link's Awakening today?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think
well, it'll reuse the tile sets. Like, this doesn't look like a dungeon where you can't design your puzzles and your level,
so
at least from what we've seen.
There are rewards, though, right? That's a fairy bottle, which is not featured in the main game of Link's Awakening. I know that's a very iconic Zelda thing.
Disappointed? Because it's another dude with a shield, right? A sword, rather. But
I will argue that Smash Brothers needs is one more hyper-Japanese character with a sword.
We are getting the slime in Smash Brothers.
That's
what it's all about.
Yeah.
Seriously, though,
Slime's
for
on.
Japan, this announcement couldn't be bigger.
Of course.
Dragon Quest has been, alongside Final Fantasy, one of the mainstay RPG franchises in that country. And having this character in the nation where Smash sells so well is really smart.
This game had no trouble selling either.
Yeah.
Huh?
And even though I'm not really a fan of Dragon Quest, and I feel like it's not maybe as popular here, I like that Smash is willing to put characters from franchises that maybe aren't like the biggest, craziest, most exciting thing, but the people that
Kurwa.
I
Pierdolę.
like that they do that.
Well, we're also getting obviously getting more
Yes.
Dragon Quest on the Switch, so hopefully more people will play these RPGs because they're pretty damn good.
So the cool thing about this too is that when a character shows up in Smash, they bring with them like their sensibilities, their world, their items, their assist trophies, levels, all this
Kirby copies.
Yeah, they bring this entire suite of content. Even this,
Okay,
right?
so this was cool.
Yeah, break
so
this
they
down
have
for us.
spells. I don't know how to break this down. so Dragon Quest is a turn-based game. So you see, like the moves pop up, and it looks like you can choose one, just like in the Dragon Quest game.
Yeah.
How is that gonna happen?
I have no idea how this works.
Gotta
Maybe
be
they'll
good.
button
Gotta
mash to
get-
some
gotta
degree.
be
Get good.
fast, Brian.
That's it.
Maybe the entire game will pause and become turn-based
I don't
periodically.
think so.
No, that would enrage a lot of
Look at that lineup. That's so cool. I mean, that's such a smart way to add so much variety to a game by adding one character with one moveset, essentially.
Now, if you're
Golden
more
Heroes.
into like wacky, eccentric woodland creatures such as the bear and the bird, today we learned about Banjo-Kazooie also coming to Smash in the great bait and switch reveal, which we originally thought was going to be the Duck Hunt dog again. They are so good at those reveals.
It's
by the way.
great.
So good. And instead it's Banjo-Kazooie. We're not getting a new game or anything, but seeing these guys show up, we got, what was it,
The Jiggy.
yeah.
The moment the Jiggy came in, I knew this was
And
Banjo-Kazooie.
this was very blink and you miss it, right? And they kind of wake up. I think it's weird that they just woke up from like a slumber party.
I like
together.
that they hanging out with King K. Rool,
I
too. Are they
know.
When did
friends
that
now?
happen?
What's going on here?
You
This
know,
canon?
He gave him back his bananas.
they
Okay.
found love on
Fine.
the battlefield.
But yeah, here we go. This looks like Kazooie, obviously flopping, and look, it's...
Dobra.
And
Nie no, cholera, co to powiedziałem?
yeah, it's
such
really
a great
good.
reveal.
Yeah, I love that ties in with the Duck Hunt character as well because it's all about like trolling the player, and it,
Yeah.
like, that brings that back to that.
Yeah.
Everyone groaned in disappointment when that happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like,
Oh, come on. They wouldn't have
Then
put a
we-
Jiggy in it.
Yeah.
They didn't bring him.
Then we boomerang back here. So this is happening. This is coming this fall, and so we did not really get a ton from these characters. I think you can piece together some moves right here, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's got the dash. I still remember how to do all those moves from playing those games. So he's got the dash, the egg shooting, that Kazooie.
it's okay.
Notably, this is the original design of Banjo-Kazooie, so it's not the redesign for Nuts and Bolts where he gets all the square nose weirdness going on. Like, this is classic Yellow Pants Banjo.
So what's great about this is that this makes me now begin the
Starting area.
factory in my brain that is we are going to get a new Banjo-Kazooie someday.
I know,
right?
I'm like, just drop that in as the game. Like, when they, like, showed, like, Gruntilda's lair, I'm like, can we just keep going? I just
And
want
by
to
the way,
stay there.
this is a Microsoft game. This is a Microsoft-owned franchise from a Microsoft-owned developer named Rare, you know, who hasn't been part of the Nintendo family in so long. Obviously, there's crossover with Minecraft, also a Microsoft game, but this is really cool that that happened.
Yeah, so that's the new characters coming to Smash throughout the summer and the fall. One thing we won't get this year is Animal Crossing.
To wiadomo.
Animal Crossing New Horizons full title was announced today.
Nie.
That is getting delayed until next year, which is kind of a bummer. But let's focus on the positive. This is now basically a desert island.
Is it a survival game now?
Yeah,
yeah,
it's Don't
it's
Starve.
It's super crafty.
It's crafty. I get that.
Look at
Brian.
this. I mean, like you can get twigs from trees. No, so I was thinking about this earlier. They have experimented with a little of this in the past. In the 3DS version, you could bring rare gemstones to those weird married couple alpacas that lived in that one house, and you could get them to basically recolor furniture that you had. And so I think they're really upping that here. by saying you can build benches, you can build lines, and chop down trees and do all that fun
Kurwa,
stuff.
gorsze jest to, że
Before, but this is to me this is the best. This is the best reveal. The being able to jump over rivers.
Yeah, pole vault
Such a
over
simple
rivers,
thing.
yes.
It's just it's a pain in the butt when the bridge is always far away in your town. So that's a nice little shortcut. And
love
here
the
you
flower
see
crown.
there is an actual town forming on that island.
Yeah, and so you were able to make those paths, and so in the past you could do that with textures, but you'd always run the risk of running over them and picking one up by accident.
Yeah.
Now it looks like it's something with a little more permanent.
People created amazing designs in Animal Crossing despite the system they
Yep.
built for it, and like
Ah,
creativity is always awesome to see that blossom
Yeah.
around systems like that. So I think they're really going to play.
I was surprised to get such like a strong pocket camp vibe from this trailer, and I do like that at least at the end they kind of showed it being something a little bit more original. I'm kind of wondering
Iris.
if it might deviate too much from the franchise and what kind of more long-time fans are going to kind of think.
Maybe it's
of these
an
investments.
ecological message there. They're going to convert.
So.
It's going to be high rises.
Oh, no. Yeah. Just Animal Crossing Fire Festival edition.
That's it, basically. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, no, this looks fun. It's a real bummer that it's next year. That means we're basically left with Link's Awakening this holiday, Pokemon. We got Luigi's Mansion.
Nie,
we
było
talked
fajnie.
about.
Yeah.
Mario.
Speaking of Pokemon, we got a little bit more about Sword and Shield today during the direct, and then a lot of show afterwards. Did find out that in some capacity it works with the Pokemon Plus controller.
Yes.
So yeah, the Pokeball Plus, they said you can't control the game.
No się to dobra.
But you can put your Pokemon from Pokemon
Co?
Go into the spodnie.
Jak spodnie? Koszulka.
But that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
To spodnie to jutro pójdę.
So just a little.
Yeah. So
Did you-
it's still cute. It lets the Pokemon would like level up and things.
Right.
So there's some interactivity with that.
It's good to see sort of added value for people who bought that console.
How cool is games look in 3D though now?
Yep.
You know, it's much nicer than what we used to. What
Yeah.
is the last time we saw that
And they
done?
showed a new gym leader who is awesome, but they really revealed much more information in the post show.
Yeah.
Specifically, they showed some gameplay in the wild area, and it looks awesome. It looks so cool. I'm so excited, and they showed kind of like a revised version of the player search system in MSI, the PSS, but in this one it's called the Widecom. Basically, you'll be able to see what your friends are doing in the left column on the screen. You'll see like when a friend has like a Pokemon, and you'll see trade requests and battle requests come through. And you'll also see local people that are nearby, like pop up in the world, and you can go and interact with them.
Oh, interesting.
And in this gameplay demo that they showed the character going up to another character and getting a sack of potatoes. So very exciting. Super exciting stuff.
That
No, but
excites you?
honestly, I'm very excited.
That's the most video game thing I've ever heard.
A sack of potatoes.
Sack of potatoes.
In terms of like the overworld, the presentation, I feel like this is like really selling people on the game who are hardcore fans and everything. There are tons more games coming up. We have to take a very quick commercial break, but when we are back, we have lots more loud, excited yelling about Nintendo. So stick around. Do not go anywhere. IGN returns.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we gonna do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and
Kurwa,
Instagram.
musi się odzywać, cholera. Kurwa, słychać mikrofon. Może wiem, co się dzieje, co ty chcesz. No. Nie, musisz się...
Like some sort of color-changing Superman. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Weekends on IGN
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, let's plays and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Come on, stop being so shy. Welcome back to IGN Live E3 2019. We just got an awesome Nintendo Direct with tons of new gameplay. So let's keep talking about it. New games are great. Old games on Switch. It's really what everybody's all about.
All right, I don't mind when it's the good games coming back.
No, it's part of the put everything on Switch initiative.
Yeah, I love, for example, Skyrim on the go is just so different. It's such a time-consuming game for someone who travels a lot. Having
Well, if you like Skyrim, The Witcher 3, which is a complete addition to Switch. We got to look at it. They are like really not. They're not hiding how good or bad or whatever this looks. This is unabashedly the game running on Switch. It's not obviously you're not going to get the most high-end version of this game.
It's down-res, yeah.
We're sacrificing graphics for portability and the ability to play this game on an airplane or anywhere you go.
It looks still pretty good.
Yeah,
If you haven't played The Witcher 3, what's special about it is you are a hunter of monsters. You have to help villagers and all that, and then there's this big grand storyline. Every single side quest is like better written than other games' main quests. It's just fantastic. But huge open world with lots going on.
Oh, cool.
Pull off on Switch.
And it's got Gwent.
It does.
It does have Gwent in it too, yeah.
And this means that fingers crossed, CD Projekt Red could hypothetically get Cyberpunk up.
There's no way.
I don't know about that. But they could put Geralt into Smash, maybe.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay, yeah, that's
And then there'd be a Kirby Geralt,
Yeah.
which is all I've ever
I
wanted.
or something.
Slightly lesser appreciated games. Resident Evil 5 and 6 are also coming to Switch. This continues the long-running series of now. Okay, let's do it. We have Resident Evil Remake, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2, and now 5 and 6.
Yep.
So we're missing 2, 3, and Code Veronica, and then a bunch of other random ones.
In Japan, they have 7 through the streaming service.
Right.
So it's like basically, if you live in Japan, you probably have every Resident.
You have almost every
Yeah.
Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about replaying Resident Evil 5 and very, very much less so 6?
I'm not going to
Not
do it.
interested.
No, I mean, look.
I 5 has some cool co-op stuff.
Yeah. it
Right?
Yeah.
So that could work locally. That's, fun. We both have Switches. We get to trade shotguns and stuff with each
Infecting
other.
you on the go.
I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see. Like, between all the re-releases now, I have to pick my battles.
Exactly, and I think at this point we kind of know which ones are worth revisiting and which ones aren't. So I feel like the idea of like going back to this one, like for me, I entered Resident Evil through like the modern era, so I played RE remake, but like so
4?
I did not play 4. I have 4 on my Switch though, and I'm gonna
Good.
play on the
Okay.
plane ride home.
Time.
So I was asking people, like, oh, what should I go back and play, like given this context? And yeah, 6 is not on that list, and 5 really comes up either.
While I have you, in 4, villagers in the kneecap, then melee them, and then slash them with a sword to save ammo.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, everything they know is in our guide. So
Speaking of saving ammo, Alien Isolation doesn't have a ton of it, but it's creepy and spooky in a very different way than the Resident Evil games. And it's also coming to Switch. That was a weird surprise today, too.
Yeah, I did not expect that. Obviously, Isolation, from a production design perspective, it was just the most authentic Alien game we've ever got. I've played these games all over the Super adaptations, of the Alien franchise, and this game just looked perfect. It was really creepy.
Yeah, my issue with the game is that it's very, very long. It's sort of over. It's 15, 20 minutes, but what's there is really amazing.
Yeah, a little bit too much with the Android. Android stuff. I like all the Alien parts, but it felt like it was that's obviously what I also didn't like about the game. But a lot of people absolutely love that game. Maybe spaced out their playtime over long time periods and got a lot of enjoyment out of it. So from a crafting, design, like look perspective, sound perspective, this game is really good.
Now, if you like horror, one of the scariest games of all time is coming to the Nintendo Switch. That's right, I'm talking about Luigi's Mansion.
I figured you were talking about that.
The nightmarish grim world of Luigi, returning once again to the haunted, horrible hell that is this hotel full of dead things. Janet, please tell me more about Luigi and his weird, estranged doppelganger, Gooigi.
yes, so I actually have a feature that will go up later on the site about facts about Luigi. So in the game, like for Luigi's Mansion 3, you can play as Luigi, but you also in the single-player campaign need to play as Gooigi, which basically is a goo version of Luigi who destroyed.
Nie mam ochoty stojąć, bo kurde.
So that's why you see him like disturbingly sink into a grate. But you walk across spikes, can slip through like rails. And then you can also do multiplayer in Luigi's Mansion 3, where one person will be Luigi and one person will be Gooigi. But when you're doing it single player, like you see Luigi like slump over as if his soul is leaving his body when Gooigi appears, which creates more questions than answers, but I feel like it's going to be really important to the ongoing narrative of whatever is happening in Professor Egad's lab.
This is a door of the Nintendo.
It's a lot. And the goo is actually made of ghost energy and green coffee. So for those of you who are curious as to it's not ectoplasm, it is
green coffee?
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
like a green tea. It's an exquisite brew is exactly how he described it in his notes.
You're not making things clearer. So he's basically like a 2,000 version of Luigi.
He also
can go through like grates and stuff.
Yes, and he also does have some of Luigi's DNA, which was harvested without Luigi's knowledge or consent from like some object that he interacted with in the game. So he does have some of Luigi's DNA.
How do you know so much about Gooigi and is everything?
I spent a disturbing amount of time looking over Professor Egad's notes, which are on the Luigi's Mansion website. I think for the remake. Yes, but one thing I actually do really love about this game, which is not Gooigi. See, that's what I'm talking about. He just appears. It's very scary.
He looks
You're talking about with the lumps.
Exactly. But one thing I'm really excited about in this game is the new abilities that your Poltergust has. It kind of allows you to you can have a more offensive nature, because one of the difficulties of Luigi's Mansion, it's not necessarily a difficult franchise combat-wise, but it can be hard when you're facing multiple ghosts, because you kind of feel like you have to suck up a ghost but then kind of run, or you get interrupted by catching a ghost when you're facing other like enemies. So I like that you can kind of pick up and smash ghosts over. So I feel like you're going to have a lot more freedom in combat, which I think is going to come in really in handy, especially in this scarescraper mode that we're seeing now, where you're taking on a bunch of different ghosts at once and you're with your friends. So I like this idea of being able to have more control over the combat of this game. Obviously, this game's mainly like a puzzle experience, but I do enjoy doing some ghost hunting.
Question: did they come up with the Guiji concept first or the pun first?
They came.
Of course.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I want back in bunker is all I know.
Well, I know they came up with the name was the last thing that Professor.
Lazy Town?
He looks like Luigi because he needed him to take a human form in order to hunt the ghosts. He was essentially making a ghost hunting machine for himself.
Oh wow.
And then Guiji studied Luigi's moveset by watching hours of footage of him hunting ghosts. How did he get half the footage? I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's like a TV show.
It's a lot.
It seems like the flow of the gameplay here is that you are in a giant hotel and you're sort of going floor by floor, and each of the floors is themed around different things.
I hope
That
there's
might
a
just
shiny
be,
floor.
maybe. That might just be I know this for Scarescraper, that's definitely going to be the case, but for the main game, I'm not quite sure. One thing that I'm excited about, though, is since this adventure is set as you're going with all the other kind of Nintendo characters, like Peach is there, well, Toad's kind of always there, but Toad's there as an option now, like kind of along with the journey. I'm interested to see like how is that going to play. Like, am I going to have to also save Peach? Is Peach going to be like playable in some way? I want to see how that's going to actually like feed into the gameplay of Luigi's Mansion. And
Janet,
I love this franchise.
Do you think that Nintendo will expand the Guiji lore into other established Nintendo characters?
I want
like
Luigi
Wario?
in Smash. I actually want Luigi's Mansion style Luigi in Smash, and then like as an assist, like you can have Luigi like come in and like tear some stuff up.
Do you think we'll get Guowzer or or Gooch?
It depends on where the research takes.
Gooch is
Professor.
Don't say it. Don't say it again. I said it once. Don't say it twice.
But yeah, anything is possible when you with science on
Power
live.
goo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but I also read
I did
on
not
site
expect
later.
to go this far into the Guiji
This
lore.
was more than anyone needed to know. But for even more, I have an article going up. It's going to be intense.
Okay, so weirdly, we know a ton about Luigi. We don't know a ton about when we'll be playing this game. It did not get a release date. My guess is October, because
I
that's
know.
spooky.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Halloween game.
Yeah, no Luigi's Mansion just yet. Oh, we did find out about No More Heroes 3, though, which was something that we'd been sort of hoping for a long time. This is Suda51's now third installment in the No More Heroes franchise, which began on Nintendo Wii. We just got Travis
Strikes
Again recently, which I think like he very much was sort of like, if this game sells well, I can use the money to make No More Heroes 3, and he tweeted out earlier today that it did, and he will, and so that's really cool. That's usually when people are like, we're testing something out on Nintendo, and if it works, we will try more support. This worked this time.
So this is a full-fledged.
Yeah.
So it's not a mini game collection.
Yeah, and so we see Travis Touchdown returns. He's got this scar on his face now. He's got his really dope aviators, which I love. His new mech suit. He's cool as hell. I love this character. One of the things we did see is sort of a return of the combat. Now, in the Nintendo Wii
O,
game,
Doom zaraz będzie, ale to co, to jest IGN, tak? A, GameSpot.
with the Wiimote and those
GameSpot, Xbox Lite. Controller, dwójka?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? Like that's what that is.
Zelda, Cyberpunk, Gears. Dobra, okej.
Use the Joy-Con swipe.
Yep.
I know you love doing that, Brian.
The trailer ended with a hypersexualized tickle of cherries, which we will not show or talk about because this is a children's show. And I just explained it. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 DLC is also coming. I think that this is the better looking Avengers game of E3. I'm just
You
gonna say
really
it.
think so?
Oh yeah. This is unabashedly full-on fun as hell comic.
I think visually for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a lot easier to add a like cel-shaded comic book character than it is to add somebody that's hyper-realistic and voiced by one of the most expensive voice actors.
Which is
in the video
convenient
game
because it's running on Switch.
Well, that's
Yeah.
with the other Avengers
That-
game. I have faith in that developer, and I think it'll be good. But you are comparing the visuals and the sound of the characters to the movie you just saw.
Yeah,
whereas this one you don't have that problem.
There's an uncanny valley thing happening with the Square Enix Avengers. It's not happening here. This is much more celebrational of the comics. They're also getting so
Ghost
much
Rider.
more. Like they're bringing in Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, the X-Men, Daredevil character,
Elektra from the movie Elektra.
So obviously this is basically a hack and slash multiplayer.
Kurwa, co za... Jaki ty kurwa jesteś debil, no ja nie mogę.
We got the Spider-Man
Kurwa, no.
skin right there, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Ludzie, no.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, look, the
Stary.
performance here, this is all I want. This is perfect.
Yeah, this should do pretty well on Switch.
Guardians of the Galaxy. So they're teasing the DLC. The game comes out in a couple weeks, but you'll get to play a lot of the expanded content this fall. That's like totally 90s comic book Thanos from Infinity Gauntlet, and I really dig it. We got a bunch of classic games announced today that are coming to Nintendo Switch. There's multiple Mana games.
There's the collection that came out in Japan, yeah.
Yeah, which I almost bought until I realized I couldn't read Japanese a couple months
You
ago.
have to be able to read Japanese. Fantastic games, right? The second one is of course what you know as Secret of Mana, and then Seiken Densetsu 3 came out only in Japan, has never been here localized.
That's this one here, right?
Yeah, it's awesome that we're finally getting this. And remember, these games have multiplayer in them too. So
Yeah.
hopefully we're getting the real 3-player multiplayer in.
We'd have to, right?
Yeah, hopefully. You never know.
Yeah, this was a nice surprise after Square's like very long, very RPG-driven thing last night. To find out a little bit more this morning about these kind of games coming to Switch is really cool. This is gorgeous. I'm totally into this.
Yeah, and a lot of times people aren't like super excited about like, okay, old games, you know, being on Switch, but I feel like it's really important when it's something like as classic as this series. Like personally, I never got a chance to play it, and I feel like now I have like the perfect reason to be able to engage with it in a modern context. And I think it's really nice to have on, you know, on the system.
Yep. And so Trials of Mana will be out in early 2020 to hold you over. The Mana collection drops on Switch in a couple hours, so you can get that. Between now and then, we also know about Panzer Dragoon.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
That was a surprise.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of confused about, is this a remake? Is it a reboot?
Well, we
Right.
didn't see
It
enough.
wasn't clear.
Yeah, this is a full-on remake, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
which-
Of
and-
Panzer Dragoon, the
Yes.
original.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, basically, it's Star Fox with dragons. If
Yeah.
you have never played it, it's a great game. You will like it. I did not expect this. Did not expect
Not
this to come
at
back.
all. This is the last thing I
Yeah,
expected.
and like also Contra Rogue Ops, right? Like things have been quiet around Konami outside of collections.
Yep.
To see Contra being announced was also kind of a curveball.
Yeah, I'm less enthusiastic about this one, but I think
Yeah,
it's going to be
same.
doing some cool stuff. This is obviously the Contra franchise went back to the arcades. The NES is one of the first games of all time where your friend or brother or significant other will be furious at you for leaving them behind and dying.
Yep.
This looks obviously a little bit different. It leads into a couple of different art styles for the game and also perspectives. Like, there seems like it's a lot more top-down, behind the shoulder stuff.
Yeah.
But then a little bit of side-scrolling stuff as well. So
Yeah, I'm not loving the look. I mean, the
Yeah.
old Contra games are so iconic. The 8-bit and 16-bit art is so good. I wish they had.
Well, in the meantime, again, to hold you over, there is the Contra collection coming to Switch. I believe that's
That's the
today.
one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another one of those available today. I was a big fan of the arcade collection and recently the Castlevania collection. So Konami's just killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Let's see, what else do we have coming up? There's a whole bunch of games in that. Like, basically, I could have talked about that direct for the rest of my life because
Yeah.
there was just millions and millions.
Yeah, it was back to back. You know, you got kind of life sense. Obviously, Fire Emblem looking gorgeous. We mostly saw cutscenes with the characters talking and developing their friendships. I mean, this looks like a college drama version of Fire Emblem. I think it's gonna be really cool.
Also got a new trailer for Astral Chain, which looks
Yes,
amazing.
that looks really
I
good.
know.
Yeah.
Really cool. It's
Yeah.
super anime, and
Yeah.
I'm very into it.
Well,
Yeah.
luckily, back at IGN, we have a show called Nintendo Voice Chat where you can listen to us talk about Nintendo every week because that's all the time we have for our Nintendo Direct post show for now. But stick around because Nintendo is actually bringing several of their newest games right to this very stage. But next, we have the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and after that, Marvel's Avengers, and later on, Cyberpunk 2077. Hot damn! What a day! But right now, I gotta get my hands on with the Little Italian Strange Plumber's newest adventure. It's Mario Maker 2. Let's take a look.
Super Mario Maker 2 is Nintendo's giant new build-your-own Mario game, allowing players to create and share original Super Mario levels instead of waiting for Nintendo to make them. For Super Mario Maker 2 on Nintendo Switch, Nintendo is adding tons of new single-player content, multiplayer content, and building options. So, how does it play? You have a few options for making custom levels in Super Mario Maker 2, touchscreen controls in handheld mode, or the slightly more cumbersome standard controller option in TV mode. Designing levels with a controller started out frustrating for me, but gradually improved as I got the hang of it. It takes nearly every Switch controller button input to create a Mario Maker 2 level, including the D-pad, shoulder buttons, and clicking the right stick to zoom in and out. There are also pop-up windows and wheels to swap sprites, adjust part behavior, and more. I found myself misplacing blocks while trying to draw platforms for Mario to run on, only to have to erase them and redo them. Eventually, it all started to click, and I got better at building and testing stages in TV mode. There are some nice new additions too, like the item bar up top where you can pin your favorite or most frequently used parts. Plus, every part is unlocked from the start, so you can jump right in and start building immediately. If the button controls get too frustrating for you, you can always switch over to touchscreen mode, but it all works if you're a little patient with it. Meanwhile, story mode allows you to take on over 100 custom Nintendo design stages in whichever order you choose. The stages are doled out in groups, and you can choose the order to play them in. Beating levels comes with a coin reward that can be spent to rebuild parts on the now demolished Mushroom Kingdom castle, layer by layer. Nintendo isn't talking yet about exactly how Peach's castle was toppled to the ground, but I have some theories, such as it's probably Bowser, and it's definitely Bowser. The story mode stages in Super Mario Maker 2's story are creative, polished, and occasionally weird as hell. Story mode is an inspirational showcase for the kind of levels you could be building yourself, but it's also totally fun and rewarding in its own right, and rebuilding the castle is a mechanic that I hope to see in future Mario games. Super Mario Maker 2 also brings new construction content inspired by Super Mario 3D World, although now it's entirely in 2D. You can't bring your Mario Maker level creations made in the 3D World tile set to any of the other art styles like Mario 3 or New Super Mario Bros. Because 3D World has unique cat-based moves like wall climbing and diagonal dive bombing that would probably be weird in the original Super Mario Bros. Style. That means this section sort of lives in isolation from the rest of the game. The standalone game mode concept has me excited that Nintendo could add stuff like Super Mario Odyssey or Super Mario 64 to Mario Maker 2 without having to worry about them communicating with the classic 2D Mario games. Playing Super Mario 3D World style stages entirely as a 2D platformer feels like a totally new Mario game, and a really unique one at that. Finally, if you've loved playing multiplayer Mario games like New Super Mario Bros. U in the past, Super Mario Maker 2 allows you to recreate those experiences, but with user-made levels that you build yourself or download online. You can play up to 4 players at once on stages that make you race against each other to the flagpole, or ones with specific requirements like having to collect 100 coins together. This mode is insanely fun, and the idea of sitting around with friends and having a nearly infinite supply of Mario multiplayer levels to download and play is tremendously exciting. Super Mario Maker 2 launches on June 28th, and if the massive Super Mario loving install base for Nintendo Switch is any indication, this sequel may inspire millions of budding game designers to create and share their own levels and provide the world with a non-stop supply of stuff to play. There's absolutely tons to do here, and I genuinely can't wait to keep playing it. For more on Mario Maker 2 and Nintendo Switch, keep it locked to IGN.
Introducing the all-new Up-It Nudes! Up-It Nudes' new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxings, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and content too stupid for regular weekdays.
Like some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks.
Najbardziej naplanowane miejsca w fragmencie czarnym. Nie pokazuje taka. Nie pokazuje ile musiałbyś zrobić. Patrzeć mamy.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking
Nie pokazuje ile musiałbyś zrobić. Natomiast patrzeć dawkę planowania, która pamięta.
IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app,
Film pokazuje ile musiałby zrobić tym aby doświadczyć dawki. Doświadczyć dawkę promieniowania, które podróż. Film pokazuje, ile musiałbyś zrobić zdjęcia jednostki, aby doświadczyć dawkę promieniowania, które panuje dość w tym miejscu. Film pokazuje, ile musiałbyś zrobić zdjęcia jednostki, aby doświadczyć dawkę. Film pokazuje, ile musiałbyś zrobić zdjęcia jednostki, aby doświadczyć dawkę promieniowania w poszczególnych miejscach. Świat, nauka, ciekawostka. Świat, nauka, ciekawostki.
Welcome back to IGN Live E3 2019. We've got Final Fantasy VII Remake coming up soon, but right now, we're taking a closer look at Watch Dogs Legion.
This is our London, and there's a new power growing. It's all of us, together. We're building a resistance, one recruit at a time.
Watch Dogs Legion, Ubisoft's third game in its hacktivist open world series, asks a lot of questions. Just how far are we willing to let authoritarianism and corporate greed dictate the course of society? What are the consequences of underfunded public services? What happens when ordinary people make a stand? Its most fascinating question, though, is what if every non-playable character was playable? I recently visited Ubisoft Toronto for a 45-minute hands-off demo of Watch Dogs Legion. At first glance, it is what you'd expect from a third game in the series. There's an open world, this time it's near-future London, and you can drive cars, hack CCTV cameras, and play havoc with people's smartphones. But there's much, much more to Watch Dogs Legion. Underpinning the entire game is an
Będzie naprogramowane miejsce społeczne, lepiej unikać. I pokazuje, ile musiałbyś zrobić zdjęcia jednostki, aby doświadczyć dawkę.
These systems fit together to create what Ubisoft calls the Play as Anyone feature, which effectively acts as a hyper-advanced version of Driver San Francisco's Be Any Car shift mechanic. Basically, there is no cast of traditional heroes in Watch Dogs Legion. Instead, literally any person you encounter on the street in Legion's world is your playable character. You could be a prim and proper banker, ready to cause chaos dressed in a custom-cut suit. Or perhaps a renegade punk with swagger in every step is more your style. Or, to take the idea to its extreme conclusion, you could be an 80-year-old pensioner who can barely climb a waist-high wall. Every single person in this digital metropolis is procedurally generated. Each one has a backstory, relationships, and traits. Most importantly, though, none of this is purely for show. It is via study of these generated personalities that you'll select which of London's citizens you wish to recruit into your DedSec hacking gang. Yes, as the game's title suggests, you don't just choose one person to play as, rather, you choose many. The next question then is, why does London require a team of hackers? Well, in the wake of Brexit, the city is facing its downfall. Rising automation has devastated the economy. The government has become an ineffective husk. Authoritarianism has swollen to the point that private military contractors run the city like an Orwellian nightmare. It's a real-life far-right endgame that many people currently fear, but amplified with a sci-fi overlay. Between the peaks of the Shard and the Gherkin fly surveillance and combat drones that enforce the will of London's new overlords. By recruiting numerous people to your cause, you can create a team with the variety of skills and approaches required to bring the terrifying dystopian regime that rules over this version of London to its knees.
Ready for some action, Naomi?
Always. But this recruit better be worth all the
Spraw naukowe, ciekawostki, czarnouka i nowy wypadek.
Recruitment starts with something better than
Nauka,
players
ciekawostki, czarnouka.
profiling characters by using your phone. Every character in the world has a routine, and by hacking their mobile device you can learn where they'll be and what they'll be doing at various times throughout the day. This knowledge allows you to intervene in their lives and help solve their problems. Every character has a meter that measures their some are just a final straw away from being
Gorąco, ale będzie śmiał, kurwa. Wyrekotał.
persuasion.
Gorąco. O kurwa, to spoczyłem gorąco, jak o kurwa.
For example, you may help release them from the clutches of blackmail or delete files the authorities hold on them. Recruiting causes a ripple in the fabric of London. Everyone is linked to someone else via a web of social activity, relatives, partners, and even enemies. These people can be affected by your actions, and so convincing someone to join DedSec may also cause their friends and family to increase their support for the resistance. Similarly, if your recruitment process involves casualties,
Kurwa, ile stał.
push them to their limits, and they may even kidnap you from the streets or join DedSec's enemies to
Kurwa,
with new members recruited, you're able to assign them one of your classes: Enforcer, Infiltrator, or Hacker. Each comes with a skill tree to progress and a unique role to fulfill. Enforcers are your foot soldiers, who learn flashy gun techniques and make use of the game's heaviest artillery. Hackers fit Watch Dogs fantasy and are able to use RC vehicles to infiltrate buildings from afar and even control the drones that dominate London's skyline. The Infiltrator class is all about stealth and melee, and are the embodiment of completely refreshed systems in both departments. Melee combat now has blocks, dodges, and counters, making
Ale
it
mi
more
śmiali,
polished
kurwa
and
wykopali, kurwa, ale mi się rozpłatą.
Fire a gun, every enemy in the area will seek you out and respond with lethal force. Pick a melee fight though, and it's not only easier to avoid attention, but
Ale
enemies
ty jesteś jeszcze na tym,
this allows you
kurwa.
to easily return to stealth after an encounter. Infiltrators can also turn invisible. Well, kind of. In this nightmare future London, it's now mandatory for every citizen to have their eyeballs wired up to augmented reality software. Infiltrators can hack this software and delete their image, rendering them invisible to everyone around them. The game's commitment to choice means that you can create a team that favours one of these classes, or assemble a multi-talented team that allows you to choose your approach for any given mission. Like in Grand Theft Auto 5, you can swap on the fly to any of your recruited characters, which means should you require to crank up the violence mid-mission, you can simply switch perspective to one of your enforcers. When out on missions, you'll want to make sure the violence doesn't get too hot, because Watch Dogs Legion features permadeath. If any of your team are killed, they're never coming back, so every mission features a very rare chance that it could be the last for your star player. There's something distinctly XCOM about this, and it's a minor stroke of genius to bring that strategy game stress across to an open-world action game. Thanks to underpinning systems like this and the constantly altering relationships of London's population, Watch Dogs Legion appears to be a game dedicated to cause and effect. Like Shadow of Mordor and its Nemesis system, DedSec's world is powered by ever-moving components that ensure consequences are explored in a way that isn't simply narrative moral choices. With all of this said, it's easy to worry that Watch Dogs Legion is an entirely systems-driven game, lacking the cinematic flair and bright personality of its predecessor. After all, if the game designers themselves have no idea who your characters will be, how can they create a compelling story? I was only able to see a single campaign mission and its associated cutscenes during my hands-off demo at Ubisoft Toronto, but what played out before me seemed like any other cinematic. It was not obvious that the character involved wasn't a predecessor. This is the result of a daunting amount of work.
Chyba będę musiał sobie
The story will play out
poszczególnych miejscach, nie? Kurwa i chuj, 1,5 miliona rentgenów. Jakie klatki, kurwa, no.
Ubisoft emphasizes that it's not merely a case of different characters' reasons, but that cinematics have been written numerous times over in order to cater to the variety of playable character archetypes. Some characters are sarcastic, others are professional, and the script variants will address this. It is a crazy ambition, but an ambition that could mean that Watch Dogs Legion's characters
Ale czekamy, nie?
soulless. I fell in love with Watch Dogs 2's eccentric cast, and it's hard to shake the feeling that Legion can't possibly do the same when the characters have, to some degree, been produced by a piece of software. And yet everything I've seen so far about Watch Dogs Legion has been so outlandishly ambitious and apparently successful that I'm also willing to give the team the benefit of the doubt. I won't jump the gun just yet and say Watch Dogs Legion is guaranteed to be Game of the Year material. Systems of this scale, scope and complexity simply have to be proven over hours of play, not a 45-minute demonstration. What I can safely say though, is that this is the Watch Dogs sequel no one saw coming, and a sequel that no one is going to forget.
Jeśli musimy do niego shop.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we gonna do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
What does IGN even mean anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Welcome back to IGN Live 83. After years of fans politely
Second.
asking, a modern remake of Final Fantasy VII was revealed at E3 2015. Just this week, we
Yeah,
finally
second.
get to play it on March 3rd of 2020. If that feels too far away, please welcome Final Fantasy VII's Kitase-san and his translator, Gavin Puffley, as well as IGN's Lucy O'Brien to hold you over until then. Welcome to the IGN stage.
タセさん、ようこそ。
Hi. First of all, let me just say it's so nice to finally have a release date and know we're finally going to get to play this game in the not too distant future.
I've been waiting so long.
いやー、私も待ちくたびれたんですよ。まずこのゲームがプレイできるその発売日が発表された時もすごく安心してるんですよ。やっぱそんなに遠くないしね、発売日が。はい。
そうですね。我々もね、やっとね発売日発表できて非常にね嬉しく思
うるさい。
まあただね、まだ開発はね開発の最中ですので、ちゃんとね発売日に向けて完成できるようね非常にね開発を頑張っています。
I mean, we really are delighted to be able to announce the release date of the game. But having said that, we are still very much involved in the development. That's still going right on, and we're going to be pushing ourselves to make that release date and get out.
So a lot of the game last night. It really looks like this is a remake. In fact, building out. Is that true?
いろいろ情報を見せていただいて、リメイクじゃなくて、そういうやっぱりコンテンツとか言えるんですか。それでその認識で合ってますでしょうか。
そうですね。原作が22年前なので、もうその間技術も進歩してますし、ゲームもね非常にリアルになってきているので、やっぱりその今の現代に通用するようなリアリティを取り入れて、かつ前作でこう表現しきれなかったストーリーの細かい部分、キャラクターの細かい部分を今回は表現しています。
No, I mean, it's been 22 years since the original game. Obviously, game technology has advanced a lot in that time. So we really want to use what we can do now with that new technology.
Final Fantasy.
Things that we couldn't show in the original game. Really go a lot deeper into add that element of reality and really go deeper into the fine details of these characters' stories and tell a deeper story.
Well, I was going to ask, are you expanding on those stories in sort of ways that fans may not expect?
いやというのはですね、やっぱりそのファンの方々があんまり期待してないような方向性で、それぞれのキャラクターのちょっとこう変方向性に持っていくようなことはありますでしょうか。
原作でやっぱり支えてくれたファンの思いが裏切らないにやっぱりその原作に原作で良かったものはもちろんその残しつつ、原作が発売後に例えば人気が出てきたちょっとしたサブキャラクター、例えば今回も出てるこうアバランチのメンバーとか、そのキャラクターたちは少しエピソードが追加されているような感じで深く掘り下げている感じです。
No, I mean, we really want to respect the original and keep everything that people loved about the original game and the character stories. So we're not going to betray anyone's expectation towards this. But what we're really trying to do is there are obviously a number of characters who maybe only became popular after the game was released, more minor characters. We want to go into their stories and add more episodes and more elements to their stories and flesh that out too.
We're seeing some of the combat system here. Can you talk about how you approached sort of upgrading the combat system for a more modern audience while still trying to satisfy the people that like the more thoughtful turn-based combat of the original?
ですね、今そのバトルシステムいろいろ見させていただいてますが、やっぱりね今回のバトルシステムを更新するにあたって、まあ昔ながらのターンベースが好きな人と新しい人を両方満足させるようないろいろ工夫をなされていると思うんですけども、そこら辺についてちょっとご説明いただきたい。
そうですね。このプロジェクトが始まるときに私もあとディレクターの村も一番気にしてたのが原作はやっぱりターンベースのゲームなので、そのファンたちと今のやっぱりトレンドとしてのこうアクション要素というのをいかに融合させるかというのは非常に気を使ってました。
No, I mean that was the really big point for when myself and Mr. Nomura, our director, sat down to discuss how we were going to make the battle system for this game. That obviously the original game was a turn-based combat system, but we want to really combine that and merge that with the more modern action taste that kind of modern players are expecting and get a really good balance there.
なので最初のこう手触りとしてのやっぱりその戦うであったりもしくはガードしたり、回避したりって部分は非常にこうワンボタンでそのアクションゲームのようにダイレクトに操作するんですけども、やっぱりファイナルファンタジーの特徴として敵の弱点要素をこう見極めて魔法とかその属性を 考えて攻撃するっていうのが非常に戦略的要素が特徴となっているので、そこはやっぱりしっかりと時間を止めて魔法を選んで攻略していくっていう要素がやっぱり戦略性も残っている。
So obviously we want to keep the very core combat actions, things like attacking with your weapons and blocking and evading enemy attacks with rolls and evasions, as very much an action game kind of style, single button presses for those. But to keep the core, what made Final Fantasy VII great was that tactical element of trying to work out the enemy's weaknesses and what elemental elements work best against what enemies. So we've had that in a slow motion command type segment, and that's how we try to combine those two elements there.
もちろんその魔法とかアビリティも時間を止めてコマンドで選びたい人は選ぶんでもいいんですけど、本当にこうよりアクションライクに遊びたい人はそこは魔法とかよく使う魔法とかをショートカットコマンドに登録することができるので、そうするともうほとんどこうダイレクトボタンのアクションで遊ぶこともできます。
So you've got a choice really. So for example, the players who want to select magic from a menu are very free to do that, but if you want to play it in a more action game style, you can actually select the commands, the abilities, the magic spells that you want to use most, and you map those to shortcuts on the controller, so you can use those as direct button presses as well, if you like.
Now, it's a little preemptive, obviously, to talk about further games in this project, but the official line is that this is part one of a bigger project. Is that correct?
ですね、こういう話するのはまだかなり早いかもしれないんですけども、そうですね、スクエニの会社レベルで言ってるのは、今回の作は新しいプロジェクトの1作目ということでしょうね。
はい、そうですね。まあ、ファイナルファンタジー7っていうのはここ22年間でやっぱり特に最近20年間は結構リメイクの要望っていうのはファンからのリメイクの要望がすごく多くて、我々も今回制作着手する前はやっぱり着手する前も非常に膨大な当時のなんだろうなゲームと違って今のリアリティで表現制作するには非常に膨大なものにすごいなんだろうな一作で収まらないものっていうのは想像できていたんですけど、いざ本当に制作着手してみるとやっぱりそれはシナリオをやっぱり書いていく進んで非常に膨大なストーリーになるということが判明したので、今回はミッドガルっていう部分にフォーカスして、作品にすることにしました。
Yeah, no, I mean, there's obviously been a lot of call from people from a very long time ago now to remake this game and redo it. And even from before, when we actually finalized that we were going to do this project, we've been thinking about how we might approach it. And yet, the sheer amount of volume that you have of those games from that era and trying to redo that with modern technology and the realism that modern gamers expect, we obviously very quickly realized that it was going to be a huge amount of content, a massive volume of game there. So while we were looking into that, we decided that for the first game in the project, we very much wanted to focus on Midgar and what happens in Midgar. So that's really how the construction of this first game in the project came about.
Interesting. So you were saying you wanted to take advantage of all the advances in technology over the past decades since the original release. Can you give us an example of anything you were able to add now that you weren't in the original?
ですね、この最初のオリジナル版の発売から20年間の間にゲームの開発技術がものすごい進展したっていうことをおっしゃったんですけども、具体的に言えばですね、やっぱりその20年前に絶対にできなかったけど今回できた何かの要素どういうものがありますか？
そうですね。もう20年前なのでボイスもなければモーションキャプチャーの技術もなかったので、やっぱりこのボイスアクターでボイスが入って、そしてモーションキャプチャーで動きがリアルになって、またこのフェイシャルのできるので、そこをやっぱり表現するっていうのに非常に今の技術っていうのが役立っています。
No, I mean, again, 20 years ago, games didn't really have voices. You didn't have motion capture or like facial motion capture, facial emotion capture as well. So, again, one of the big draws of Final Fantasy VII is the characters and their charisma, their personalities, and characters like Cloud. So that kind of technology that we have these days came in very handy to really depict these characters and their emotions in a much more realistic way.
Do you think some of the story beats in Final Fantasy VII Remake are still going to have the impact that they did back then, especially considering we were all traumatized?
Yeah. ですまあその20年前の当時初めてセブンプレイした時にいろいろストーリーの展開を見てやっぱトラウマになるぐらい心打たれたシーンが数々ありましたけども、それは新しい時代の人たちが、もしくはその当時プレイして大人になった人たちが、もう一度プレイして同じように感動すると思われますでしょうか？
もちろん今回のプロジェクトを始めたきっかけはやっぱりその原作のやっぱり良さを 最新のやっぱりグラフィックス、特にそのアドベントチルドレンって続編があったと思うんですけど、こうビジュアルでしっかりと原作を遊ばせたいっていうのがあったので、そういう意味ではその原作の当時にこうなんだろう思ったそのストーリーのインパクトっていうのはやっぱりそれはそのままやっぱり表現したいなとは思ってますけど。
No, I mean, one of the big things about this project is we obviously, since the release of the original game, we had Advent Children, the animated movie, as a kind of sequel to the story. And a lot of people were saying we really want to play the original Final Fantasy VII Adventure with that kind of visuals. So that's one of the main ideas about what we're doing now. And I think with those new visuals and obviously keeping the story with its emotional content and emotional impact the same, but having that new level of visual representation, it really will have the same kind of impact that it did back in the day.
It's going to be devastating.
You also announced your English language voice cast this week. Very impressive cast. However, whenever I'm playing a Japanese game, given the opportunity, I prefer to play with the Japanese language track. So, will Final Fantasy VII Remake have a Japanese?
ですね、今週、英語版の声優陣も発表されたと思うんですけども、やっぱり僕個人な意見ですけども、やっぱりこう日本で作られたゲームをプレイするときにそのオリジナルな日本語ボイスでプレイしたいというのは僕の主張ですけども、今回はその英語版の日本語ボイスがちゃんと入ってますか。
そうですね、現状では日本語ボイスも実装する予定です。
So you prefer to play the Japanese? Okay. But yes, our current plans are indeed to include the Japanese voice track in the English version.
That's great to hear.
聞いてよかったですね。
容量が入ればね。
If it'll fit into the volume of the page.
ブルーレイディスク2枚組なので多分大丈夫じゃないか。
But no, it's on a 2 Blu-ray disc set, so I think we'll be okay for that.
Okay, good. I'm excited.
ワクワクです。
Are you adding any new story beats? I guess if you examine the plot of the original and of the remake, are they one-to-one?
ですね、そのオリジナル版と、リメイクをこう比べたらそのシーン一つ一つ比べていくと、やっぱりこう新しいストーリーの、新しいシーンとかビートとか入ったりするんですか？
そうですね、やっぱりそのオリジナルのやっぱり原作のいいところはやっぱりいいところとして残しつつ、例えば今回のトレーラーにもあったんですけど、マコーロをこうクラウドが見上げるシーンがあって原作にもあったシーンなので、原作にもあった印象的なシーンなので、そういうところはやっぱ残しつつも、やっぱりよりこうなんていうかな、世界も細かく描いているので、より前作では描かれなかった部分も描いてますし、キャラクターのエピソードも細かい部分が追加されている部分もあります。
No, I mean, we very much want to keep all of the iconic, the really well-known, famous scenes from the original games. I think something we saw in the trailer we put out earlier this week was that initial scene where Cloud looks up at the Mako reactor and looks out over that scene there. And we're keeping all of those in, and I'm very much happy those come back. But we're also there's more we can do with this game. There's more detail and more facets of Midgar that we can show that we couldn't do in the original. We've added a lot more in there, and we're adding also new story scenes and little episodes for other characters, and there will be more of a fleshed out story.
So in that vein, it sort of sounds a little bit like Resident Evil 2, which was remade recently, where it very much felt like the heart of the original Resident Evil 2, but it was expanded on and riffed upon in certain ways.
と聞くとですね、やっぱり最近出されたバイオハザード2のリメイクもご存知ですかね。やっぱりそれをプレイしてみると、そのオリジナルの真髄がそのまま引き継がれてるんですけども、やっぱりこう新しい周辺のものが新しいとか、やっぱ新しい体験として出されているので、似たような考えで今回取り組んでるんですよ。
特に今の開発スタッフってもちろん200人ぐらいいるんですけども、その半数以上が実は当時クリエイターじゃなくてプレイヤーとしてプレイしてる人間が多いので、やっぱり彼らにとってもこう思い出の FF7 っていうのをやっぱりこうなんだろうな、これは FF7 じゃないっていうのは作りたくないっていうのが思いが強いので、もちろん原作のこう原作リスペクトで変な改変はしない風に作っていつでもやっぱり自分たちが思う FF7 っていう新しい要素もそこに織り込んでるっていう部分で、そのうまくこうハイブリッドというか融合した作品になってるんじゃないかなと思います。
No, I think in some ways it's very much like a hybrid of the old and the new there. Certainly because we've got a team of about, over 200 developers working on the game, and I think over half of those people, when the original Final Fantasy VII came out, they weren't working in games at the time. They would have just played it as when they were a lot younger, obviously. So these people, they've got their own vision and their own idea of what Final Fantasy VII is and should be, and they really want to avoid taking any directions that don't feel right to them and their vision of Final Fantasy VII. But at the same time, they also want to add in the things that they think Final Fantasy VII should be and improve and polish those bits that they like the best. So it really is that kind of hybrid model.
Well, like I said at the top of the show, it's just awesome to finally have a release date. We can look forward to finally playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage.
いや冒頭にも言いましたが、その実際にプレイできる日が告知されて、非常にワクワクしています。今日は来てくださって非常に大変ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have been covering Final Fantasy VII and its various ports and re-releases on IGN for over 20 years. We don't plan on stopping anytime soon. The same goes for E3. What's up next, Sydney?
Thanks, Damon. Coming up next, we're checking in with our Nintendo voice chat crew, and after that, if you like spooky games, stick around because we're taking a look at the Dark Pictures anthology. IGN Live at E3 will be right back after this.
Here we go. Hello, I'm Casey DeFreitas here with the cast of NVC, IGN's Nintendo podcast. We're just gonna take a couple of minutes to talk about our favorite E3 Nintendo moments. And one of them actually birthed a meme that includes Pear. Can you tell us about 2003's Nintendo E3?
It's this one. It's a
That's the one.
meme. Yeah. So in 2003, Nintendo showed off the most exciting game of all time, Pac-Man. No, they kind of like, we were all hyped up to see something special, and they showed Pac-Man. They showed the nifty little connection with the Game Boy Advance that nobody knew they wanted or nobody actually wanted. And then we were expecting a big announcement, and nothing came. And so we took a picture where we were just kind of depressed. And we used that on the message boards on IGN, and people kind of used that picture always to show the opposite of excitement to an announcement for many, many years. Well, in 2004, we knew Twilight Princess was going to be shown off because we got tipped off and saw the trailer early, and so we staged a picture with the same 4 people where we're all excited, and we're all like this, and whatever Craig was doing with the nose, and those 2 pictures together just became a meme, and they got really, really big, and you can still see them on T-shirts in Japan.
What's crazy is that no one who ever sits down to like make a meme is successful for it. It's like sort of giving yourself a nickname, but you guys took a full year to create a meme that has lasted for 15 years now.
So first of all, thank you to Nintendo for having those 2 E3s, one not so exciting, one really exciting. But,
right after the other.
NHK, the Japanese broadcast company, actually reached out to us, and they did an interview with us because the meme is so popular in Japan, like years later. And the first question was like, how did you come up with this? And we're like, we accidentally did. And they're like, what are you going to do next?
What's your next meme?
What other reactions do you have?
No,
Yeah.
you got
We had
replaced
no
by
answer.
Drake now. That's the new reaction.
There you
It's
go.
the Drake
Yeah,
one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Nice work.
Nintendo E3s have come up with, they've given us a lot of memes. They've gifted us a ton of memes. My Body's Ready.
Yes.
It was a 2008, the Wii Fit board demo where Miyamoto asked Reggie to come and test out, I think it was called like the body check.
Yeah.
And Reggie just goes, my body is ready.
Measuring.
And Miyamoto looks really confused and like keeps looking back at him like,
That is such
please get on the balance board.
When those guys retire, I want like a buddy cop film with the 2 of them. They are such an odd couple.
It'd be really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's Miyamoto is like this soft-spoken happy man, and then Reggie comes out and he's like, "My body is ready," and he like stands on a. And everyone called it "My Body is Reggie" because we all have brain damage. So good.
It's like it is.
That
It is
was
a deep
along
thing.
with kicking ass and
Kicking ass, taking names,
meme, of
and
course.
we're about making games.
We're about
Gonna miss that man this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think he's gonna show up as a Force Ghost.
I hope he's the Force Ghost. Just see through and blue.
One cameo. I mean, the crowd would go crazy.
Oh,
if
God,
Reggie
yeah.
did a cameo.
Well, there's no crowd anymore, but
Oh no, you're right.
somewhere would go crazy.
Our war room would go crazy
That's true.
if Reggie made
That's
an
true.
appearance.
So
The collective crowd of the internet would go
So
crazy.
I've been to 21 years of E3, so 21 E3s. This is my 21st.
So you're gonna have your first drink at this one, right?
I'm going to have my first drink at this one. Even I'm not old enough to have gone to the 1996 E3 though, and that was a really eventful one. Sadly, I don't know if any kind of video footage survives because we had giant cameras and VHS back then. But that was the E3 where Sony announced a price drop of the PlayStation to $199.
Yep.
And the next day, both Nintendo and Sega pulled even with them and announced it. For the unreleased N64, they dropped the price from $249 to $199. And so decisions were made at E3 where these guys would react to each other like that. And like they they would just kind of step up to the mic, go 199, and then like even.
I actually did see some footage kicking around recently of the Super Mario 64 demonstration that happened that year, and
So that's that year.
yeah, and it's phenomenal because it's like, imagine, I mean, the first time all of us played that game, that is like this moment that we have described so many times that we've tried to chase for all of our histories in video games, and it just never really happens, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was the first time you ever really controlled a 3D character in a 3D space with an analog stick, where if you push it forward gently, they tiptoed, and they could jump in the air and
Yes,
stuff
you
like that.
had a PC with, they had the big flight sticks and all of that, but yeah, it wasn't done as a pad like
Could
that.
you imagine playing Mario 64 with a flight stick? Come on, Pear.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
I'm getting into it.
Tom would do it.
I would. I will. Actually, I'm going to go do that later today now, just to say I could.
That was a really good one.
Yeah.
So that does seem to be about all the time we have at this moment. Thank you so much for watching, and keep it here at IGN for all of your E3 coverage.
Introducing the all-new Up It Nude! Up It Nude's new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxings, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and other content too stupid for regular weekdays.
Like some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Up at Noon, weekends on IGN and YouTube.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. After Until Dawn and The Inpatient, the team at Supermassive has proven they know their way around horror. Now they're back with the first entry in the Dark Pictures anthology, Man of Medan. I'm joined now by Lucy O'Brien, Tom Heaton from Supermassive Games, and Sean Ashmore, who's actually in the game.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having
So,
us.
Man of Medan is the first out of the Dark Pictures anthology. What can you tell us about this first installment?
Okay, so yeah, it's the first game in the anthology. It's an anthology of standalone cinematic horror games, and kind of building on the stuff we learned from Until Dawn. Man of Medan is the story of 4 friends who go on a diving trip in the South Pacific. It's kind of the holiday of a lifetime. They're accompanied by the skipper of the boat they've hired, and they're diving. They go on a diving trip, and they find this World War II era bomber. They're kind of like a brand new find. They're really excited for it. They take something from that bomber that they probably shouldn't have taken.
Classic mistake.
Yeah, well, there were rules and they broke them. And things start to go wrong fairly quickly, and they find themselves on this massive, decaying World War II era freighter in the middle of the South Pacific, and the radio is out, their engine is busted, they're stuck there. It's kind of the remotest place on the whole planet, and there's something in the ship. There's something still there.
Is it
You guys can't see my face, but I made a face.
And it's your job to get all those characters out alive.
You've spoken about the fact that every sort of story in this anthology will be different and standalone. So what genre is Man of Medan in terms of the horror genre, and will the other entries be sort of different horror genres?
Yeah, so one thing we do is we combine genres a lot, subgenres of horror. So Man of Medan is kind of ghost ship, but there's also elements of home invasion movies and things. And what we're looking to do is to really look in detail at those genres and understand what makes them work, understand the tropes of those genres, and then to kind of subvert them. The audiences, players, they have an understanding of how things work, and sometimes that'll help them, and sometimes it won't. Other games in the series will have different starting points. They'll start from different genres, and they'll explore them in their own way.
So what exactly makes it an anthology? Obviously, are they tied by something? Like, what is kind of the through line?
I think there's a couple of things there. So one thing is we kind of, at Supermassive, we have a house style of how we do horror, things we've learned over the years. We're all about really strong narrative, strong, interesting characters, and very, very choice-driven, branching narratives. So all the games in the series will have all those elements. And then there are some elements that connect the series. All the stories are completely standalone. They have different characters, different cast, but we got this guy, the curator, that you meet, who kind of introduces each story, and at various points in the games he'll kind of sit you down, talk you through what you've done, and he's kind of an intimidating guy. Maybe you can't really trust what he's saying, so he appears in all of the games.
Okay. Does he ask you about things that you're scared about and then show you the things that you're scared about?
Are you scared about that?
Actually, I am. This is a strategic question, so that I can kind of reverse psychology it.
You might.
Sean, tell us about your character.
I play a character named Conrad, who's he's basically an entitled American who's along on this journey. It was one of the reasons that I wanted to be a part of the game. I was a fan of Supermassive and Until Dawn, but also this was a kind of character I'd never played before. He's brash, he's bold, he has no filter, he's not the nicest guy. But within the context of a sort of a survival story and a story like this, a character like that is very useful. So I just had fun playing this character, and again, for me, being a part of games right now is so exciting, especially narrative-driven and character-driven games. The technology is getting to a point where what you emote as an actor can be captured authentically, and then the audience and the game players can actually feel that. So that's really exciting to feel like, oh, what we're doing and representing in a performance is translated really, really well. So yeah, that's Conrad in a nutshell, and kind of why it's fun to be a part of something like this.
Will we want to willingly send you to your death?
We sort of talked about that earlier. What's interesting is like each character is very different, and that's again what I think Supermassive does really well. And I think that certain people will be interested in having Conrad survive, and maybe some people, well, he won't be their favorite character. But again, bold choices and characters that I think everybody will sort of be able to see themselves a part of, and say like, well, this is definitely a character that I want to see make it through. And the other thing that's great too is like there's so much branching narrative that when I was watching some of the playthrough today, I was like, oh, I'd forgotten we had done that. I mean, there's just so many different variations these characters can go through. It's pretty cool.
How exactly do you prepare for a character knowing that some pivotal decisions aren't necessarily in the character's hands? Like the player could choose something that maybe you as Conrad wouldn't have thought that's what Conrad would do.
That's actually a really interesting question, and that is a challenge. I mean, essentially, with like a feature script or television script, you can see the full arc of the character. So you make those decisions. Well, the screenwriter makes the decision, and you as an actor play that through. But make decisions how to make the character make sense to you along the way. It's essentially just a more complex form of storytelling, and you just have to think through a lot more branches. And so it's like, yeah, would I make that decision? No. But there's often feature scripts where I'm like, well, I wouldn't do that as the character, but you just have to follow that path.
Yeah.
So there's just more variations for you to think through, which ultimately helps you think through the character as an actor a lot more, sort of in an in-depth way, because you're thinking about all the variations that could happen. So it's kind of an interesting way and an interesting character study that you don't necessarily do as in-depth with maybe film or television.
Interesting. How brutal are you going to be with us as players? Because when I played through Until Dawn, I played through twice. The first time I had one character survive, and the second time I kind of figured out, you know, some of the tips and tricks and managed to keep the whole cast. So how difficult is that going to be this time around?
We think it'll be pretty difficult to keep everyone alive, and you know, when you go to see a horror movie, I mean, some of the cast die. That always happens, right? It would be a really weird horror movie if everyone survives. So we have the same mentality. It'll be difficult to keep everyone alive. People will be, you know, looking for one or two maybe, and then they go and play it again, see if they can find out what went wrong and make it go right this time. So it's one of the things we enjoy most, really, is sitting around planning all the deaths. We have whole kind of meetings about character deaths and how we can do that. And,
what a sick job!
Yeah. How do you feel about that, Sean?
I don't know. I mean, again, I watched some stuff this morning, and I was like, ooh, that's brutal.
So, obviously, Supermassive has put out Until Dawn and The Inpatient. What have you guys learned and taken with you to Man of Medan?
I mean, we learned so much from those games. One of the really interesting things was how audiences played those games. So, you know, we're sitting there, development takes quite a long time. We're kind of in a bubble.
Yeah.
You know, and we thought about how the player would play the game and try to anticipate the things they would do. As soon as it launched, I mean, it was so big with the streaming community, and that was amazing for us. We really didn't anticipate that people would be playing it through and other people would be watching. And it was, and people played it in groups. You know, they'd have parties, they'd invite people around, get some beers in, and kind of divvy up the characters, each adopt their character and play that way. And we kind of thought that might happen, but we didn't have any sense of the scale of that.
Yeah.
So that was something we really wanted to cater for with Man of Medan, to help people play in that way and to help people that were going to stream it was really cool. But there was one other thing, which was people really got into the relationships between the characters, not just the characters themselves, but the relationships, and not the kind of relationships we'd planned, other relationships. So that was very exciting for us, and we kind of had a relationship system about how everyone related to each other, but we kind of supersized that and really allowed you to go in and find out why people like each other and the things you can do that will affect their relationships. Give you little reward sequences, you know, if they're feeling really good about each other.
So how big are these games? They're standalone. How long are we sort of talking?
Well, the running times will be between 4 and 5 hours. And we think that's a great amount of time to tell a story. You know, we can get the narrative arc really nicely in those 4 to 5 hours, and then you can go right back and replay. There's a huge amount of branching. I mean, incredible amount of branching, much more than in any of our previous games.
Oh, really?
So there's lots to explore there. Go back, try other routes through the game. Just try other stuff, and you'll find other things happening.
So are you going to be fair to the player? And I'm just trying to anticipate my stupid decisions, because, like, you know, you don't want to be like, investigate this shiny pebble, and then something drops on your head and you're dead.
Oh, I always investigate the shiny pebble. It's shiny. That's what
you know
you're
what I mean?
supposed to do, right?
We have a rule, a really strict rule actually, about fairness, because it's a real problem for players if they don't feel that things are being fair. On the other hand, we don't want a player to kind of navigate the game too easily. So our rule is we are always really, really fair to the player, but they have to be really sharp. They have to see.
You're fair to a smart player.
Yeah. They have to be really smart. And
that doesn't sound very fair.
I know. Well, that rolls out after.
But if you go back and think we've run unfair, you'll look and say, oh yeah, they kind of did warn me.
Right.
That would happen. But I went for the other route and got killed or whatever.
I'm really good at killing characters, by the way. So, Man of Medan, is it true that this is based off of an actual legend?
Yeah, it's based off a legend of a ship called Orangutan, which was found floating. The rumor is it was found floating in the Pacific. And we did a load of reading on the legend and thought about it and tried to work out how to tell our version of that story. I don't want to go into the details.
Okay,
too
that's
much. I don't
fair.
want to spoil
That's fair.
the game.
No, you want the spoilers.
I know, now I'm like, I wonder if I can find the Wikipedia page for, like, this ship.
Right.
Maybe that will help me not
Sid,
be
I've
so
got you.
stupid. Oh my gosh.
Sean, have you watched yourself die in many gruesome ways? Because I think, like, if I was on a project like this, that is what I would want to do.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a bunch of deaths, no. I'm kind of waiting to get my hands on the final thing. It's for me, it's like watching anything that I'm in, whether it's a film or a game. I like seeing the final product. I like experiencing it the way that that's fully meant to be experienced. So again, I've seen a lot of little details and stuff, but I'm very looking forward to getting hands-on and playing it through myself and having the experience that a player will have. So I haven't seen too much, just enough. Just enough. And the other thing that's weird too, speaking about spoilers and knowing what things are going to happen, because there was so much branching content and we shot it, I don't know, quite a while ago now, I have forgotten about some of it. So I see little details and I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. So it's not like I'm going to be playing through this game and know where all the scares are coming from or where all the details are coming from. I actually think that there's enough content that I'm actually going to be surprised myself.
You know, what's really bad, that happens to me as well. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm playing and I go, oh, this scene, yeah.
Are there any scenes that you're having a hard time, like, getting back to? Like, you know that it's deep in there, but you can't quite find the branching to get there?
That can happen, yeah, that can happen. Maybe not whole scenes, but little bits of scenes.
Yeah.
Where we've got little crib sheets of, do this, then do that. Make sure you pass that cue to you, and then we'll get to it.
Have you got any really wild, off-the-wall kind of endings that are almost like an Easter egg for the player to discover? Like, you have to do something really obscure in order to...
Like, maybe they go to space.
Yeah, they go to space. Or like, a pig was controlling the whole thing all along. Or...
Neither of those two things are in the game,
Okay, well,
yeah.
you can add that to the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
We have a lot of different ways the game can end. Narratively, a lot of different ways. Some will be much easier to find with others, and even within those different ways it can end, different characters can be alive or dead, and there make little changes there. So yeah, there's a lot to explore there, a lot to find.
There was one, sorry, interrupt.
No,
There was one
interrupt.
really shocking ending that didn't.
It's a really shocking ending?
For me, it was.
Is
Like,
it shocking? You can give me, like, a wink if it's
not
literally
shocking
shocking.
as in like electricity, but it was a very shocking ending. And because again, we get the rundown. Okay, so this could happen, these are the scenarios. And most of them I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, oh, that's crazy. But then there was one in particular, I'm not going to say it, but where I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you guys are going to do that. So
You went there? It's still in the game?
It's still in the game, yep.
Okay.
I wonder if you know what I'm talking about.
I do know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a crazy ending. I was like, whoa, okay. But I loved it. It was actually one of my favorite end game scenarios. So I don't know how you get there. I'm not sure what you need to do to get there, but it was really cool.
Okay, so they're telling me to wrap, but I just need to get this question in. On a scale of 1 to, like, you are going to cry when you play this game, I have to know how scary it is.
You were going to cry?
I'm going to cry. Oh, Sid's going to cry. I'll cry no matter what. But how scary would you say this game is on, like, a number scale?
Oh, it's a 10.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you so much, guys. Very excited to see what else you have in store for the Dark Pictures Anthology. Brian, what's up next?
Hi, Sydney. I'm sorry that game's going to make you cry. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're checking out Call of Duty Modern Warfare, followed by Marvel's Avengers. And if you need something cute and charming, today Nintendo is stopping by at 2 o'clock. Yay! At 2:40, our last segment of the day, CD Projekt Red is stopping by with Cyberpunk 2077. E3 2019 continues after this very quick break. But while we do that, you can take a little trip down memory lane.
As the creator of iconic franchises like Mario, The Legend of Zelda, and Star Fox, Shigeru Miyamoto is a fundamental pillar of the Nintendo team. Sometimes the legend himself will make an appearance at press conferences. And with E3 fast approaching, we figured we'd take a look back on our 6 favorite Miyamoto E3 moments. Okay, technically, Reggie Fils-Aimé owns the "My Body is Ready" meme, but Miyamoto was there for it. Miyamoto asked Reggie on stage to help demonstrate a body check with the new Wii Fit balance board, to which Reggie replied,
My body is ready.
Obviously confused, Miyamoto does a silent double take at Reggie before asking him to please step on the balance board. Who knew at the time this awkwardness would blow up into such a recognizable phrase? In 2008, Miyamoto introduced Wii Music, He demonstrated different virtual instruments using the Wiimote and Nunchuck, which led up to one of the most simultaneously disastrous and spectacular presentations of E3 ever. After other Nintendo officials walked on stage to form a makeshift Wii music band, Miyamoto picked up the virtual cowbell and aided in the cacophony that was a Wii music rendition of the Super Mario Bros. Theme. At least everyone looked like they were having a good time, though. After an incredible surprise reveal for Star Fox's appearance in Starlink at Ubisoft's conference in 2018, the studio's founder Yves Guillemot called to Miyamoto in the audience to thank him for making the collaboration possible. He was met with excited applause, to which he responded with what can only be described as somewhat embarrassed joy. Guillemot presented to him an army model, a prototype of the actual customizable toy that launched with Starlink, and took him backstage, presumably to meet the team who were so grateful to work on a franchise of his creation. It was a sweet moment, but it doesn't touch the time Miyamoto made a dude cry. More on that later, though. What's better than a bunch of icons from the gaming industry all in one place? Icons from the gaming industry all in one place as puppets. The intro of Nintendo's 2015 E3 digital event featured Satoru Iwata, Reggie Fils-Aimé, and Miyamoto all in their Muppet-like form. At one point, Miyamoto starts turning into Fox the Cloud, while his co-hosts begin sprouting recognizable animal parts of their own. This is how Star Fox Zero was first revealed, and the fun segment transitioned into an interesting interview with Miyamoto, discussing his inspiration for Star Fox in the first place. Fun fact, this was shot at Inari Shrine, which is known for its cool archways and association with foxes. Remember when he told you he made someone cry? Well, after the announcement of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle at Ubisoft conference in 2017, Guillemot invited Miyamoto to the stage to discuss their collaboration between Nintendo and Ubisoft. After praising the project, Miyamoto made a point of mentioning its creative director, Davide Soliani, who stood up, took a bow, and clearly had a hard time holding back tears. Hell, I'd cry too if one of my idols complimented me. The Legend of Zelda's 2004 reveal for the GameCube was not only the birth of the Reaction Guys meme featuring our very own Per Schneider, but it's held in high regard as one of the best moments in E3 history. At the end of the trailer, as Link sheathes his sword behind his back, Miyamoto emerges with his own Master Sword and Shield to thunderous applause. While Twilight Princess may not be everyone's favorite Zelda adventure, this E3 reveal proved that
even after 18 years, the Legend of Zelda never stops changing.
those were our 6 favorite Miyamoto moments at E3. Tell us what your favorite E3 moments were down in the comments below. And for all of your 2019 E3 coverage, keep it locked right here at IGN.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we going to do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Welcome back to IGN
2019. Call of Duty is one of the most popular game franchises in history, one of my personal favorites, and the original Modern Warfare is a big reason for that. Now Modern Warfare is back, modernized once again. Here to tell us all about it, please welcome Joel Emsley and Dan Goldenberg, Infinity Ward, and IGN's very own James Dig Dug Duggan. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. So let's jump into it. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. It's a reimagining of Modern Warfare. Can you just does that mean reboot? What does that mean?
Yeah, not a reboot. It was if you look at the Modern Warfare trilogy, it ended in a nuclear war.
Yeah.
And what's left after that? It's almost an alternate reality. So if you think about my last Call of Duty was nearly 10 years ago. That was Modern Warfare 2, and then they continued on in Modern Warfare 3. Modern Warfare has essentially been put to bed for almost a decade. So when we went back to it, I mean, I actually came back to Infinity Ward specifically to work on. I heard rumors that Modern Warfare might be being discussed.
Yeah.
And I said, please let me be a part of that. That was some of the best times of my life. But we wanted to take something and be more creative with it. So the idea of reimagining it allowed us to set it in today's world, make it more relatable, and I think raise the stakes a lot more with it too. I would kind of compare it to Casino Royale or Nolan's Batman, where you're taking something that everybody knows and loves, and maybe some few friendly faces that you've seen in the past, and kind of reimagining them how they would look in today's times.
So Call of Duty is an iterative franchise where one builds on the next. Does Call of Duty Modern Warfare represent a more significant leap in that respect?
Yes. We would need a whole show to go into this, in depth, but the significance to me is it's a much more, I'd say it's a grown-up version of Modern Warfare. If you look back at previous Modern Warfares, they were a result of, it's always been cinema that we've been after. We've gone after a cinematic, fun-to-play experience. And that was a product of that time. Now, if you fast forward to now, it was a little more, big pyro and lots of machine guns and crazy, bombastic, awesome, over-the-top moments, which is totally awesome, but you never had a chance to breathe with it. If you look at what we're doing now, it's more a product of cinema now, where you have things like Sicario and American Sniper and other things like that. Even Jack Ryan, which came out recently. So it's a little bit more grown up. It's a little more of a product of today's time.
Got it. So you spoke about these higher stakes. I've heard grittier tone be thrown around. What defining what within the game is a defining characteristic of this grittier tone, these higher stakes?
Yeah, I think we have a few people from it's an all-star team, but we have some. The narrative team is from Naughty Dog. They're old Naughty Dog guys. They've brought a narrative to the game that I've never seen before, and that also, if you combine the fact that we're doing performance capture with real with actors and actresses, not just voice actors and actresses, but actually going and capturing these performances. We have Captain Price being acted by an actor named Barry Sloan, who's gone through BUDS and Navy SEAL training for actors and stuff.
Yeah.
Not full on, but yeah, he's done a little bit of that.
Of it, yeah.
When you see Price, moving around, there's just something more believable about it, more relatable. And what we get out of it, if we're talking gritty and more realistic, is the stakes are higher, the game is more intense, the things that you're dealing with are more intense, and you start caring for these characters more. You actually even start caring about, one thing that I think is interesting about it is, it's not about what you're shooting. It's not about, it's more about when you don't pull the trigger. So the game is we're challenging the players to be in these realistic environments with, you want to save as many as you can. You don't want to hit civilian targets and things like that. So it makes for a more interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about real-world combat, one thing that comes to my mind is asymmetry. There's some games like Squad that do a phenomenal job of, depending upon the faction or the armed forces nation that you're playing as, you get a very different loadout. Is that something that's represented in Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
Oh, definitely. The narrative is actually broken up into two sides. You have a tier 1 side. We've been talking about this a little bit. We've been showing a bit of the game behind closed doors, but it's it's pre-alpha, so it's not ready to come out. But we have a tier 1 side with Captain Price, and then we have another side that we'll talk a little bit more later, but it's more of a guerrilla side, where you're being more improvisational with your tactics. You're working with numbers, you're working with knowledge of the environment, but it's a little more interesting that way. But having the dynamic of those two together makes for a great balance in gameplay. It's kind of a tradition of Call of Duty to kind of show things from perspective. That's how we're doing it this time.
So really quickly, because I do want to get to the Call of Duty endowment, is Spec Ops coming back at the beginning of the teaser trailer that you guys showed us? It reminded me so much of Evasion, which is one of my favorite Spec Ops missions. So it is coming back.
It is. It's coming back in a way that, I think I could say this. Spec Ops was at a time when we were doing it, it was the stuff that was hitting the cutting room floor that we didn't want to let go.
Totally.
And
I'm actually tearing up right now,
and
just so you
fun
know.
gameplay. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
But I think what makes this Spec Ops more interesting is the narrative carries through into Spec Ops, so there's more to it. So now our Spec Ops has, it reveals more, we can find more out. There's a thing that we're really working on where it's consistency across the modes in the game. So everything's relevant. It has a tie. There's a lot of DNA that binds everything together.
Awesome. So,
Oh,
Call of Duty Endowment, you guys are doing so many incredible things. Can you just take us through what exactly that is?
Sure. Call of Duty Endowment is focused on getting as many veterans and high quality jobs as possible. Our goal is 100,000 by 2024. And we're well on our way. We're at 57,000 right now. We're about 10,000 placements this year. And we're looking back now, coming up on our 10-year anniversary. It's hard to believe, but we are the largest private funder of veteran employment in the world now.
Wow. Dan, how do I get involved?
Yeah, there's a lot of great ways. Easiest way is to go to our site, callofdutyendowment.org, and click on ways you can help. And there's two things particularly I'd like to highlight, or three things. One is we have our new Merch by Amazon store. So all a percent of those proceeds go to help all our vets. And Activision Blizzard covers all of our operating costs. Every cent goes to putting vets in jobs. And then there's all kinds of opportunities to buy in-game items that also 100% support the endowment and putting vets in jobs.
Wow, well, that's incredible. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing, and thank you so much, Joel. Thanks, guys. I just said that. I'm just so thankful. Modern Warfare is out on October 25th. Damon, what can you tell us about what's next?
Well said. Coming up in just a few minutes, we have Marvel's Avengers. But first, let's take a deeper look at one of the games we're most excited about from yesterday, Watch Dogs Legion and those character classes.
Na HP-ku rok oglądam.
What's up, everybody? Destin Legary here for IGN Access at E3 2019. I'm here with Jack Matillo from Rooster Teeth.
What's
hey,
up?
Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about Watch Dogs.
Let's talk about Watch Dogs.
So that's the first time I had seen Watch Dogs, the new one, and I'm really, really excited. I like the gameplay mechanics. How you can have like 20 different characters.
Ja tak myślałem właśnie, że będzie Watch Dogs może trójka.
It's crazy. I mean, we saw a little bit of stuff. We saw like the bare knuckle brawler type guy. We saw like the assassin or the retired assassin, the old woman, which is fantastic. Obviously, a hacker is going to be one of the things. My guess is probably we're going to see some kind of driver, maybe. Like they showed some vehicle driving stuff, so I'm sure we'll see something like that. But I don't know. There's so many things. It's literally.
Dlaczego kurwa tam się tam dzieje?
You can recruit and play as anyone.
Him, her, everyone is a secret weapon. I think the grandmother obviously won a lot of people's hearts immediately. She's a little slower because she's older, so she's not that nimble, but she has like max hacking skills, so she'll send a robot in combat and just like take out all the enemies in a scenario. It's really, really cool. This reminds me of like a mixing of the elements from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, but there's also characters that have like straight up Splinter Cell takedown moves from the last Splinter Cell, and I really like that.
Some crazy grapple type stuff as well, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think my favorite thing in all the trailers we saw was the old woman climbing over that bar and taking her sweet ass.
Kurwa, 15 kwiecień.
Like we got a really, really badass trailer, and that was cool.
Yeah, you gotta love that, man. I'm all about assassins. So and Ubisoft can do assassins pretty well. So I figure I'll be finding someone who can do that. And I'm curious about that too, because it's like, what if there's someone you really like, can maybe kind of branch out? Like maybe they're not one specific class. Maybe you can kind of add more and kind of treat it how you want. But who knows?
I wonder if you can have a funeral session if somebody does fall to permadeath, because if the grandma dies, like I don't feel really bad. You're gonna get attached to these characters. And that's one of the best parts.
Absolutely. how many voices did they record for this game?
Oh my God, yeah.
It's literally like everyone you can play as literally anyone in the game. I mean, assuming they're good guys.
Yeah, I like this motif. I'm really excited to play Watch Dogs now.
Yeah.
And what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments below. And for more on all things gaming, keep it right here on IGN.
Introducing the all-new Up It Nude. Up It Nude's new and improved
Oh, oh, it's
lists, let's plays, unboxing, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and other content too stupid for regular weekdays.
whoa.
Some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it.
A, to ci.
Snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Up at Noon, weekends on IGN and YouTube.
World Champion. No Bajoneta już w trójkę chcą?
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Mikrofon, mikrofon, mikrofon. Nie słyszę cię. Proszę 50. Aha, wiem. Bateria czy?
E3 has been a time when gamers around the world flock to their favorite message boards, chat rooms, comment sections, and social networks to fire off their hot takes on all the massive video game announcements. And while the sexiest, newest video games often become old and forgotten over time, some of the memes to come out of E3 have proven to have a lasting legacy. Here are some of our favorites. At Sony's 2006 E3 conference, they showed off Genji, Days of
Giant enemy crab. Fuck.
accurate battles that actually took place in ancient Japan, but also had players fighting a giant enemy crab.
So here's this giant enemy crab.
Which went on to inspire countless memes and even landed itself a cameo in Scribblenauts. We salute you, giant enemy crab. At E3 2015, Hideo Kojima revealed a large chunk of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, which was packed with tons of meme-worthy weirdness, like most of his announcements, but nothing quite like the cryptic tease of a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
He claims that what they're doing in Africa is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Which caused much speculation among serious fans, which rapidly devolved into tactical espionage silliness still found across the internet today.
A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
If there's one thing Super Smash Bros. Fans love to do besides play Smash, it's speculate what new characters will join the roster next. And there is no shortage of fake announcement screens out there, so no matter how absurd their next challenger is, chances are someone's predicted it. Speaking of Nintendo, their offbeat and playful presence at E3 is perfectly suited for the internet's weird sense of humor, whether they're turning themselves into Muppets, duking it out like a pair of anime characters, or taking a moment to contemplate a bunch of bananas. Nintendo's head brass aren't above getting a little silly. However, one of the most enduring E3 memes comes from a single off-the-cuff line uttered by Reggie Fils-Aimé at E3 2007 while demonstrating the Wii Balance Board.
My body is ready.
The Wii Balance Board might have come and gone, but those four fateful words have become the unofficial mantra for E3 High. Sadly, not all memes are quite so good-natured. Let's travel back to E3 2011. Energy is fine, but Mr. Caffeine rubbed everybody the wrong way, from his time travel sound effects to his sexual innuendos.
Here, hold my joy wand.
To his bizarre pronunciation of Tom Clancy's name.
Tom Clancy.
Mr. Caffeine's role at E3 is one thing we're happy Ubisoft didn't annualize. And can we just take a moment to appreciate Aisha Tyler, who's managed to carry herself with grace and aplomb, even in the most cringe-inducing situations.
Do you have a meme you wanna pitch?
Now, last but not least, one of the most prolific and iconic memes got its very start right here on IGN. Gaijin for Coma, also known as the Reaction Guys, consists of 2 images of 4 IGN employees. The first photo was taken at E3 2003 when Pac-Man Vs. was announced, and then a second a year later when The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess was revealed to considerably more fanfare. Chances are you've probably seen this image somewhere on the internet at some point, in some form. But did you know that one of the Reaction Guys is still here in the IGN offices? Hey, Pear, what did you think of my list of memes?
First I was like, then I was like,
That's me? Oh my god.
Wait and see if any of those live on to become iconic memes. As always, for everything video games, Block 7.8 out of 10. Too much water. Call of Duty Game of the Year makes you feel like Spider-Man. LOL didn't read. Our frothing demand for this game increases. Wow, cool post, IGN. Thanks for sharing. IGN.
Welcome back to E3 2019 at IGN. I'm Joe Scrabbles. I'm joined by Per Schneider.
I'm so excited.
I know, it's ridiculous. Let's just jump straight into it. They just announced a sequel to Breath of the Wild, which doesn't make sense anymore.
It doesn't just look like that it picks up right at the end of the last game. It's like set in this kind of darker, scarier place with, a mummy being resurrected. It looks so cool.
Zelda's had a haircut, which implies time passing. That's just classic storytelling.
Maybe since it's hard to do hair and skirts, we've heard that in the past, maybe the short hair means we can play her.
That's actually a very
Who
good
knows,
point.
right?
There's so many questions. Top among them for me is this going to be a co-op game? Have they been watching? Have they been watching Link Together? Have they been getting ideas for us?
I don't know. It's really tough to see stuff. I mean, I pumped up the brightness really high on this. What I want this to be, I want this to connect to Twilight Princess. Like all the writing, like the kind of like green lettering that seals this Ganon's mummy, whatever it may be. looks like the Tweely stuff that we've seen from the Twilight people in Twilight Princess. Like Midna in her human form has kind of like that green lettering everywhere. Yeah.
So do you think it's going to be a physical, like, timeline connection? Are they going to use the Zelda timeline, or do you think it's going to be vaguer than that?
I think they just tell the story they want to do, and then somebody afterwards goes, well, maybe this is how it connects, and they go, sounds good.
Yeah,
right?
Like they just tell
They
people.
don't take it that seriously. But like, there is some cool stuff in there. Like, I really would love it if, the Gerudo who's sealed there with a jewel on the head. I hope that's not Ganon.
Okay.
I don't, like, we just did the Ganon story. Give me someone new. Maybe it's somebody related to him, somebody else.
See, to me, this reminds me more of Majora's Mask, but on a sort of developmental level. This idea that we've got the same engine, the same assets, reused, but also that it's darker and sadder and weirder.
Yeah.
Which they've done before, and the most exciting part of that to me is the reason they did Majora's Mask is to get a sequel out within 2 years. Now, we're past 2 years, obviously, but who knows how long this has been in development. They never formally said after Champion's Ballad that they were done with Breath of the Wild, and I've looked at my review today. The first line is, this doesn't feel like much of a send-off for Breath of the Wild, and it really feels to me like we could see this quite soon.
I like that idea too. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Majora's Mask. Majora is basically the Alice in Wonderland version of Ocarina of Time, right? Like you literally fall into a hole in that, and like you see little clocks as if you just chased a rabbit down there, and then you wake up and all the characters are still there, just like in Wizard of Oz or something, but they all play different roles. It'd be really cool if this was a take on it, but man, this looks so dark, even compared to Majora's Mask. I mean, I'm hoping it's a new villain, that they maybe bring in some of the lore from the Tweely, or maybe from, like if they add Midna, I would just faint. That'd be amazing. I named my dog Midna, so I'm a big fan. But there's also some of the lore, some of the stuff on the cave walls looks like the relief stuff from the scrolls and Wind Waker. So maybe it's a mix. Maybe it's everything coming together.
They've always liked reusing their ideas, reusing the races and the people. Like, why wouldn't they just bring all of this into one place and give us like the melange version of Zelda?
Yeah, it's a cyclical story, obviously, the whole Zelda story. So we'll see if that villain connects to the others. The castle rising up is definitely very Ocarina of Time.
100%.
So, or it could be Skyward Sword where stuff starts to levitate. So we'll see if they connect all the dots, or if it's all new.
So exciting. I mean, we could talk literally forever.
I can't wait, but we're gonna have to wait. I
Yes,
don't
we are.
think they'll pull off the. Obviously, we're past 1 year, but that 1 year development cycle with Majora's Mask was pretty crazy.
Yeah, but I think this could be sooner rather than later. We don't know more. We're going to ask as much as we can to Nintendo, but for now, keep it locked to IGN for more.
Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we going to do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're an
IGN oglądam, kurwa i tyle.
Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Smasha tyle tequila, co?
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
We're back with more IGN Live E3 2019. The Divinity series has demonstrated that the team at Larian Studios knows what they're doing when it comes to role-playing games. Now they're making the next entry in one of the most beloved RPG franchises, Baldur's Gate. Here to discuss Baldur's Gate 3, please welcome Larian CEO Sven Vinke, franchise creative director Mike Morales, and IGN's own Jimmy Doug Trio Duggan. What's up, guys? Thanks for coming by the IGN stage. This is very exciting. It's been a long time waiting for Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes, indeed. I mean, almost 20 years since the second one came out. The first one was in '98. So yeah, we're super excited to have the chance to work on it.
So, Mike, can you, for those of us who are uninitiated to the Baldur's Gate franchise, can you set the stage for Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and what we're looking at right now, narratively?
Sure. So narrative, what we think of in the world of D&D and the Forgotten Realms. So this is the world of Faerun. On the Sword Coast, there's a city, Baldur's Gate, which the way we like to think of it is Baldur's Gate's kind of like the Gotham of the Sword Coast. It's kind of it's the place you go if you need to get anything you might need. If you're willing to pay any price for anything, where other cities might kind of like, we're not sure we're going to deal with that kind of magic or that kind of dealings. Baldur's Gate is definitely where you go. It's kind of it's a place where money can get you literally almost anything. And so across the story, we think of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, the first entries in what we think of the Baldur's Gate saga. They're really all about giving players choice, right? And the idea of really making it feel like this is what playing a tabletop campaign feels like, except obviously on a different platform. I remember when I played Baldur'sAte 1 myself when it came out in '99, it was like, this is finally my chance to play a tabletop campaign. I was always the dungeon master. So getting the sense of the freedom to play the character I wanted, to meet NPCs, like the first two sort of recruitable NPCs meet are evil. And that blew my mind at the time. Like, I could play an evil character and really get along smashing well with these guys, though I was playing a good character, so I had to kind of decide which way I wanted to go. And so it's really, in many ways, the narrative is really about enabling the player to make big choices. So in the first game, you were the ball spawn, you were sort of this link to this dead god who was trying to come back. And we sort of, the first Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 really built on that narrative. And now in Baldur's Gate 3, we're 100 years into the future. So the city evolved a bit. It's still this place, a lot of more shades of gray morality, again, to kind of give players the chance narratively to make their own decisions, find their own path. And we're actually, in tabletop, we're releasing a new campaign. It's coming out September 17th. It's called Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. And that'll give you the chance to look at all the lore and history of the city, the locations in town, the important characters you might meet in Baldur's Gate 3, along with a levels 1 to 13 campaign that I think it really captures the spirit of Baldur's Gate. Within the campaign itself, you start in Baldur's Gate, and then you're sent to Hell. And literally the 9 hells of D&D. And there you have to decide, do you want to redeem the city, or do you want to let it slide into damnation? So to me, Baldur's Gate, the narrative, is really about setting up these big stakes, then letting the player decide, how do I want to play it out? Like how, either me or am I thinking my character in terms of role-playing, what are the choices I want to make, what's the story I want to tell, and how do I want to shape things, both narratively and also mechanically, creative problem solving, and really feeling like it's an environment you get to explore and play within.
So 100 years in the future, what can you tell us about sort of the overall story that you're trying to tell here?
Well, we're not saying much more than what we're showing in teaser trailer. What I can tell you is that mind flayers are going to be a big thing into the game. You're going to start outside of the city of Baldur's Gate. You're going to be going to the city, but you also go to other places. So it's going to be a big world. The original games, definitely Baldur's Gate 2, had you explore lots of places. So you're going to see the same thing happening here in Baldur's Gate 3.
So, having played Divinity Original Sin and 2, the question I have for you is just about, the gameplay mechanics of this game. Does it skew more towards action RPG? Does it skew more towards turn-based tactics? How are we interacting with this world?
Well, we're not commenting on the combat system yet because we prefer to show it to people. However, what we did is we took the Player's Handbook of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, which this is based on. We converted it into a video game. We looked at what worked, what didn't work. We modified the things that didn't work. And then we started thinking, how can we now put the role of the dungeon master, which is what you have in a tabletop game, into the computer game? And that had us make new systems so that the players could exploit their creativity. And what that means is, for instance, if we're going to combat, and let's say this is an example I gave yesterday, there is a chair there, and for some reason I think that hitting you with the chair is a really good idea. but I think it should be on fire first. So I need to put it on fire, and there's a chandelier on top, and there's a rope that's holding the chandelier. I would cut it would fall down, the chair would be on fire, I'd take the chair, and it would put in your head.
It would hurt.
Exactly. And so, that is not described in the rule set, but the dungeon master is the guy that's going to decide whether or not this is going to work. And so, as a video game developer, we have to figure out systems that we can put in the game that give you that same sense of creativity, which is something that we explored in Divinity Original Sin, and that we're going to explore a lot more in Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today, but we're big fans of Divinity 1 and 2, so super excited to see what you do with Baldur's Gate.
All right, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, fans have been waiting a long time for Baldur's Gate 3. They'll have to wait a little longer, but keep an eye on IGN for updates. There's lots more E3 2019 to come. We now go live with one of my colleagues standing 10 feet away for an update. Max?
Well, Damon, Battle Royale games are all the rage, and in Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, 100 players control cute little jelly bean people and must prevent them from falling off of stuff until only one champion remains. If that doesn't sound serious and gritty enough for you, then we have something even grittier to satisfy all your gritty cravings. We got a chance to sit down with ruggedly handsome John Bernthal to talk about Ghost Recon Breakpoint. And after that, we're checking out the cute jelly bean people game, so you can go do push-ups or whatever, tough guy. Speaking of tough guys, we also got to chat with the team behind a small indie property that shows some promise.
kurwa, miałem.
Have you heard of it? That'll be coming up.
Lol.
IGN Live in E3 2019 continues after this.
I'm a wolf, raised to be the alpha, trained to follow. Alas, the beast can't be tamed that easily.
I think you're going to see people who are completely committed the way that Cole is. And again, you're not just facing one guy, you're facing an entire army. And their training is sort of equally as sophisticated and intense. Look, I'm not going to give too much away about what has happened with him, but I think, yes, something definitely went down. And I think what's important to sort of take away is he was a ghost, so he's got the same training, the same capabilities. I think what's different is his mindset and his mission. He's got a different mode. As far as his army, the Army of Wolves, as far as these guys are concerned, there's no length that they won't go to complete their mission. They do not have sort of the same moral hindrance as the ghosts do. I think ultimately, potentially that can make them more dangerous and more lethal. So look, I think as far as the playing of him, for me it's really important that although he may be the antagonist or the villain in the game, it's really important, I think, to both the makers of the game and to me in terms of playing him, to make him a person who absolutely believes fundamentally in what he's doing and believes that what he's fighting for is right and it's just. I think just the means in which he fights might sort of rub people the wrong way, but that's the idea.
The only test of a man's worth is battle.
I fell in love with the mocap process. I mean, at first, it's a little bit off-putting that everybody's got all those dots on their face and those weird suits, but that goes really quick, especially with the level of people that they have working on these games, how seriously they took it and the level of passion that exists in that room. I think for me, one of the things that I appreciated the most was, these are all Special Forces guys, and I think anytime you play anybody who's had military experience, let alone a Special Forces soldier, it's an enormous responsibility and honor. And, Ubisoft
kurwa, Toshiba. I was good feeling.
To make sure all of the movements, all the choreography, all of the weapons, all of the way people were speaking, the way people were holding themselves sort of resonated with them. They felt that it was authentic and truthful. And for me, that's kind of everything for me. I'm so appreciative of that and was so honored to kind of work alongside those guys. I made a few new real good friends, which was great. I love to train. I love to work on this stuff. I love to get better. I mean, that's sort of the name of the game. There's no way you can train too much. So that was a real thrill for me. I think, just in this sort of process of how you do mocap, you're in a room with hundreds of cameras everywhere, so all angles are being covered at once. You're not just sort of doing coverage. You're not shooting your side, then my side, and putting the story together. You've got to get perfect takes. So you could do a 10, 15-minute scene, but it's got to be perfect. There can't be any flaws. If there's any flaws, you got to start over. So you're shooting everything at once. So that means there's an enormous amount of rehearsal. There's an enormous amount of pressure on each take, because you could be 7 minutes into the scene, and if there's a mistake, you got to go back to the beginning. The take is completely unusable. When you have 6, 7 people in a scene, there's a lot of people that have to get it right, especially when you incorporate the action element as well. I dig that. I dig the challenge of that. I dig the pressure of that. I would love it if more movies and TV were shot like that. I love that part of the process. Sometimes in movies and TV, they choreograph a one-take fight scene, and there's sort of like these legendary scenes. When you think about the one take in Goodfellas, when they pull up at the Copa and it follows them downstairs to the kitchen and into the actual club, and then watching Henny Youngman, that's this sort of iconic shot. And to complete that,
Uratuje może dysk.
amount of cohesion and sophistication, and you got to get it perfect. If there's one thing wrong, it just doesn't work because you never cut away. That's how everything on this is shot. I think that there's nothing that these guys haven't really thought of. I think that this Ubisoft team is enormously passionate about this game, and they care deeply about the game. They care deeply about the people that play the game, and I think that there's sort of an equal commitment to both the gameplay and to the story element of it. There was no stone left unturned. They really want to get it right in all aspects, and hopefully they did. I think people are going to dig it. The wolf knows when a predator nears.
A nie, kurwa, czekaj.
Introducing the all-new Up It Nude! Up It Nude's new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxing, special guests, and other content too stupid for regular weekday.
Some sort of power-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
IGN and YouTube.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
A, to nie tu. Podłączyć oddzielacz.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to IGN Live E3 2019. We've seen no shortage of battle royale games where people shoot each other in the head, but what about the real battle? The battle against gravity. In Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, 100 funny little lopsided jelly bean people must navigate obstacle courses until only one champion remains. From Mediatonic Games, please welcome Fall Guys senior game designer Joe Walsh, and from IGN, my favorite funny little lopsided jelly bean person, Brian Altano.
Yay! Hey, man.
Hey, how's it going?
So this game just got revealed. I think it was Devolver Conference.
Yeah.
It is. I was given like a vague description of it behind closed doors at one point. I didn't know what to expect. It looks like a candy commercial.
Yeah.
But it's a battle royale game.
Yeah, it's definitely the most colorful battle royale game.
This might be the most colorful game at E3 period,
Yeah.
honestly.
It's bright.
So can you tell us a little bit about sort of the basic setup here? I gave the kind of rundown there, but
Yeah, sure. So Fall Guys is basically the biggest, greatest multiplayer game show that you've ever seen. So it's all about up to 100 real people in the same lobby at the same time, and then we run them through like round after round of elimination. And you kind of never know what you're going to be getting. So we're going to be throwing different things at you. Some might be obstacle courses, some might be like different versions of tag, things you might have played in the playground, stuff like that. But like bit by bit, we whittle people down over time until we got like one final group of maybe a dozen, and we send them up the final gauntlet, full mountain. First one to grab the crown at the end wins, and then we go again.
And so you don't know exactly which of these sort of obstacle series are going to be thrown at you. There's like, we're seeing like some sort of human Tetris. There's some platform stuff. There's a bunch of characters falling off a giant skateboard. Yeah. It's just total chaos, right?
Yeah. So you're always controlling your character. Like it's always going to be a platformer at its heart. And like really the variety becomes from all the different insane things we get you to do. And they could be,
And so what were some of the inspirations for some of these sort of like gauntlets that we get thrown at you? Because it seems like there's some almost monkey ball stuff. There's some like kind of downhill platforming, all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, so I think the big inspiration of the first point was like Takeshi's Castle. I think it's called MXC in the US as well. So that was like really where it started. It's like, oh my god, someone should take that and make a game. But we're trying to do loads of different things, like having things that you played, like different versions of freeze tag, or looking at like mass participation, things that you see in the real world, so like the Pamplona Bull Run, things like that, like taking reference from everywhere and finding new things to do.
How long do each of the sort of the stages last, would you say?
It kind of varies depending on what you're doing. I think we're shooting for about
Non cerfa. Ma zobaczymy.
quick. We want to be fast.
So this is our first look at some gameplay. We just did a bit of character select. I have some questions about whether that's their skin or not, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, we want to dig into the lore of this world.
Yeah, that's really
so. This really looks like almost like a nightmarish medicine commercial. Like, is this a Cialis ad or whatever? Like, these guys are like, now they're running through this like jungle labyrinth, and some of the doors are fake, but some could be busted through.
Yeah, we're like embracing the RNG a little bit. Like you're pegging it forward. You got to pick a door, hope that it's the right one.
And so the doors, they light up in the eyes.
Zaraz zobaczymy, co to się dzieje.
Yeah. So like when someone smashes into it, if you get the crossed eyes, that means like picked wrong, go again. But when you pick the right door, you like crash through, all the physics blocks go everywhere, and you like just continue on to the next door.
Yeah, this is like when a bunch of like highway lanes merge into like a bridge or something.
Yeah.
And so this is like the number of doors, does it expand and decrease through each section?
Yeah, so the idea is that we kind of narrow everything down. So we start with, I think, about 7 doors, and by the end it's 3, and then there's a huge cliff drop at the end.
Yes.
And are they
insane?
They're totally randomized?
Yeah, we totally randomize it every single time.
Oh god, I love it.
God, this rules.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing: is I suck at video games, so I love it when one of the deciding factors is like chaos.
Yeah.
You know, like when there's sort of an X factor to determine if I get to win something.
Yeah, like we're really like embracing the chaos, especially like in the early rounds. Later on, it gets like a little bit more skill focused, but yeah, we're just like going crazy with it.
Did you guys like mocap Starburst fruit candies or gum?
Yeah, there's a lot of us running around the studio pretending to push each other over. We have like our office manager like knitted these Fall Guys that we use to throw them around the studio and all that stuff to figure out how we want them to animate.
So they're called Fall Guys. Other canonical nicknames such as the Tubby Boys.
Yeah, we threw a lot of stuff around. Like ultimately we went with Fall Guys because it's just they're the butt of the joke every single time. But no matter how hard you get hit, you always get back up. Yeah.
That's so sweet.
So this guy we're playing as right here has a nice like animal's back. How much customization is there for your?
So way more than we're showing at the moment. Like this is the very first pass just to get some variety in there, but we want like hats,
that was gonna
different
be my
costumes,
first question.
and like, we really wanted to mix and match. Like we want it somewhere between like a Need for Speed paint job, spray them up, customize them, and then with costumes over the top, like a football mascot, that kind of thing.
Good lord! So we saw them on the giant skateboards.
Yeah.
Would you say that compared to this, that's one of the sort of the levels that goes by way faster?
Yeah, definitely. Like I think the giant skateboard one is going to whiz by. But what we want to do as well is have rounds that aren't just everyone. Like occasionally, it's like right, we're going to split everybody into 2 teams, and you know that half. So the people you're racing against the last round, now they're your teammates. But as soon as that round finishes and you're on to the next one, it's like back to all for it again.
Would you say this is the most serious battle royale game ever made?
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that. That is just grimdark.
Okay, so now please explain this nonsense madness we're looking at, because I love it.
Yeah, cool.
What is happening?
So this is like Fall Mountain. So this is the level we're showing at the moment. There's a golden crown at the end, which you'll see in a minute, and everyone starts at the start line, and we're just chucking giant boulders down this insane mountain.
Oh my
god!
This is like reverse
paddles.
pachinko.
Yeah. Yes, pachinko is like where we started with it, but you've got to jump and grab the crown at the end. There's like giant conveyor belts. It's totally insane, and you never know because you're playing with so many people. It's different every single time. People go left, people go right, and everyone gets in your way, and it's brutal, like brutal slapstick, like yeah, insanity.
Have you experimented with doing maybe a smaller group of players for faster rounds?
Yeah, so I think that's the further you get through the competition, we're going to like whittle it down. So for example, if only 5 people get through one of the rounds, we'll have special built rounds that are built for small amounts of people. Like, we definitely see it as a large-scale game to begin with, but over time we whittle it down, and then you kind of get the elite few who are going to make it to the gauntlet at the end.
Did you guys ever experiment with giving the characters longer legs so they could run better?
It wasn't as funny.
It was always intentional to make them run like beagles?
Yeah, we want them to basically spend like half the time on their face trying to get back up. Like, we're fully embracing like the sort of ragdoll calamity.
That's what the ideal human physique looks like. That's what it should be.
That's true. I'm trying to get my body right.
I think that's a good shape.
You know
but
what I'm talking about.
that guy's a watermelon.
Yeah, we got watermelon in there.
This looks like a children's birthday party with alcohol.
Yeah. Like, what if the whole yard was a bouncy castle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of like a WarioWare vibe from this, or the parts of Mario Party I don't hate.
Yeah, exactly. That's like another like really good reference point for it. Is we want that feeling of like you press start, you start matchmaking, but you really have no idea what it is you're going to be coming up against this time.
Now, obviously, some of the levels are sort of like they're scaled for more players, and then they shrink down. Is it completely random when you start out the game? You have no idea what's going to be thrown at you?
Yeah, I think that it's likely that we'll have less and less rounds as you get further through, so you're going to have a bit of a better understanding of what's coming up. But as you go through, we really want like as much variety as possible.
So this section now is a little more 3D platformer.
Yeah. Yeah, so this level is, we're calling it like tail tag at the moment. So the way this one works is everybody spawns in an arena. 50% of them have got these like giant fluorescent tails on the back, and it's a 2-minute timer. And after 2 minutes, if you still have a tail, you go through, but you can like rugby tackle another fall guy, and you'll steal their tail if they have it. It's just like giant, insane chaos tag.
So you don't lose your tail from getting hit with the cartoon mallet.
No, so
double
you can
there.
you can kind of use
hit
them.
The floor, people can steal them.
Yeah. People can steal them at any time, so you can kind of use the giant hammers to like bait people who are following you to try and get them knocked off, or you can use it to like just catapult yourself across the level if you're in trouble. It's nuts, and like the tension just builds over the course of the 2 minutes, and like we're playtesting these in the studio with like 70, 80, 90 people, and it's just like the shrieks and the noise. It's just a cacophony. It's really cool.
And it feels like if this game's a hit, you guys can just keep throwing more madness at it, right?
Yeah.
You can just keep inventing scenarios and throw them in there.
Yeah, exactly. We want it to be, like next season on Fall Guys, we just throw in new rounds and new inventions. We have like a giant spreadsheet at the studio with just everything anyone can think of, and we just prototype them, find the fun ones, and we just keep adding, keep building on it over time.
This looks like a huge mess in the best possible way.
Yeah.
This is PS4 and PC?
Yeah, PS4 and PC.
When are you shooting to release?
Early 2020 is our targeted release date.
Excellent. This is I love that it has sort of all the energy of a party game that I would play at a house party, but it's like it's with hundreds of people around the world.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I love those weird little doughy men. Damon, what's coming up next?
Next, we've got that Avengers game we've all been waiting for, and later on, we have Pro Evolution Soccer 2020. After that, Contra Rogue Core, and later, live Nintendo demos. Stick around. IGN Live E3 2019 continues after this.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we gonna do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the
Kurwa,
world's
tam ten doszedł.
favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content,
Pasuje.
the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
does IGN even mean anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2019. The Avengers have almost 60 years worth of comic book appearances, and over the last decade, they've assembled into one of the biggest movie franchises in history. And now, early audience heroes are getting their own proper video game. Here to talk about Marvel's Avengers, please welcome Bill Roseman from Marvel Games and Sean Eskai from Crystal Dynamics, plus IGN's Jonathan Dornbush. Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the IGN stage.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah. Congrats on the big reveal of the game last night.
How cool was it? How cool was it? To finally unleash Marvel's Avengers upon the world. Yeah.
And the fans were just...
The energy was crazy.
Yeah.
There's like what we prepared to say, but then when you walk out and they start screaming, you know, it kind of goes out the window.
Things a little bit.
Yeah.
So you must be excited to finally be able to talk about Avengers. Let's do just that. Jonathan, I know you're a big Avengers fan.
Yes, absolutely. I think the big thing I want to talk about first, because we got a lot of questions about it when it was shown. What can you tell us about in the trailers that we saw?
Yep.
Was a hint of what the gameplay is? Was that actual gameplay? Was it cinematic? Can you tell us sort of what we saw there?
Yeah, a lot of it. You know, it's funny seeing the comments like, "Oh, we need to see more gameplay."
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of gameplay in there, and a lot of people don't realize it. That is a perspective of Hulk that you do play. Right. That is the Thor perspective as well. Right. So a lot of it is gameplay, like Widow on Taskmaster. That's gameplay, right? So there is a mixed match of gameplay and cine in there, and I think people will be surprised when they realize that you are going to play each character, you are going to feel like each character, and it's going to be varied. It's not the same mechanics, it's not the same tone, not the same experience.
I wanted to ask, what went into making each character feel unique? Because for me, at least, like in those scenes, I get a little bit of a different sense of what each character is going to be like. The way you see Hulk, like speeding up and getting really into that run, and the way you see Cap in the close quarters combat.
I mean, it all started with I'm glad you said that, because it all began with conversations, and we talked about who they were as people, and how were they trained, and how do they personally want to use their powers, who has more control, who doesn't, and so we just really thought about Captain America. His military style training was probably different from Black Widow. She also kind of has a military background, but it's more tactical, coming from the Red Room. So they should fight differently from Hulk, obviously, and Thor. Here's two physical people, but Thor has the hammer and is used to fighting that way, where Hulk is more the monster. Yeah, so we really thought about how combat equals character.
Yeah.
Was it difficult to balance making sure each character was fun to play in its own right? Because obviously some people may gravitate toward one. They may try out every character and get a feel. Like, how do you make sure they're all balanced to be fun?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the challenge of the game, right? Like, how do these characters play? How do they feel on the stick? Do I feel powerful as the Hulk? Can I leap? Can I smash? Right? Iron Man, having that reactor, does it feel strong again, powerful? How does it fly? How does he fly? Right? Like, bringing to life these characters is still an ongoing challenge for the studio, but we're really close. We're really pretty excited about what you will feel like.
Yeah.
And we want everybody to be always deciding who is my favorite one to play. And I think when you see the demo today, you'll watch them like, okay, that's gonna be my one. Oh wait, Hulk. Oh wait, Widow's really cool. So we want each individual one to be awesome, and the player to really be kind of torn who's my favorite, and then find their Avenger, or maybe always want to have that variety and play them all.
So how does it work? Do you pick an Avenger at the beginning, and then you're locked into that character throughout the story, or can you pick the right hero for the mission that you're currently playing?
It's a great question. The story, there is a narrative, there is a linear story, if you will, and you will be set up in the world as you go through and progress with that story and with those characters that tell that particular part of the story. You will unlock certain heroes, and at that point, you can go off and play that particular hero. So there is some gating when it comes to keeping the narrative and pushing the narrative further as it pertains to the single player. But there is definitely your choice of hero your choice of what mission you want to do, how you level up that hero, how you play that hero, and what you do with that hero. It's all the player's choice.
Interesting.
Obviously, we see some helicarriers in the trailer. Is that sort of what's going to be your hub? Can you talk about that at all? Like, sort of where you'll be.
So, two things. So we wanted to begin, as you said earlier, Avengers has been 60 years of comic books, and then through the film, and people are pretty familiar with it. But here, at Marvel Games, when we work with our partners, we want to say, well, what's your version of the Avengers? So we like to mix it up. So as people saw in the trailer, we begin on the West Coast. You're used to seeing Avengers on the East Coast. Boom, we're on the West Coast, a nod to the old West Coast Avengers comic back in the 80s. And it begins on A-Day when you're opening up this compound, and there is a helicarrier, and usually S.H.I.E.L.D. always has the helicarriers, and they fly, and Avengers have their Quinjets, and they're usually kind of separate. We decided, what if we have a partnership? And we're unveiling at A-Day, the Avengers are teaming with S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. is helping to build and staff this compound, and there is an Avengers-themed helicarrier that will be the Avengers' own, and they will have quarters on there, and they will be able to live on the helicarrier. But as you saw in the trailer, tragedy strikes. Things go wrong, and that helicarrier, which we're calling the Chimera, plunges tragically into the bay.
And those tensions, right, between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers will be heightened, right, because of that.
Well, I do want to talk about the characters and the characterization, because obviously we've been talking a lot about, being able to see them as on their own, but as a team as well, and you revealed the voice casts for this group. Can you tell me a little bit about what went into wanting to capture a new form of these iconic characters?
Yeah, I mean, the cast plays, obviously, one of the most important roles in portraying and bringing to life these great characters. So we spared no expense at that. We looked for the best talent, the top talent, and it was a rigorous process, going back and forth. But, I mean, the choices were pretty clear once we got to, the core, and we're like, wow.
It was actually like, it's like assembling the Avengers.
It was.
It's an all-star cast that you've brought together.
Yeah. And it's awesome to work with them. And they themselves are fans. They're huge fans, right? Like, they were calling up, like, hey, are we doing this? When are we doing this, right? And then to see what they, how they take the words on the page and make these characters real and bring them to life and bring the conflict to life was just phenomenal to watch.
And talking about making the characters unique, our goal is to always, with this, for the fans to look at the characters and say, oh, the Avengers, they're instantly recognizable. I know who they are, but they're kind of unique to this game as well. From we really worked on what they look like, and spent a long time talking about their uniforms and tried to make them, again, so you see them and you're like, that's Captain America, but I've never seen Captain America's uniform quite like that. Or Thor's armor. Wow, they're really leaning into the Viking aspect of it. So that was going, and then that extends to the portrayals. I mean, they're thinking about it and they're making it. It's their version of the Avengers.
And it also ties in with this particular story and how this is like why those choices are made, also interwoven into the story itself.
I loved seeing the cast together and getting a sense of, obviously, that camaraderie. Of course, a lot of them have worked together before, but seeing this all brought together. Was the process for recording and everything, just for those who may not know, was that just voice acting? Were they doing full mocap? Like, what was the recording process?
Full mocap performances. It's like watching theater. These guys, they come on the set, we build the set, and they do their thing. The chemistry is real, it is live, and we just sit down and watch and capture it. It's great.
It's awesome.
So are you thinking of this as primarily a multiplayer game, hoping that players will team up with their friends and cooperate? And then how also are you handling the single player for people who want to play by themselves?
Well, it's sort of a new beast, if you will, right? Because it's neither quite single player nor multiplayer, right? It's sort of a hybrid, especially at least the campaign is sort of a hybrid, because you can linearly go through the game.
Gotcha.
You can at some point get the setup and go straight to the multiplayer, or you can go through the game at certain checkpoints, finish, or if you're a completionist, do all your missions, level up your favorite character, get him ready for the next stage. So it all depends on how the player wants to play this game, and that's part of what the beauty of having the Avengers as a franchise, and just the concept of the Avengers allows for this kind of game to exist, right? Because you level up, you play with your friend, you can continue on your own if you love a particular character, and then get bits and different experiences depending on how you play this game, which is awesome.
And I want to stress how smart and thoughtful and dramatic and funny and awesome the single-player story is. We really wanted to approach this as its own original story. It's not solely based on the comics. We're not trying to fit it in between the movies. It's not MCU based. It's not. It's inspired by comics, but it's everything together. We've looked at cartoons. We looked at T-shirts. We looked at statues. We looked at the films. We looked at the comics. We did everything and blended it all together and said, let's tell our own original story that players can only get in this game.
And you're only seeing a window of it. Sure. Trust me, you're only seeing a window of it.
Yeah.
It deepens.
Yeah. Sure. Can Spider-Man appear in this game?
Well, we are just focusing on the core Avengers.
Core Avengers.
Very diplomatic. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
we are.
Straight to the point.
But obviously there was a little bit of the tease at the end of how this universe will go on, and there was mention of
Exactly.
looking forward for new
Because
content.
there were certain characters that the audience was yelling out for, which we love. We love the passion. And so I just want to say, hey, there will definitely be more characters coming. More.
No jest uszkodzone.
We have gone through the
0-0.
list after list after list of all of our favorite Avengers. We've gone deep. We've gone through the back issues. It's not just the usual suspects. If they're in one or two issues, I'm like, I love that character. I think you guys can make an awesome version of that character. So, everyone asking for certain characters. Stay tuned, true believers.
What about the villains that you guys are planning? Do you create your own villains, or will they be recognizable?
Oh, definitely recognizable.
Okay.
All our villains.
Yeah. I mean, as you saw in the trailer, you saw Taskmaster.
Yes.
AKA Tony Masters with the photoreflexive reflexes. He's so cool because he sees you do a move, he can replicate it. So that's a unique challenge for the Avengers. And then you saw Hulk grappling with the Abomination. So again, we want to deliver the villains you would want to see, that you would expect to see in an Avengers story, but again, put our spin on it. And there will be more to come.
Well, thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage. Avengers is looking very cool. We're very excited to check out more of the game this week.
Yes.
Awesome.
Have a great,
guys.
have a great rest of the
Appreciate it.
show.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Brian, what's coming up next? Thanks, Damon. E3, assemble! Coming up next in just a few minutes, we're talking to some of the people behind the highly anticipated third entry in the Baldur's Gate series. But first, here are some of the greatest moments of E3 history. IGN Live at E3 2019 will continue right after this. Don't move. E3 is upon us, and it's time to reflect on all the moments that made us sit up and say, hey, it was really worth getting up at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning to watch the Xbox conference because I live in Australia. These are the moments that made us gasp in astonishment, cheer with abandonment, and cry with deep nostalgia. Here are the 8 greatest E3 moments of the last 10 years. Valve boss Gabe Newell was always famously outspoken about never wanting to develop games on consoles, particularly the PlayStation 3. So it was a massive surprise to everyone then when in 2010 he appeared on the Sony stage to announce that Portal 2 would be coming to the console. Way to go, Gabe.
So, I'm very pleased to announce that we'll be bringing Portal 2 to the PlayStation 3.
It was one of the most unexpected cameos on the Ubisoft E3 stage. Nintendo's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was the mic drop at Nintendo's 2018 E3 Direct. The sentence, everyone is here, would go on to become a meme. Of course. Microsoft's disastrous initial vision for its Xbox One saw it binding users to a DRM scheme if they wanted to share their games, which Sony took advantage of at E3 2013. In the start of a series of knockout blows targeted at Xbox's groin, Sony said without a trace of ambiguity that if you wanted to share your games on PS4, you could simply do that by, well, sharing the disc. A hilarious faux instructional video on how to do just that featuring Adam Boyes and Shuhei Yoshida really twisted the knife in. Sure, the Kinect might have been something of a failed experiment for Microsoft, but our minds were collectively blown when the tech was debuted at the E3 Xbox conference in 2009. Then named Project Nintendo.
Dobra, cylinder naprawia bugometrę dysku z tym.
Was Peter Molyneux's Milo, a terrifyingly lifelike AI that was set to revolutionize the future. But unfortunately, Milo never really went beyond a tech demo. And Kinect ended up a feature at the back of everyone's cupboards.
You've got to put these goggles on. Goggles? Put them on like this.
No i dobrze, o to właśnie chodzi.
In 2015, backwards compatibility was consistently at the top of every Xbox gamer's wish list. It's no surprise that seconds before Phil Spencer uttered the words that it was coming to Xbox One on the E3 stage that year, the crowd started going wild. It was the exclamation point at the end of an
Tylko gongometry jest inny.
who had some way to recover
No
after
zobaczymy.
disastrous original vision for the Xbox One, which saw it subsequently scramble to regain the trust of its fans. An all-in-one entertainment machine driven by the Kinect? Meh, no thanks. The ability to play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on your Xbox One? Yes, please.
Today, I'm pleased to announce Xbox One backward compatibility.
Nobody could quite believe that the Final Fantasy VII Remake announcement was real. I still can't believe it, even with the recent re-reveal, thanks to a massive
Bo podwójnie.
then and now. But at Sony's E3 conference in 2015, there it was, plain as day. One of the most beloved games of all time was being remade, and there was Cloud, and there was Barrett, and there was Midgar, plain as day. Look, I
Resident Evil 2? Nie, czy
holding it
to
in
jest?
my cold, sweaty hands.
Nie.
For they are coming back. At last, the promise.
Nie, Final Fantasy.
Look, I know I'm kind of cheating here, but PlayStation's 2016 conference was so universally good that it kind of reached a state of heightened consciousness that no E3 conference has topped since. The sheer number of exclusives on display at this conference was mind-boggling. The Last Guardian, Horizon Zero Dawn, Detroit Become Human, and then those 4 massive reveals: Days Gone, Death Stranding, God of War, and Marvel's Spider-Man. Just look at Sony Flex. And that's everything. What are your favorite E3 moments? Let us know in the comments. And for everything else E3, stick with IGN.
Introducing the all-new Up-It Nude! Up-It Nude's new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxings, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and other content too stupid for regular weekdays.
Like some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Up-It Noon, weekends on IGN and YouTube.
Nie oglądam tego. Ja tylko E3 i koniec, bo oni akurat dają od razu. Ja tylko oglądam dlatego, że jest tylko E3, że oni od razu bezpośrednio dają, no po prostu no, stream bezpośredni, ten wygląda tak oto. IGN i pozostałych nie patrzę już, nie powiem.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games,
No to co ja zrobię? No to kurwa, tylko continue. No continue, no i tylko tyle, no continue. No. Tylko continue zrobię, no.
never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams. IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content,
Czekaj, to jest złe tłumaczenie, jest takie kurwa niemieckiego tłumaczenia.
and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2019. I'm Joe Scrabbles from IGN's UK team in merry London town, a place where we actually understand football. Joining me to discuss what's new.
Coś się stanie, to godzinę tylko czekam i nagrywam.
Sony. Hello.
No.
Actually, we've got that wrong straight away because it's actually now eFootball PES 2020. Is that right?
Correctamundo, that's right.
So what's the meaning behind the name change?
Yeah, we actually rebranding the brand itself. We actually have a new logo. We reposition ourselves, and we're going to focus a lot at esports.
Okay, so like you're really pushing hard into that side of things. So
yeah, for the
connecting
next
with
few
clubs,
years.
getting those teams behind.
Let's
behind the
see
game.
more. Yeah, definitely.
It's really interesting. Like that's a massive change in a year of massive changes. When the
Correct.
announcement came out this morning, I was kind of stunned by how much is going on with PES this year. Like we're used to sports games changing gradually over years and years, but there's a lot on these cards.
Yeah, we change a lot. We have a lot of new things. We have a lot of new features in the game. So, and starting with anything that I mean, as soon as we put the game, you guys are gonna see the changes that we have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna play a game live right now, which I'm
glad.
very excited about. I mean, talk us through like the big changes. I mean, from the very start, you're talking about like menus changing, and menus have been the same for a long time.
Correct. And even before that, the menus actually, we have the king is back actually. So Messi is with us back again.
That's a big one.
So he's gonna be featured the cover. He's not gonna be by himself. We're going to announce more things coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's actually very exciting things. We also, as you just mentioned, the menus change completely. So you guys gonna see a very modern menu with different colors, very unique menu, I can tell you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty cool. And we have the other thing that I love it for real, and you can see over there. We have Iniesta as our PES advisor.
I was going to talk to you about that. Like,
so
Iniesta's working on PES now.
Yeah,
One of the
pretty
greatest
much.
passes of the ball of all time, working on your passing.
And he helped us out in many different ways. He helped us out in changing the in-game, and you guys can see the new features that the gameplay has. So we have the finance dribble that he helped us out a lot. When you guys gonna see this in the demo, so as soon as we release the demo, this video that you guys watching, you're gonna be able to see there.
I mean, so has Iniesta like been learning like programming for you, like getting behind the computer for you?
No, he actually is not. But he's so our team. He went to our offices. We went to his house. So there's a lot of things that he actually gave us a heads up. That he shows us how to do it. So it's actually something we actually really excited to have him on board.
Yeah.
Especially as an advisor.
Well, let's see what he's been working on. Let's get some live gameplay started.
Sure, yeah.
So this is just your straight kind of kick-off
Yeah,
live
but
action
to
match
zrobić.
we're going to see today, right?
Correct. So that's actually our first kickoff that I can tell you right now. So we just started this morning. So we have a lot of things that I can show you. I can actually stay here 2 hours just show you everything. And one good thing, we have 2 editions this year. So we have the standard edition. We're gonna have Messi and other players, and we have the legendary edition that we have Ronaldinho.
Yes, and he's been. I mean, I've seen the trailer. He's modeled like right down to the animations, like dummying people, like
It's
messing around.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You can play
Też
like
zbyła gwiazdy.
you can play like him. Yeah, you can do all his showboating, and the good thing is that he does the showboating now.
Jakoś kurwa nie chcę mi się tą kwestią. Tak kurwa mi to nie to kurwa jakoś tak. Jest to plek, ale cholera jasna też.
To get if you buy the Legend Edition.
Oh, okay, nice.
So yeah, I'm just going to pick up the stadium over here. We have the Stadium Cup new, so we're gonna play in daylight. I'll leave everything just pretty standard, so we can just play really quick.
Okay.
And we're gonna play PES Legends versus Barcelona.
I'm into it.
All right.
Always good to see a bit of Park G song on the screen.
Yeah, so you can see over here that we changed the colors. We have this purplish color with some blue as well. It's very modern. I'm actually really happy because I'm always talking with the production team about the menu, and the menu is actually something that they improved a lot.
Okay, cool. And I mean, let's talk about what we're going to see with this, on the pitch, like seeing the ground detail, the small changes. You talked about finesse dribbling.
Correct, and you can see right now. I mean, the camera, the broadcast camera, it's something unique for us, and we actually changed that completely. And you have the feeling that you're watching a real game. So that's the first thing. And the finesse dribbling that you just mentioned, it's something that based on all the comments and everything that Iniesta said, you can do that with both sticks over here. So you're gonna see that using Messi or Ronaldinho, you can see that all the other players, they open space so he can snake in. So you're gonna see a lot of nice movements from those players that has the skills of dribbling.
So it's as much about how the AI plays with you as it is how you play.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. And
Yeah.
I saw in the, I mean, you're going to have to explain this because this got me. Context-sensitive kick accuracy. That is a lot of words. Like, tell me what that kind of
It's
stuff
basically
means.
the behavior of the ball.
Okay.
So the way that the ball behaves is actually a little bit different, and actually starts from the beginning. You're gonna see the deflection of the ball when it hits a defender, or even when you trap the ball.
Okay.
So you're gonna see a lot of differences, and we showed that in the trailer, which is really cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're getting started here. So, like, tell me, how the players are moving right now. You're talking about how the AI is going to work with you. Like, are you able to point to anything that we're seeing kind of in the moment that's like showing that off right now?
Correct. So as you can see over here, the lights. One thing that you were asking me about the lights, it's completely changed. So not changed, but we arranged the aim lights. So it's something that we announced last year, and now we improved a lot. Over here, you can see there's many different ways to defend.
Okay.
So the defender, we have a lot of new animations when the ball, for example, it's with PK or hit his head. You're gonna see the different deflections of the ball.
Oh, okay. And I mean, I also saw what looked like some tactical fouls. So can you like start?
You can do
that.
that.
A dirty player.
Exactly. So that's the part of the of new ways to defend. So we actually can to be frank right now. Let me show you one thing.
Okay.
So you actually can do a different slides like this.
Okay.
And the player, as you could see, the player tried to do something different to call the referee out. So it's something that we're changing all the time, and we're trying to change the animations with the defender and also with the referee. Something that we're always trying to bring something new.
Okay. And how are you actually choosing those different slides that you're talking about in that sense?
So that's actually AI. So it's automatic, and they can feel the way that the game is going for, and they feels like that is going to be better for that specific play.
Okay. And in terms of those different ways to defend, like we're seeing a set piece right now, how is that going to be affected by those changes? Is it more about the AI kind of working with you to make things feel more realistic, or is it about your choices on the controller?
Both things.
Okay.
Both things. So I actually, depending on my decision, so you could see the deflection right now, but it depends on my decision, that's going to affect the entire play.
Okay. And you're talking a lot about how this is, built for esports now. Like you're really pushing into that field of things. How are these changes going to help with that side of stuff?
Correct.
Like how are you going to force those esports players onto PES?
So we had the PES League, right? So and we're gonna have the PES World Finals that is gonna be on the 28th, June 28th. Over there, we're gonna talk way more about what is the impact that we're gonna have in the esports in general.
Okay. And off the pitch, I mean, we're watching an exhibition right now, but I know we're getting a few big changes. Fair play.
Yeah, those animations are great. Like the way that the ball reacts by hitting the bar. Everything's it's really different.
I think PES's physicality with the ball itself is the thing that sets it apart. Like, and you can really see it there.
In the graphics as well. So it's something that. Here we go.
Oh,
look at that! Look at that! You see that, Suarez? Yeah.
That's always. We wanted a few goals. I'm glad this isn't just turning into a stalemate. That's good. But in terms of that, you know what? I've forgotten where I was. I got too excited. Got too excited about the game. But I was going to talk about off the pitch. We've seen this exhibition side of things, but I'd love to talk about the new modes coming to the game and the remastered modes as well. So you're remastering Master League, right?
Exactly. So it's actually a plan that we're doing. We started actually doing that last year, and it's going to be a plan for 3 years.
Okay.
So thanks for all you guys' feedback and also the community feedback. We're changing completely, and that's something that everybody likes is Master League. So Master League, it's one of the most renowned mode from us, and we're actually very happy to introduce to everybody that you're gonna be able to pick the legend players to be your coach. So you're gonna be able to see Maradona.
That's
you're
great.
gonna be able to see Zico. You're gonna be able to pick Johan Cruyff. So. And not only that, so you can choose the dialogues that are going to impact directly in the game. So that's something that we actually super excited. Different cutscenes, so you're gonna see like a very good moments inside of the stadium, inside of the training center, and it's something that we are super excited.
So I'd love to dig into that. Almost behind the scenes in the game.
Correct.
So what are we talking there? Like, is this a story mode now, or is this more about the kind of bits and pieces of management that take place off the pitch?
Both things. So we're gonna have a story. Of course, it's a story that you actually the coach.
Okay.
So I almost got it. Sorry, I'm getting excited playing here. So you have that. You're gonna be able to depending of how, if you're actually taking one player out of one specific match, that's going to impact entirely in the group. So it's basically being a life of a manager.
Okay. I mean, so you're making like choices that have repercussions down the line. Like,
correct.
Can you talk me through some like specific situations?
So, for example, we actually have, in one moment, you're going to be in a press conference, and there's going to be players next to you. So you guys going to see that whatever you say over there is going to impact directly not on the players, but also the way that is going to wreck the entire tournament.
Okay.
So it's something that, again, is very focused in a Master League as it is. So it's something that we love to actually create. You create your own team. You create the spirit of your team. So it's something that we actually really excited to show this new Master League to everybody.
Cool. And outside of those behind the scenes bits, those legendary managers, like is the fabric of the Master League changing? Is there more sort of tactical options, more?
It's more tactical options. It also something that is very interesting that we have a new transfer system.
Okay.
So you're gonna see many different currencies. You're gonna see that it's depending on the team that you have, you're not going to be able to, for example, sign with Messi right away. So there's a lot of new things that everybody's going to be able to see that is different and that actually mimics the real life.
Okay, and just quickly, I mean, I'd love to talk about Match Day as well, which is another, like a brand new mode, right?
Correct. Match Day, it's unbelievable new mode. So everybody was asking us, what's going to be the next for eFootball PES 2020, and we have this new mode. This new mode, basically, we're going to mimic not only the real schedule that is actually happening, but also you guys going to be able to see how we actually can play with one team, and it's all about the derbies, all about sorry, but let me restart. It's all about the derbies, and you're going to be able to pick one player, and this player, like those players are going to be able to play against each other at the end, depending on the way who's going to win the derby or not.
Okay, that sounds really
Sorry
good.
about that.
That's fine. I mean, unfortunately, we have
to actually play over here.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up at that point. But super interested to hear more about PES 2020. Thank you so much for coming in. And PES 2020 is just one of the many games that we're talking about here at E3 2019. Even though I wish I personally could talk about it all day, I guess I should respect my IGN colleagues here and let them talk about some other games as well. So feel free to thank me later. Damon, what's up next?
Thanks, Joe. I love how happy that sport makes you. Coming up, we've got a look at the new Contra Road Tour. But first, Brian and Casey have a bunch of Pokemon news. Take it away, guys.
Hey everyone, it's Brian Altano and Casey DeFreitas from IGN Now. Now, we got more information about Pokemon Shield and Sword and Shield this morning, and you found out something that is maybe not the best news in the world. Casey, tell me about it.
Yeah, so during the Treehouse Live segment where they demoed the game, they talked a little bit about Pokemon Home, and if you missed it, Pokemon Home is a new app for phones and the Nintendo Switch that will let you transfer old Pokemon from like Let's Go and Pokemon Bank and Pokemon Go into the app. And they also showed connectivity to Pokemon Sword and Shield. However, during the Treehouse segment, they announced that only Pokemon that are in the Galar Pokedex will be able to be transferred to Pokemon Sword and Shield. And what that means is that it limits the Pokemon you can bring over. So for example, if you cannot find a Nidoqueen natively in the Galar region, you will not be able to transfer an old Nidoqueen into Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Oh, so you're sort of bottlenecked into what's there, even though it sort of alludes that there's going to be a lot more of an expansive ability than that, but you actually have a slightly limited collection.
Yeah, so this is also the first game that is doing this in the series. Like, up until now, if you had a Pokemon from Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, the Game Boy Advance games, you could transfer them all the way up into Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
Yeah, they were like grandfathered in, like old school Pokemon. And
all
now,
and some of the ways were convoluted, but
but you could get them there.
You could do it.
Yeah, it's hard to move a grandfather around sometimes.
But now you can, and that is super limiting, and a lot of people are very disappointed because people have emotional attachments to their Pokemon, and to not be able to bring over your original, I don't know, like Meow or Mudkip or just a Pokemon you have sentimental attachment to into the new game is very disappointing and limiting when it has never been limited this way before. But this is saying this might not be a permanent thing. This isn't saying that these Pokemon will be stuck in the cloud forever. I mean, they might have an update for Pokemon Sword and Shield. They might have another game in the series that comes out you can transfer it to. It's not entirely certain, but what we do know is that you cannot transfer Pokemon that aren't in the Gallery of Pokedex into Sword and Shield.
Are there any specific ones from your past that you're going to miss that won't make it, that are in the cloud as parents taught their kids?
Okay, so if we cannot get Absol in Pokemon Sword and Shield, I will be especially disappointed because I have a shiny Absol, and that was my first shiny I ever got from Diamond and Pearl. Wow. So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, pour a little liquor out for the lost Pokemon out there up in the cloud. Hopefully Nintendo finds some way to bring them over to Sword and Shield. In the meantime, we've got plenty more coverage of Sword and Shield and everything video games right here at IGN.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we going to do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
And we are back for IGN Live E3 2019. For a lot of gamers, myself included, the Contra series was their first time shooting an alien in the face with a machine gun, spread gun. And this year, those aliens and those machine guns are getting an overhaul. Here to discuss Contra Rogue Core, please welcome brand manager Ben Kenny, senior producer Contra veteran Nakazato-san, and his translator Emiko Hoshizaki. Welcome to the IGN stage.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today.
This is very exciting. First new Contra in a long time. So tell us a little bit about what you want to accomplish when you set out to bring Contra back.
Sure. Go ahead.
コントラに関してどうぞ今回はどういったはい。
It's great to hear at E3 2019. I can't wait to talk more about new Contra with you guys. で自分はSNES のコントラ、3と、以降、ハードコアとか、シャターソルジャーとか、ずっとこのコントラシリーズ関わってきました。
So yes, I was a director, a game designer, and also an artist for the Contra 3 Alien Wars and Contra Hardcore, as well as I produced and directed Contra Shattered Soldiers and more.
で他にも、キャッスルバニアとか TNMT とかロケットナイトとか、いろんな、タイトルにも関わってきたんですけど、 ぱりこのコントラシリーズっていうのは特に自分にとってこう特別なタイトルです。
And actually, I was also worked on TMNT as well as Symphony of the Night as an artist. But Contra has always taken a special place in my heart, and I couldn't be any more thrilled to bring the franchise back today.
で長いこと新作を作れていなかったんで、もうなんとかこう新しいものを作りたいと思ってたんですけども、ちょうどですね、今年はコントラ誕生32周年というちょうど記念いいタイミングで、新作をリリースする機会を得ることができました。
So yeah, I've worked on a Contra title for a long time now.
Oni kurwa Warsa właśnie robić tak długo, kurwa, oni wygrali wszystko.
Contra franchise is heading into its 32nd anniversary this year. So what's a better time to bring it back?
Co?
Well, I think we're seeing the gameplay here.
Dobrze.
Yeah. So it looks a little bit different than maybe some people.
Dobrze.
Right, so Nakazawa-san, as he mentioned, he's been working on this for a long time, and he really wanted to capture the spirit of the traditional Contra games, but also, of course, upgrade it for modern audiences. So we've got this isometric view, it's pulled back, but we also pan in for some really close hack and slash action. We've got the classic platforming everybody expects, with the really sweet tight roll that you do when you do the jumps, which of course you're going to remember. And like every good Contra game, we've got a crazy selection of guns and enemies that are just absolutely over the top. So you're just going to be mowing down rows and rows of these bad guys as you go through. And each character has a lot of new personality that goes along with that. So
yeah, speaking of, who's this panda man? This is Hungry Beast?
Hungry Beast, yeah. So Hungry Beast is a cyborg. He's got a human brain living inside of him. Don't worry about the plot, it'll come along later as you guys play the game, but without spoiling anything, I can tell you that much. He is super cuddly, super adorable. He's the kind of the mascot of the group, and he just absolutely blows through the enemies with all his different unique attacks. You saw probably a little bit earlier, he used a cooldown where he summons up the pandas in front of him, and now we're seeing the bomb attack. The classic Contra bomb kind of just goes out and wipes everybody out. So it's all about that fast-paced action, but at the same time, you know, Nakazawa-san's Contra in general doesn't take itself seriously, right? So over the top, ridiculous action, just bang, 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 go in there, blow up as many people as you possibly can, but still stay true to that sort of Contra spirit of you know, what Contra is all about, which is just having a good time, absolutely annihilating your enemies.
When the levels in the earlier games were much more linear, it seems like you have a little bit more freedom to go in different paths this time.
Yeah, this
that
game
looks very familiar.
Yeah, it's very familiar. Yeah, there's a ton of throwbacks from this. Whether it be the gate you just saw, you'll see the game mode pan over at different points, and there's that the classic portrait mode where you'll actually use the reticle and move it around, which is a total throwback mode. You do have a lot more freedom of movement in this game in terms of how you're controlling yourself, but you still have the really critical jumps you've got to make. You still have to know your positioning, waves of enemies, making sure that you're just destroying as much as you can as you go along. Yeah.
So Hungry Beast is one of 4 playable characters.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Kaiser, Miss Harakiri, and Gentleman.
Yes, yes. So Kaiser's your classic Contra, big, strong, muscly guy with the buzz cut, smokes the big stogie, got the machine gun, powers up, does the spread weapon.
Sure.
Miss Harakiri is super unique. She's got an alien gut bucket, as we like to call it, right? So this alien's physically living inside of her. She's got a sword jammed through her that she pulls out to do her power up. It kind of unleashes her inner power, lets her move really, really quickly. Obviously, we're talking about Hungry Beast right here, and he's doing his own thing, annihilating a few more enemies with that bomb. And then Gentleman's my personal favorite. He's this adorable, right? He's this adorable little alien, and he's got like the proper manners, so he's got like this very fine accent, and he's very worried about getting dirty, but don't underestimate it. He comes with a flamethrower, and he will absolutely tear you apart. So each of these characters really has their own unique story arc to get into. One of the really cool things that Nakazawa-san chose to do in this game is all the cutscenes are done by professional illustrators and comic artists we pulled from like Dark Horse, DC, Marvel. Like these guys have worked forever on all this kind of cool animated. So when you're playing the story, you're going to see all these characters animated and brought alive with really unique cutscenes.
Did a Hungry Beast just pick an enemy up and throw him?
He did. He did, in fact, just pick an enemy up and throw him. In fact, the maneuver you're seeing there when he slides really quickly is great for offense and defense. It'll get you out of trouble because it gives you a few moments of invulnerability frame, but it also lets you aggressively move through big waves of enemies and knock them out of your way, and also, like you noticed, pick them up.
Right.
And you can do some finishing moves, which you're going to do right here for those stunned enemies that are in your way. Go ahead and just add a little panache to your attacks. Right?
So how do you pull those off? Do you have to build up a meter?
Absolutely not. So Compaq's not on cooldowns, right? So those dashes and things, you're going to be sliding through people as fast as possible. In terms of moving around, there's no particular stamina. The only thing you have to concern yourself, and you see this, our player in the back doing a great job, is toggling guns. You will have a main gun and a secondary gun as you play through, and they will have their own overheat meters. Now the guns get insane. So you go through and you start to be able to customize your guns as you play. So right now he's just got 2 little machine guns coming out of him. It goes 3 and 4 and 5. You can add them on your back. You can have other appendages come on. And so you modify your guns as you go along. You really build your play style. And the cooldown on the gun can be adjusted as well. So as you toggle back and forth, once you get used to balancing the different cooldowns, you can also slap on heat sinks and other cool things like that, increase your crit rate. And that's all done in-game as you're playing. You can modify these characters as you go along. Kind of like a leveling progression system, but for your weapons. But that's not all. Each character, you can tear your brain out, you can tear your eyes out, you can tear your heart out. Like literally, you go and you find these shady back alley doctors, and you pay a good one, you're gonna get like really cool stats. You pay you might, little not so
knows what'll
yeah,
happen.
exactly. But you get some cybernetics as you go along the way. And again, these are all like important gameplay mechanics that Nakazada-san really wanted to bring. I mean, we got Contra is amazing. Like he said, it's been around for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
And this is a whole new generation of gamers who get to experience the idea and joy of Contra, but also really modernize a lot of unique mechanics and bring it to a more modern audience as well.
Yeah, since, like you're saying, Nakazada-san has such a long history with Contra, I'd love to hear what it's like developing brand new Contra games 2019 compared to Contra 3 so many years ago.
じゃあ前回コントラを作ってた中で、今回の新しいコントラと昔コントラ作ってた時の違いは何ですか？
今回いろいろそのグラフィックとか、オンラインマルチプレイとか今風の要素をいろいろ入れてるんですけど、ただやっぱりコントラとしてはもうなんだろうな、もう難しいことを考えずにすぐ分かりやすく遊べる。もういい意味でなんかポテトチップとか食べながら気楽に遊べるそれでみたいなものをちょっと変えちゃいけないところとしてすごく今回でも今作でも大事にしてます。
So what's different with the new Contra that's coming out is definitely the graphics and adding on the multiplayer aspect to the game. Back in the day, it was, what we did differently was, well, obviously you want to keep Contra, so he is still keeping the fact that it's kind of this time it's an easy to pick up game, but like back in the day, it's also sort of an easy pick up game where you're just laid back, you're eating your chips, you're drinking your soda, and having a fun time.
So 4 playable characters means 4 players can play together at the same time?
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now is the single player campaign, but this campaign you can hop in and go find people either randomly pubs or you can pick up with your friends and you can play the different missions as you go through, and then you can hop back out again and continue to play the campaign mode. So absolutely available for online play, and there's a special co-op mode that we'll talk more about in the future that he's been developing because it's not common without couch co-op.
Yeah, for sure.
And then there's a whole PvP mode that again we'll give a chance to users in the future to get a chance to play at as well, and that's up to 4 players as well. So it's not common without multiplayer, man. You got to get in there. You got to have that time to play with your little brother or your best friend. You give them the janky controller.
They get the third-party controller.
Yeah, exactly. They get the third-party controller.
So in the campaign, can you pick any of those 4 characters?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, while you play through, each character levels and has their own gun and weapon set, and you'll see when we go back to base camp here, you can go back and watch all the cutscenes. You can go and mess around. There's a firing range. You can test your weapons on, and again, we talked about the body modification earlier. So you have a lot of control.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot more is being put into this game than a typical Contra game.
Yeah, well, like he mentioned just a second ago, you got to take it and evolve it, right? And that's definitely one of the things that I'm so honored to work with him. I actually hadn't signed my copy of Contra 3,
cool.
But the thought that he put into this game, the passion when I even met him the first time, like the knowledge this man has of the Contra legacy, all of that brought forward into this game. So we couldn't be more excited to have him working on it.
And so what's the premise? What's the threat this time?
Oh, actually, go ahead. I'm going to let him talk about that because he built the story arc.
今回のストーリーに関してちょっと教えていただけますか？
今回はですね、コントラ3とジェネシスで出してたコントラハードコアの間に起こった話で、コントラエイリアンはやっつけられて一回地球が平和になったはずなのに、このエイリアンとの決戦地にちょっと謎の領域が発生して、でそれに今回の主人公たちが立ち向かうそんな感じの話です。
So yes, this new title, this new Contra title is taking place in between Contra 3 Alien Wars and Genesis. And in Alien Wars, at the end of it, you obviously defeat all the aliens, the world is saved. But however, in that same battlefield where all of that took place, a mysterious warp hole appeared. and a lot of interesting things came out of it. So now we have our 4 mercenaries basically as our heroes to take care of. Yeah.
Very cool. What about it's Lance and Bill from the original Contra?
Oh, not we don't know what they're up to at the moment,
No,
right?
there's-
So these guys are we'll just call them heroes for the sake of the discussion. There's definitely a highly irreverent tone to how they behave, and so heroes might be a light term. They might end up saving the world, they might not, but they'll do it on their own terms for sure. As for Bill and Lance, we'll get back to that later.
今回こうビルやランスとこの新作がどういうふうにつながりがあるのかっていうちょっと新しいデモ映像もちょっと公開できるようにちょっと準備して。
So yeah, we're actually to talk more about how Bill and Lance and the 4 characters, how that story kind of comes together, or we do have something coming down the line that kind of explains that storyline and where those characters are at the moment. So
more on that.
Interesting.
Yeah, right.
Final question: does the canonical work in Contra Rogue Core?
コナミコードは魅力者だ。
コナミコードは隠しコマンドなので教えちゃうと秘密にならないので
That's a hidden code, so we can't get
Nobody knows the code. That's never been used before.
Maybe I'll get the chance to try it myself sometime soon. Contra Rogue Core is out September 26th. Is that right?
24th and 26th. 24th in the U.S., 26th the rest of the world in the UK and Asia. So.
Very cool. And of course, if we can't wait that long to play some Contra, we can play the Anniversary Collection, which is out today.
Absolutely, yeah. All stores, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and of course PC, Steam. And we're super excited. It's a great way to get back into Contra. So.
Very cool. Thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was Contra Rogue Core. We'll have lots more coverage on IGN before it's out, so keep an eye out. Right now, it's still E3. Lots of other great things from our childhood are returning to make us happy. Tell us more, Brian.
Hi, Damon. Coming up next, I get to talk to Nintendo about Luigi's Mansion and ask them why that poor, scared man keeps being forced to fight a house full of ghosts, because it's very confusing to me. But right now, let's take a look at some exclusive gameplay of Sayonara Wild Hearts.
Introducing the all-new Up It Nude! Up It Nude's new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxing, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and other content too stupid for regular weekdays.
Like some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Up at Noon, weekends on IGN and YouTube.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2019. Now, for some dark, twisted, horrible reason, lovable Mario brother Luigi has spent the last 18 years getting repeatedly lured into wretched, haunted mansions brimming with awful ghosts, ghouls, and various nightmarish things that go bump in the night. In the upcoming Luigi's Mansion 3, Luigi once again returns to the darkness and despair. And joining me to understand why is IGN's Janet Garcia and Nintendo's JC Rodrigo. Hello.
Hi.
Was that dark? Let's bring it up.
I was kind of caught me off guard there. I was like, wow, that got serious really fast.
It really is.
Yeah.
I am worried about this lovable plumber man. He is constantly thrown into this haunted mansion, and he's back in another one. This is Luigi's Mansion 3, obviously.
Correct.
What's going on with this game?
Long story
Is he okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. You know, they were going on a vacation. He got an invite to this giant, nice hotel. It's really gold, really beautiful. And he gets in, and things aren't all that they seem. Something happens, and I'll just say that some of the characters start to get in a bit of trouble, and Luigi's got to save them. But thankfully, he's brought his Poltergust G00, and right now what you're seeing is actually one of the bosses in the level. I believe his name is King McFright. He's got that, what he was holding, it looked like a light bulb. What that is, it's an elevator button.
Oh.
So you have to go to the end of the level. You would, of course, defeat the boss and try to reclaim the elevator button, and you would get to the next level. So each of the levels really does have a different kind of theme to it. In this particular one, you can see the whole, insert, GOT joke here. But it's really exciting because as you start to explore as a player, you start to find a lot of different secrets and fun little things, as all Luigi's Mansion games do. But this one, a lot of love and care into this one. So
would you say the progression is like you gathering these elevator buttons to slowly make your way up this like tower stacked mansion?
Yeah, it's pretty much that's it. And what's new to the game also is you're about to see a little bit of it here. See Luigi, as you can tell, using the Poltergust G00, and I can't help his animations, and they're so good. Yeah, he starts to get scared, freak out, and then he hits him with a strobe ball. Hold down the button, hold back, and then this is a new move called the slam. So once you fill that gauge, you can press the A button a couple of times, and you'll slam the ghost. Now, what's interesting is usually the pattern for simple ghosts like this is you press the A button to flash the strobe bulb like that, then you use the vacuum to suck in. However, if you slam another ghost that you're already sucked into one that has not yet been flashed, that counts, and it makes them appear and tangible, so you can actually just skip a step.
Oh,
so there is some strategy to using the slam to, destroy objects in the environment, to hit other ghosts, and maybe even uncover a different place. What you're seeing here is Luigi using the little suction shot, and yes, there are many little secrets and fun stuff to find. So
nice. It looks like the Polterpup was kind of playing a role there,
Awesome,
listening to
cool.
how that dog is used like in the gameplay.
That dog, that good boy, is of course very friendly. He just kind of helping you out through the tutorial. He kind of reminds you, hey, ZR button plus that, it'll let you do this.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Now,
definitely tutorial helper.
Speaking of lovable companions, where is Mario during all this?
Well, something happened. I won't go into it too much, but in our booth, can I talk a little bit about our booth? Because there's, I'll allude to this. In our booth, there's actually, when you go into Luigi's Mansion 3 area,
No dostać takiego, dostać ogarnąć, kurwa.
top, and there are giant X's over their faces of like Peach and Mario. So something happened. Luigi's got to figure out what's going on. But this is a great to talk about. In order to help him, speaking of other buddies, this is Gooigi. Gooigi is made of ectoplasm coffee. That's lore. That's true. Ectoplasm coffee. And Gooigi is able to slide through things that maybe Luigi cannot. So those spikes, for example, able to walk right through 'em, no problem. Funny, I actually tried to. Oh, go ahead.
So, I guess Luigi's like a little slumped over there. Do they like share a soul, or
Share a soul. That's
what is the
deep way to
lore
put it.
of what we're seeing right there?
Well, this is just basically one way to play with Guigi and Luigi. Pretty much press the right stick, and you can switch between independently either Guigi or Luigi. So
Oh, but
right
now
now,
they're both
Luigi's
kind of there, yeah.
holding down that trap to make sure it's fine. Then Luigi can walk across.
So is Luigi maybe just taking a nap or a little break, or
I
what's
guess
going
you could say he's drifting or sleeping off a little bit. Yeah.
Wow, that was a lot. I know in previous Luigi's Mansion games, it was kind of like separated per level, and you got those little scores afterwards. Does this game follow that structure, or does it make it a little bit more open?
Ooh, we'll be talking about that a little bit later on.
Okay.
So it feels like the sort of elevator button system allows you guys to get a little more creative on each floor and sort of flex different types of environments. Is that something we can expect to see? Is sort of a wide variety of like levels here?
Absolutely. You'll definitely take into account the fact that you start off and technically this isn't the first levels. It is in the demo, but I remember there being like a movie set, and I'm like, what is going on here? Then it was like all wild and greenery. I'm like, this is supposed to be what is this? So definitely a lot of surprise on each floor because they are very wildly different.
Yeah. What inspired the themes of those floors?
I actually can't speak to it since I'm not the developer, but if there's anything else, I would definitely say that maybe it's a themed hotel. I don't know. But something tells me there's something amiss also regarding those themes and why they're there.
Now, throughout the years, we've seen Luigi collect money in these games. Does he ever spend it on anything?
I don't know. I mean, I probably does. I mean, he's got some roadster somewhere where he's just like
therapy.
Plug in. Yeah, therapy from all the ghosts. Potentially, but yeah, he definitely money collecting is back, and eking out every coin and gold bar, as you can tell, is going to be really, really key.
And obviously, along with the level design variety, we're seeing variety in a lot of the ghosts. Some of the stuff you guys showed today had some weird new ghost bosses, like that were very, very interesting and sort of grander than we're used to seeing for the Luigi's game. Are they sort of expanding more in that direction too?
I think you could expect that, Luigi's Mansion, as when it comes to bosses and kind of the complexity of solving the puzzle that is a boss, there's a lot of good steps. I mean, later on, we'll talk about it when we get to, King McFried over there. But I think the steps you need to get into different phases of battle will also be kind of interesting. Because I think maybe a little more complex than people are used to. Complex in a good way, but not necessarily more difficult. Just unexpected surprises, I'll say that.
There's also these little, like, sort of first-person sequences.
Yeah, you saw one right there. We just kind of peering through a little crack in the... Yeah, that's basically a hint to there is something back there. There's got to be some way to get it. But, good for Luigi. Good job.
Does he still hum as he walks through the levels?
He can hum at times, but what I actually found out, and this is something people can test this out if they're on the show floor, you get a chance to play it later. On the plus control pad, I was messing around with it just to see what the buttons would do, and if you press left, down, or right, he kind of goes, Mario, and he kind of calls out. And the tone of how he calls out kind of changes depending on the context of when you're pressing the button. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, there's a lot in there, a lot of love and care, again. So.
This is all because he got an invite.
Kurwa, ale to chodzi, to kurwa ktoś tłumaczył. Ja nie wiem, jak to kurwa zrobić.
Every invitation that he gets.
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's that popular, right? But
I mean, like, I don't know, Mario got invited to Peach's Castle to eat cake, and then he was stuck there for 120 stars. Dangerous things happen when these guys get invitations.
This is why I don't go out anywhere. I just stay home and play my Switch.
But they got to enjoy it at some point, right? I mean, like, they know, dude, put it this way. In the opening sequence, he knows what's up when Polterpup pops out of the suitcase. Like, hey, you don't see me often, but I'm here. Like, isn't that a hint that something's about to go down? Like,
maybe he's overcoming his fears.
Well, the animals are always the first to know, even the ghost animals.
That is very true. It's very true. It's scary true, actually.
Can you speak to any of the other upgrades that we see to Luigi's kit? Because I know in like Dark Moon we got the flashlight that can kind of see mysterious things that are invisible, and I know you guys mentioned that the Poltergust has a few upgrades itself, so what can we expect in terms of that?
So the slam and the suction shock that we went over were definitely some of the key things. You will see kind of like a dark light also come back. Remember you just spoke about it? Now I'm kind of spoiling it, but just see that in a hot second. Of course you have, there's also an interesting burst move where you press like ZL and ZR at the same time, and you kind of put like that. Yeah, he just kind of jumps in place. What's interesting is it can push back. So if you're getting overwhelmed by a lot of ghosts or enemies, You just hit that, and they all kind of back up and give you a little space.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Yeah. What made you guys decide to make those kind of adjustments?
Those kinds of adjustments I think were made because there's always something fun and new, and depending on the tools you have, right, there's more ways to exploit them to present new challenges, new puzzles, things like that. Funny enough, going back to Luigi, we just saw it there a second ago. If you notice that if Luigi pulls on this, on that particular lever, and there's a bucket of water that comes down, and
A, to trzeba się sprawdzić.
water soluble.
Okej.
So he just kind of melts. So there he is. That's Skimmick Fright. So it's a fun little battle.
If Luigi melts, is Luigi also harmed?
No, actually. If you press the right stick and when you summon Luigi, he has his own kind of like health bank, about like 25 hit points. Luigi doesn't technically lose it, so it's kind of nice to send out Luigi as a nice little, hey, you do that first, and I'll be here.
Which is why you made him to begin with. So
Exactly.
It all lines up.
Oh, lore also. So as you're watching through the battle, I also want you to pay attention to when the crowd cheers. I thought that was a really nice detail.
Now, how emotionally fragile is this man? Because that is not a real crowd. Those are paper cutouts that he put there to make himself feel better.
Lol.
It's there you go. See, this is where I want. I want to get shocked.
Nobody wants
That hurts. But the crowd cheers for King McFright. Like, so it kind of feels messed up that hey, you just got hit, and everyone's like, yeah, and cheering. But those kinds of details, I think, are definitely my favorite because they didn't need to. Or like when Luigi's in a room with ghosts, his standing posture is a lot more just like completely like scared stiff, right? He's completely stiff. If there's no ghost, his body movement changes. So they've done a lot of great work with animating and kind of
That was beautiful.
Right?
Do you think Luigi will ever be gifted a non-haunted mansion or ever go on a vacation that doesn't end in terror?
Probably not. I think we love him well enough that he's a good enough sport to kind of go along with it.
That's true. I mean, him being scared and crying is part of the appeal at this point.
Isn't that the appeal of Luigi, though?
I think so. And I forgot about that, but it's worth it for us because we get to laugh.
It's a very relatable character.
Yes,
that's true.
Yes, laughing with him is definitely the key.
But he's not laughing, so I don't know.
He looks like he's scared.
He's having a good time.
Exactly.
He's doing okay.
I think you can expect that Luigi wouldn't be putting himself in this position if he didn't like it somewhere on the inside, deep down in there. He probably likes it.
The secret masochism of Luigi.
I mean,
love it.
he's saving Mario, right? He's saving his friends, so that's a good cause, and he's a really courageous soul to take on that task. I'll look at him struggle. Oh,
there we go.
That looks like it's it.
Yay!
Oh, that's right.
The crowd hasn't really changed their expectations once again because they are not real. They are plants.
Yep. They're all cardboard cutouts.
No, it's basically like when Macaulay Culkin puts out the Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah.
And they just start kind of moving in it. Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
I don't know how we got a Home Alone reference into the show, but probably did.
I wasn't expecting that one, that's for sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is Luigi's Mansion 3. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, JC. I now feel a little bit better about Luigi's constant tormented battle against the afterlife. And speaking of afterlife, there's plenty of more life after this in our coverage of E3 Live at IGN. So don't go away. What's coming up next, Max? More bad puns?
Yeah, something like that. Well, Luigi's Mansion is pretty cool, but what about Xavier's Mansion? We've got Marvel Ultimate Alliance through the Black Order coming up in a bit, but first, the Daily Fix with Sid. Let's take a look.
What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and in today's Daily Fix, the latest on Final Fantasy VII and new games from Ubisoft. Roll a thing.
Ah, kurwa.
If you remake show at E3. Settle in, because we've got a lot to cover. The Final Fantasy VII remake, which looks so beautiful, I cannot unsee it, and I don't want to, is going
Square
to be
Enix
brought
Final
to
Fantasy
a producer's
remake.
cut on the Midgar section has been expanded that it's big enough to be its own game. The battle mechanics have been revamped as well. Tactical mode has the ability to slow down time during a fight once you've landed enough attacks. A useful life skill, if you ask me. Final Fantasy VII is available for pre-order now from the $60 standard edition all the way up to the first class edition, which includes some handy DLC and a Cloud Strife action figure, plus his badass motorcycle, which I think we can all agree I was born to ride. First class edition cost $330, so it might be time to get a side gig. An HD remaster of Final Fantasy VIII is due out this year too. Finally! Was there a Marvel Avengers trailer? Yes. But was it buried under a ton of JRPG content? Maybe. All I know is the Shadowbringers expansion for Final Fantasy XIV is coming out July 2nd. Ubisoft also got some time in the spotlight during E3 yesterday. Announcing Rainbow Six Quarantine, it's a 3-player tactical co-op game with a horror theme. And no, the horror part is not having to cooperate with others. It's a deadly parasite. Creators of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which just got that story creator mode we were talking about the other day, also showed off a new game during the Ubisoft show. We know basically nothing about it except it's called Gods and Monsters. It's got a cartoony vibe, very different from Assassin's Creed, and it's coming out February 25th. We also learned more about Ubisoft Uplay Plus, the new subscription service providing access to Ubisoft's PC titles. Current games with DLC and other bonuses will be available at launch, but the $15 per month price tag has caused some...
Wszyscy kurwa, no ja pierdzielę, no każdy musi to robić, ja nie mogę.
Stadia in 2020. And that's it, fix for June 11th. I'm Cindy Goodman, and I hope your day is as awesome as you are. Now that you're all caught up on the news,
Kurczę, no kurwa, każdy już robi jakieś o...
you'll have
Kurwa.
to skip eating and sleeping, but it's totally worth it. Download the IGN app on all your cellular devices, subscribe to the
Yes.
on Snapchat, and for all this everything else, IGN.com.
Well, Jonathan, looks like we finally broke the news bot.
What are we going to do now? Report the news ourselves? Like a couple of jerks?
IGN Now, reporting the news ourselves like a bunch of jerks.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the memes, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
What does IGN even mean, anyway? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Greetings, true believers. believers, welcome back to IGN Live E3 2019 Excelsior! If you're a fan of Marvel superheroes, you've probably spent the last decade and a half watching the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, and X-Men movies, but it has been far too long since they all teamed up for a video game. Well, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, the Black War, getting the whole title in there, is on its way to fix that. Here to tell me more is Nintendo's JC Rodrigo, and here to ask stupid questions about Gambit and Omega Red, Brian Altano.
Who is the Gambit and who is the Omega
Tell us
Red?
more about this Remy LeBeau.
Why you gotta do that, man? What do you want to say? Look, this game is cool.
Now, I don't think we've seen him in action, but that was literally the first question out of his mouth. But you did drop this wonderful trailer during the direct today.
Yeah.
And it shows off it was kind of like a Where's Waldo of Marvel characters.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. You know, we have over 30 characters in the game, and in the particular demo that we brought today, there's about 13 of them. So some of the ones you can see on screen right now, you have Captain Marvel, you have Wolverine, you see Thor, pretty sure Star-Lord's in there. And yeah, there's also some NPCs who find familiar, Jessica Jones, for the level later on.
You know, it just does wonderful things for me to see Wolverine in his iconic yellow.
Nie ma tego, co wtedy szukałem.
How easy
To
that
mogę
is.
kurde kupić.
Put that character
Dobra.
everywhere like that, and it just doesn't
Spoko.
happen. So it's really good to see him here.
So this is the Ultimate Alliance series. I know a lot of people really love them. They're known for having just massive rosters of characters.
Oh yeah.
This is the first one in what, 13 years?
It's been a while, yeah. It's been a while. I think what has really kind of changed since then is I know there's a couple of newcomers, right? First ones to the series, I know that Guardians of the Galaxy, they're in here now, and I hope my personal favorite character to play as right now is a combo of Groot and Rocket. Yeah, so they have a really interesting way of attacking too. There's also let me see, there's so many. I think we revealed Elsa Bloodstone earlier this morning was in the trailer. Elektra was there, Ghost Rider.
There's X-Men, there's the Avengers, there's the Fantastic Four, there's the Marvel Knights. It just keeps going and going and going.
Oh yeah, that's part of the DLC. So we also announced this morning that there's it's Marvel Knights, I think Fantastic Four, and X-Men are part of some DLC that will be coming out starting in fall. But you can actually pre-order it right now on Nintendo eShop. And what you're seeing right now is just kind of going back to kind of what you're seeing here is, of course, any Marvel Ultimate Alliance game probably wouldn't be complete without some kind of epic storyline. So you have this new twist on the Infinity Gauntlet storyline, not necessarily the comic book version, not the cinematic one either. So it'll be only something that's exclusive to Nintendo Switch.
I'm okay with that. The movie version was heavy and dark, and I need a break. I want something a little more lighthearted. Look at these guys. This is just the best.
Hanging out. Let's see some heroes. Let's see the select screen.
Yeah, so here you want to take a little bit of time. Yeah, pick whoever's back there playing. Go ahead and take your time, pick a couple of them. Yeah, so Storm, Black Panther. And what you're going to see is as you select some of these, you'll see Marvel Royalty, Gods and Demons, X-Force. As they start to put them together, if you put, let's say, all the women of Marvel together, you start getting bonuses for your attack, defense, your special gauges, and so you kind of want to think about what's making up. Oh, so good. You want to think about the makeup of your team, but then ultimately you can put together. That was not intentional. You can put together whatever team you want, and there's always a way to make it work and make it work really well.
And I guess for the uninitiated, the gameplay is sort of it alternates between top-down, a little bit of sort of 3/4 view, side-scrolling. The camera moves around a lot, but a lot of it's basically action, combat, gauntlet style, multiplayers. Not necessarily dungeon crawling, but sort of battling your way through waves of enemies, which I think is great for local co-op on Switch.
Absolutely, you have local co-op up to 4 players. You could do local wireless. There is some online play as well. So yeah, definitely pick up and play a game with anyone, even if you've never played before and someone hands you a Joy-Con or something. Really easy. That punches the other dude in the face. This one jumps and hit that to your special. Real simple.
It's just there's something wonderfully simple about that. It's a brawler about superheroes. They're all together. They're hanging out in the same universe. I want to point out, I love that I think it was the previous ones. Deadpool was not a well-known character back then, and those games really helped kind of surface him as a funny character. He would break the fourth wall and stuff. Can you talk a little bit about sort of the writing and sort of this is the tone of the game, I guess?
Yeah, the tone of the game for me, as I've been playing through it, it's just really clever the way that they start to put the relationships together. So the writing's actually pretty funny at times, obviously. There's also they're starting to clue you in on relationships you didn't think that should be there, but they actually are there. So I don't want to get too much away. I really shouldn't talk about it, but I should say that it'll be really entertaining to watch Marvel characters that you didn't think were going to interact in a whole new way. So
playing with action figures, I like it.
yeah, no,
Take
I mean, it's kind of what it is, right? You have like, hey, I want to play as this and then that. Oh, great, let's put them all together. Sure, let's recognize together. Fine.
And so one of the characters just picked up a rare item. Is that going to sort of nudge people to replay levels a bunch of times and look for like secret stuff, hidden drops?
So what you're looking at is Thor is actually equipping an ISO 8. So ISO 8 allows you to power up your characters different ways. You equip an ISO 8, they give you a little bit of boosted damage, defense, things like that. So yes, you'll find a ton of different versions of that, and you do want to collect them. In addition, just like other Marvel Ultimate Alliance games, there's also some leveling up. So if you really like a certain character, you can make them all buff, and they can start, dealing tons more damage than they would normally do. So yeah, you want to level up, you want to collect some stuff, and mess around with the synergy that you have between all your characters. So
I like how Jessica Jones is just being like antisocial and just sort of hanging out, just leaning against walls, just being sort of helpful but not really.
Well, she's about to be helpful in a hot second.
Okay.
She's asking, how do we get into Shadowland? Because they're trying to take down the Black Order. She just goes, well, let me do this right here. Then, yeah, that's it. There you go.
So everybody had to fight waves of bad guys, and she's like, I'm going to punch this machine.
Yep. Worth it. Worth it.
You got to call in the right
Totally
people
worth
for the right job, man.
Yep. You'll see a lot of other characters like Luke Cage. It definitely is a call out there. Jessica Jones are talking over headsets. You'll probably also see another one coming up in a moment. But first, you'll start to notice as you're watching the game, there's a lot of damage numbers flying up, things like that. In order to do a lot of these special moves that they're using is you just hold down the R button, then you press either Y or X. And you'll notice when that menu comes up, there's actually there's 4 open slots, but in this demo, there's only 2 skills. So as you start to level up your characters, you'll start to kind of go, you know what, I want skill number 1, 4, 6, and this one, and that'll be your loadout of skills for that character. And what ends up happening is, you start to really tinker with the balance of each of these characters, and you start to do these combo attacks, which you can press. You may see it in the future. You see kind of a beam that connects 2 characters, and if you press it, that will allow you to do like a combo attack and actually multiply the output.
So that all kind of feeds back into like selecting, who your line is.
Dobra,
yeah,
mam.
always try new things. You'll slowly get characters over time, and you'll start to kind of learn each of those, kind of the nuances of each of those superheroes, and find a way to insert them in your group. It's pretty.
How big is the roster on the launch game?
I mean, it's over 30 characters.
That's over 30. Good God. Okay.
It's a lot to go through, believe me.
And they all have like unique skill sets that they can acquire?
Completely. And the way they interact with each other is all different too, depending on what your loadout is. And also, of course, yeah, it's kind of silly, right? Like
really ambitious.
it's a lot.
I appreciate the level variety too, because we went from like this back alley street fight to like wrecking a Zen garden.
That's kind of like the end of Royal Tenenbaums, really.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's like sort of an official Royal Tenenbaums video game.
Closest we're gonna get for a while.
Unofficial is the key word.
Now, what about alternate costumes?
Ooh, I won't be going into them right now. I won't be going into any of that. So nothing's announced at this time.
Okay, I'll leave you alone.
But we did see the Spider-Verse Spider-Man.
Technically, so you have Miles Morales is new, right? So Miles Morales, there's like Spider-Gwen, there's Spider-Man, so there are some changes to, obviously maybe the outfits that people are familiar with in the cinematic universe, riffing off of those in the comic universe as well. So
God, that rules.
Now, are they all kind of treated as they're all unique characters, right? They're not. It's not just like palette swaps, basically.
No.
Okay.
They're all unique characters. Definitely even like Venom and Spider-Man. Obviously, they're very different, but even then. Huge difference even in the way you play. Venom hits harder. He uses just that black goo, whatever you want to call it, and just Venom, I guess, go down. He can go down to the ground, splash and area effect damage. Where like Spider-Man's more of a jumping around and kind of arcing from side to side, getting in and out of battle. And you have
nicer.
I guess he's a bit nicer. He's just a little.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit nicer.
This is the ultimate alliance. They all find a way to kind of.
That's true.
Ally.
Put their differences aside. For the greater good to beat evil.
Yeah, I mean, you have Iron Fist here. That's another cameo. You'll see a lot of those, and you could play as him as well. And also, someone corrected me earlier. Someone was like, "Well, Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel." I'm like, "Well, I've been told it's the current Miss Marvel."
Yeah,
that's the Miss Marvel. That's this one is the current Miss Marvel.
There's Miss Marvel and there's Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel. Correct. Yeah.
Titles.
The dangerous thing about even sticking like your pinky toe into the universe of comics is that 1,000 people will jump out and be like, "No, wrong, no, this, that." I
bet someone out right now is like, JC is just not on the game today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, it's actually this.
There's a lot of Marvel characters.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them.
And there's a lot of action happening on screen too, because right now is the kind of section where you have these ultimate alliance attacks. And what that is when your gauge is full at the bottom, you kind of see him, this weird kind of gold ring around him a little bit. If you press L and R at the same time, one person will execute like their ultimate attack. Obviously, you should be facing that's an extreme attack, alliance extreme, and the more people that have the gauge full, you can stack it up, and all 4 people can just go ham and just unleash all of them at the same time, and it multiplies the damage in the bottom right.
I want to say real quick, you totally got me like wanting to play as Groot and Rocket now, because I really like their combo of like up close melee stuff, and then sort of the like hanging back and shooting missiles at people.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If you press the weak button and you kind of hold it, Rocket will just shoot from afar. So you can, if you're low on health, just back up and let that fill your gauge. Then when you get closer, you just have Groot just use her strong attack, slapping around his body. Branches, body.
Tendrils? I don't know what you call that.
All their comments right now. Actually, it's not actually.
Trzeba zmienić.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Are there any botnets in the comment section? Please let us know what the bot is called.
And also, you'll see that some of the stronger enemies, so good.
Whoa.
Just watch them go.
I love that like comic book style, like that big that splash screen.
Yeah, the little blades that come through.
Yep.
Oh man, this is so good.
I teraz dopiero strzałka lewo, prawo. A nie.
So generally, that's actually the
A,
a
później.
lot of characters, local.
Look at that. I mean,
that splash screen's silly, right?
Yeah, it is just.
No, tak o kurwa się robi.
I'm happy to have Nightcrawler in there.
Yeah.
Waliłem na nowo.
The thing is, if you like Marvel even a little bit, there's something here for you, you know. And they got all the guys who had their Netflix shows canceled.
Yeah. No, you bring everybody in who's, whether you love their movies or their TV shows, they're all here. They're all hanging out. I like that. I appreciate that.
Now, can you talk at all about bosses? Is that a thing we're talking about yet? Will there be bosses?
I've played a few bosses. I'm just trying to figure out what we made public so far. But to risk I say, there's some really good ones. And a lot of the fights that I've experienced through the main game are even, like, this right here in the demo is pretty sweet. But some of the bosses I've seen in the battles you'll face, like it's pretty inspiring. Just like they really went for it this time.
Now, obviously, like we've all had familiar with the Black Order because of the movies, but will there be other villains popping up here and there? We saw Magneto in the most recent trailer.
Oh yeah. You will see some. Can I say that? You will see some.
Who was doing Magneto's voice in that? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I do not. Why you gotta ask me these questions?
Everyone was like, it's not Ian McKellen, I don't think. It's somebody doing a really good impression, but
really good impression, probably.
So I think we're going through with a different line of characters now: Black Panther, Venom, Storm, and Deadpool. I'm all about this.
Oh man,
this is a good team. And so it's telling you now the bonuses that this specific team can get.
Correct. So like, increase in damage output, defense, or even like the charge of your meter going up a little bit. Like, yeah, there's depending on what the combination is, you'll have different buffs.
Now, tell me about sort of control configurations for Nintendo Switch. Can you play with split Joy-Cons with each player, or is like how does local multiplayer work with different controllers?
You can either play with Joy-Con, but my preference definitely is grip. I think grip or Pro Controller is probably where it's at for me, but you could also use Joy-Con.
In case like you're on a plane with somebody and you want to do an ultimate.
You want to bother your seatmate.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I need you to do something for me real quick.
I think that's a nice thing to do on a plane, is bother your seatmate with.
That would be a little terrifying. That's okay. That's awkward.
So here they are. We have Venom running in the front up here. I love the way they play with scale in this game and how he's just like twice the size of Deadpool.
There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah.
He's a big dude.
He is a big dude.
And he leaves his stuff everywhere. It's just gross.
Just a lot of slime.
When you're playing with the large characters, too, that's another thing I kind of felt. When you start to play different characters, like Venom feels like he hits like a Mack truck. Him and Thor feel like brick walls that are coming to like smash your face in. As opposed to someone like like Spider-Man's really quick, and even Miles Morales is actually really fast. Or Wolverine, heaven forbid you try and slow down with Wolverine. You just don't. There's no slowing in Wolverine.
Now obviously this
feels good.
This is a co-op game. You want to team up with people and work together with them. But when a rare item does get dropped, how do you decide who gets it and who gets to attribute it to their characters and build that kind of stuff out?
Yeah, I mean generally it's you grab them all and it's kind of like in your satchel. It's all in a giant list, and then you can kind of futz with it and be like, all right, well, I want to try this ISO 8, this one particular one with that character, and it gives them a certain amount of boost. But let's just say that you're going for all like hard hitters, right? Okay, maybe that the wrong ISO 8 could doesn't really help you that much. You probably want to get all the ones that boost your output and say, you know what, forget about HP or not really worried about defense. You know, just depends. So.
Sweet. And this is out July 19th.
This is out July 19th, correct. And as far as the exclusive DLC that we announced this morning, you can start pre-ordering that right now, and then the first of which starts to come in fall.
Sweet. And have you announced have you announced all of the DLC, or is there still more kind of down the road further?
The ones that we announced this morning were particularly, so going over again, it's Marvel Knights, there's like an X-Men, and there's also a Fantastic Four. So those 3 packs, and the first of which of those will start releasing in fall.
And so right now we have Avengers, we have Guardians, we have some X-Men in there. There's a whole bunch going on. I'm really into it.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I think what's a lot of fun for folks in Treehouse too, when we start messing with it, is like we'll start to kind of paint what our picture-perfect screenshot we want to grab. And so like, all right, Venom, you stand over there, you'll do this, you're gonna hold out arm and you do that. Okay, that one's really cool. Who's got something else? And then we'll just start making these really epic screenshots. So definitely take a look at the, some of the screenshots that we're releasing from Nintendo, and there's a lot of hard work and just kind of tinkering with it to make sure it's beautiful. So we love trying to recreate that comic book feel to it.
JC, do you have a personal favorite character right now?
Oh man,
not to make you favorite.
Maybe because I have a man crush on Chris Hemsworth, probably Thor.
It's a good choice.
Yeah, I mean he's just too handsome for me not to like him. And he hits, that. And he has a really cool attack where he kind of sends, he uses his meow meow whatever. And
I've never been
either. Yeah, and then just kind of shoots out lightning from it going forward, and his extreme attack kind of covers a wide area. That feels really good to connect with someone else when you team up with a sync attack.
Cool. One last question. It is Ultimate Alliance 3, the last one quite a while ago. For people who aren't familiar with the series, this is a totally clean jumping on point, right?
Absolutely. You don't have to play any of the other games to kind of get in with this one and kind of figure out what it's about. It's pretty straightforward. Pick your favorite superheroes, team them up, and take on Thanos. You don't really have to worry about too much. It'll be just fine.
JC, thank you so much. Brian, okay job. That is Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, out July 19th, only on Nintendo Switch. Enough said. Well, almost. Damon, what's next?
Oh man, there's so much coming up next, Max. Lots more games, plenty more to come. Here's just Tuesday of E3 2019. Let's take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this.
Hey everybody, Destin Legary here for IGN Access at E3 2019. I'm here with Jack Patillo. How's it going, man?
It's going well, man. We just watched the Ubisoft E3 conference, so, it's exciting times.
Yeah, it was fun. There were a few moments where I was like, what the hell? What is going on
We got a TV show announcement at a video game press conference.
Trzeba zaraz zobaczyć.
That was interesting.
I was super happy to see the Always Sunny in Philadelphia guy. Here's the theme song. I'm like, are they going to make an Always Sunny game?
Yeah.
Nope. It's a TV show about a video game that doesn't exist. It's really, really confusing tonally.
Yeah, a little bit odd, but I mean the trailer is kind of very traditional sort of gameplay stuff. I've met those guys before in real life, and maybe it'll be good. And apparently he's working directly with Ubisoft, so hopefully it'll be good, at least realistic.
Because, as you all know, nobody smells bullshit like this particular community.
Another really, really strange moment was the Just Dance dance. They have they're continuing the story.
Dance is why we exist. Let's get out there and get ready for what's next.
It's a little fun. I gotta admit, I admire that the dancers can come out, bust a move, but then they brought out staff with the dancers.
Well,
and I was like,
I think those were actually players, is what it looked like.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was Ubisoft fan players came out and got to play along. I thought that was kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, really diving into it and kind of showing the audience some love.
Usually they open with the Just Dance segment. They have it kind of in the middle of everything. I was like, oh, all right, I'll enjoy a little dance.
Well, we opened this year with the Assassin's Creed Symphony, and that was pretty awesome to me. I mean, I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fanboy, so I knew there wasn't going to be any game stuff this year because they're waiting until next year. But starting with the Symphony was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I actually like that musical number a lot as opposed to the Just Dance.
Yeah, it was kind of brought something a little bit more powerful to the opening.
Let's talk subscription services.
Hey, Adam Plus to your name.
Now. Yeah. So Ubisoft is $14.99. It's coming to Google Stadia, which is $9.99, and Xbox Game Pass is $14.99.
Yeah.
Have fun playing.
Okay, the last two are from Ghost Recon, actually.
Oh, yeah?
One is
That's
the
Jones,
Terminator tie-in,
More Terminator, man. Terminator's popping up everywhere.
But they did the Terminator noises.
That's true.
They showed the eyes, and I'm like, all right, he's in there in what capacity?
Yeah, it's true. Usually for Terminator, they either show the foot crushing the skull or they show the eyes.
Yeah.
So they went with the eyes.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be interested to see how that ends up working because I didn't really get any context. And Delta Squad, they're like Ghost Recon Delta Squad. Everybody claps.
Welcome to Ghost Recon Delta Company.
What is it? Yeah, we gotta find out more about that. Well, I mean, to be fair, Ubisoft's really good about working with their community, so maybe this is another way for the community to kind of give back and shape what's going to come out. So
that's true.
I'll give them credit for it. You know, it sounded weird, a little bit strange to announce it here, but you know, I'll give it a shot.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Those are some of the odd
Super.
Check out all of our content on IGN for more on all things Gaming Cube right here on IGN.
Hey, I'm John. Good to be here. This is Baby in the Dub. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Naprawdę, dzień to tak kurwa rozpieprza to.
Introducing the all-new Up It Nude! Up It Nude's new and improved recipe is chock full of lists, let's plays, unboxings, special guests, goofs, guffaws, and other content too stupid for regular weekdays.
Like some sort of color-changing reptile stripper man. I'm doing it. Don't touch it. What's wrong with you? Get corn snack. Game sucks. Bring it back.
Up at Noon, weekends on IGN and YouTube.
What does IGN even mean, anyway?
Kurwa.
Whatever you want it to mean.
No za chuj, no tak szybko.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans.
Kurwa, od początku. Pierdolę.
From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're bringing the meat.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2019. We all have to wait until next April to properly dive into the world of Cyberpunk 2077. But in the meantime, here is the next best thing, a guided tour of the latest E3 trailer from one of the people making the game. I'm joined right now by Pavel Sasko from CD Projekt Red. He is the lead quest designer. And then there's Tom Marks, who got to see the demo at E3, which I haven't seen yet because I've been sitting on this stage.
Tam 40 FPS.
Now we have this whole trailer here, which is very cool. There's obviously a lot to unpack. You make very dense, kind of intricate trailers, and I figured you could kind of show us through it. Some stuff we might.
I'd love to. I mean, there's so much stuff to unpack, so we can get right through it. I mean, I can talk about it about 4 hours. So let's just unleash me.
So, all right. So I think we should have this any second. Here we go. We are in Night City. Can you tell us a bit about sort of the different districts of Night City?
Oh man, so in the game we have 8 different districts, and player will be able to visit all of them. They are like they're completely different. Like there are districts like you could have seen in the previous demo, Watson, which is like almost the poorest district in the whole city, but there is, for instance, the Corpo Plaza. That's the district where the nuke struck in 2020. So this is Mike Pondsmith, who's to be blamed for that, and that part has been rebuilt like greatly. And there are like those gigantic buildings, created by corporations. Those are like sculptures, showing their power almost, and you have completely different atmosphere there than in Watson, for instance, right? In a demo that Tom has shown, you can see another one, right? That was a Pacifica.
Yeah, we saw Pacifica in the gameplay demo that almost felt like a really like run-down boardwalk area from obviously very futuristic, and like there was like a ruined Ferris wheel, and it was pretty crazy.
Okay, so what's up with the No-Tell Motel? Tell me about the significance.
Oh yeah, I mean, No-Tell Motel is a very specific place. So in the world of Cyberpunk, if you want to have a shady deal, you like go to the place where nobody can spot you. And basically, this is a place that is run by AI, and there's no humans who are running this place. So pretty much nobody knows that you're there. And No-Tell Motel is a place where like people are making deals. And they're like scheduling meetings there together to like discuss things and so on. And our main character V has a scheduled meeting there with Dex. Well, schedule is maybe a big word. Like he's supposed to show up there and tell them what has happened regarding the deal.
Okay, and so V and Dex are having this deal here. We saw Dex previously. Is this his bodyguard?
Yeah, this is one of the bodyguards. Like, I mean, he's heavily augmented. You can see basically the cyberware that he has in his neck. It's a reflex booster and also something that strengthens his like his core of his spine.
Okay, I like that. Like the cyberpunk sort of technology does a really good job of kind of supporting a lot of video game systems we've gotten very used to.
Yeah. We always make sure that everything is like ingrained. You know, like so as in the previous demo, we have shown that when you had Kiroshi optics installed, you get the scanner, then you get the weapon grip installed, you get the the weapon counter. So
kurwa, to nie ma sensu tak grać. Jak musisz SSD wstawiony.
Now here,
SSD tu, a ten za to.
So the chip is extremely important for the
Ale
main
nie jest
story, so
potrzebny.
be careful not to spoil absolutely the most important parts of the game. But the chip is something that the V has been sent for, brought in for Dex, and the it didn't really work out the way it should be, right? Something happened, and this is very experimental technology.
And the chip actually was a big part of, and again, I won't spoil anything out, but it was a big part of the demo we saw. So this trailer is actually basically just a cutscene that comes pretty much before what we play, or not played, but saw.
So actually in the game, this is a part of the game. Like in the game, you will be actually able to play the quest that tells this story that we were just watching. Like this trailer is a first-person perspective trailer of that quest that you'll be able to play.
Gotcha. So it's not an exact cutscene.
I was gonna ask sort of, comparatively, you guys showed off the Killing Monsters trailer for Witcher 3 a while back, which was sort of, it was a very, very polished kind of representation of one of those quests. Would you say this is sort of a similar situation?
Yes, it is a similar situation, but this one is way closer because it tells the story from the game, and actually a very important one. Oh, and right now we have on the shot Delamain. Delamain is a corporate, is a car, pretty much. He's an AI that runs basically a taxis in a night city, and you can get the Delamain taxi, and this is a car that can enter a combat mode. So basically, if you want to do something that you will need a protection against the firepower, you get Delamain. He arrives there, and you sign up the contract with him, and he's ought to protect you, right? And here in the trailer, he says that Jackie is in a critical state, and he requires instant assistance, instant medical assistance, right? And you can see, and the relationship between you and Delamain is also developed in the game way more.
So
and
he's like a self-driving Uber tank that is your friend.
Exactly.
I'm into
exactly what it is.
Right on.
Right on.
So right out here, obviously everything goes sideways. How does the combat choreography sort of, how does that compare to how it is in the game?
Oh man, I mean, so it's super interesting. So for the combat here, we are using the company, the stuntman that we've been using since Witcher 1. It's Maciej Kwiatkowski, the guy who did all the animations for Geralt. So he's V here. And this guy is amazing. He can fight fucking everything, like that you can come up with, literally. And we've been making sure that that the choreography is set up in a way that this big guy, the Dex's bodyguard, is like breaking up.
Wiesz, od razu Karol pokazać jakąś taką modernizację.
For V to protect himself, right? You can see the gorilla arms that the guy has installed. This is also something that we've shown in the demo this year. And yeah, you can see that at the moment when the gorilla arms...
If you were to fight a cyborg with actual knife hands, this would be like a good way to actually go about it. It's a realistic representation, and this is
yeah,
it gets very sad here.
Exactly.
We got a shot here. After all this, we got a shot of Dex's assistant, who's behind that box there. What's up with her?
Yeah, so she's T-Buck. She's one of our supporters, and well, I mean, it turns out that she was not entirely having her back. And what she does here, she presents one of the skills of the Netrunner, and she's hacking us. The thing is that she has access to our network because before we've been hooked up. It's the quest that you will play up in the game, so you'll find out why and what happened. But basically, we were together in one network, and she is able now access our network and start hacking our cyberware. And she starts, as you see, like she basically forces these mouse blade to like collapse and go back. But of course, to shoot her.
Okay, so finally, the big reveal, the release date in a kick-ass video game was that you put Keanu Reeves in it, and he's playing Johnny Silverhand.
Yes, Johnny Silverhand is a frontman of a samurai band. It's like an iconic chrome rock band from 2020. And
he's a literal, like a cyberpunk.
Exactly. He's presenting a class of rocker boy in the game, and Johnny Silverhand is an extremely important character in the game. He's like a primary character. Tom already saw the way he's like sort of utilized in the game. You know what his role is. But it starts off very early in the game, and it's developed throughout the whole game. And depending on your choices and what you do and so on, you will forge your relationship with him. And thing is, he's not always a nice guy. He has his own agenda, and you will have to be on the look for it.
You're telling me that Keanu Reeves is not always a nice guy? I don't know how realistic this game is. It's cyberpunk. This seems, I don't know. You guys obviously watch Johnny Mnemonic. You got somebody with a chip in his head, and Keanu Reeves is running around.
Exactly.
I'm into it. I have one final question. The original Cyberpunk pen and paper game, first edition, is called 2013. That is the year that you revealed that first trailer. Cyberpunk second edition is called Cyberpunk 2020. Cyberpunk 2077 is coming out in 2020. Have you guys known you were launching in 2020 for this long? Was that intentional? Did you do that? Was that?
Well, we do most of the things intentional. I would say like that.
Oh man, Cyberpunk 2077 is coming to PC, Xbox One, and PS4 on March 16th, 2020. Finally! Now, as much as it pains me to stop talking about Cyberpunk, we are on a tight schedule. Brian, what's up next?
Well, Max, we're winding things down here today. However, the show isn't over yet. IGN Live E3 2019 is presented by Men in Black International in theaters June 14th, and in just a moment we'll go live to the red carpet in New York City, where we'll be talking to the stars of the film. So our E3 coverage continues tomorrow, where we have a top secret interview you won't want to miss, and we'll have even more Nintendo demos on behalf of everyone at IGN. Thank you so much for watching. Lots of
Universe will be arriving soon here on the black carpet for Men in Black International, and we'll be here for an hour showing all the action to you. So if you have any questions for the stars, the creators, or Oh, even an alien. Go ahead and leave those
Nie,
in
ale
the
fajnie to
comments or
wygląda,
social.
kurwa.
Hashtag AskMIE.
Yeah, so suit up, grab those shades. You don't want to forget this.
Leży tu.
Should be a big red button around here somewhere.
We are the best kept secret in the universe.
I want in. Welcome to MIB. You will be with Agent H. Let's do this. I'm not the best ever to wear this suit. We've been compromised, puts every citizen of this planet at risk. We are the men in black.
The men and women in black.
To trzeba było ustawić?
Greetings to everyone watching on Earth and beyond. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Kale.
Aha. Elo, ludzik. Вот по такого ще. Czekaj, czyli... Kurwa. Ja pierdolę.